world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
There's battles everywhere on the roster, so it's important for me to be fair to the players is to put the best player out there. When we go out to practice tomorrow, Kirk Cousins is the starting quarterback. He's the guy, and he's going to get a ton of reps, and he deserves them because he's played really good football. But I want Fernando and I want Aiden to push him.
That is the new Raiders coach, Clint Kubiak, on Kirk Cousins being the starter. Now, obviously, he is a veteran of many, many years. Seems like, 15 years. And Fernando Mendoza is there. The number one pick, Riley Jensen, quarterback coach extraordinaire, sitting in for DJ. What do you think of that? Kirk Cousins being the starter from day one. And what do they do with Fernando Mendoza?
I don't think they could have found a better match for Mendoza. I think this is a perfect situation for Mendoza. He gets to watch for a little while. When Kirk starts to struggle a little bit, they'll bring in the new player. Dude, these two cheese balls deserve each other. I love these two together. I mean, they're like the same person like 20 years later. I'm excited. I like Fernando. I think he's a good player. I think there's a lot of things that he's going to have to do a little bit better to be in the NFL for a long time. And I think Kirk Cousins is the perfect match for him. He's the guy that can help him out. He can guide him. He can show him things and warn him about some pitfalls going forward. In his career.
But if Fernando Mendoza doesn't play a lot and doesn't have a great season, it blows my whole slogan. Because 45 years ago, 1981, which I think is 45 years ago. Help me out if it's not, but I think it is. The Dodgers brought up a pitcher by the name of Fernando Valenzuela, and we had Fernando Mania. And now, 45 years later, I want Fernando Mania.
Well, it's still coming. It's
I know, but it has to be this year.
It has to be this year because
Fernando Mania with the Dodgers, didn't he play like 8 shutouts in a row? Do you remember that?
Why does it have to be this year?
Because
41 years
it
ago.
happened this year 45 years ago. Nobody says a slogan 46 years ago. It either has to be 40 or 45.
No one says 45 years ago.
They say
They don't say that.
Yes,
No, they don't.
Either it's a
The only
0
5
or a
is 75. The only 5 is 70. Nobody goes 35 years ago today.
Yes, they do.
Nobody cares about 35. They do like 25 and they do 75. Those are the only 5s in there.
25 and 75. We got to wait 50 years to celebrate something?
No, I'm saying if you use a 5, it's only 25 and 75. No one cares about 35. Nobody cares about 45. Nobody cares about 65 years ago today. It might as well go 66. Nobody freaking cares.
Yeah, but you think of 66, you think of the old freeway. You don't even think of that. That's a poor example.
Because you think of the old freeway?
Yeah, Route 66. Haven't you ever heard of it?
Well, I'm just saying nobody cares. 65 or 66, they don't care.
Didn't you see the movie Cars? What's wrong with you?
I did see the movie Cars. There's a really good line in there.
What is it?
They ask him, they said, hey, how did you know you could do that? And he goes, I just never thought I couldn't.
Oh.
It's a great line.
It's like me in Stardom.
Right. You never thought you couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. And now when I played baseball, it's like...
you had a case of the can'ts and don'ts?
Why did you think you were going to suck? Because I never thought I could do anything but. 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan brought some reporters in and said it was his fault, not the other driver, as some previous erroneous reports had suggested. He said that his phone slid into a crack between the seats of his car and caused the accident reaching for it. You know, the old phone driving. Yikes. How many people have died because of that? That's nasty. And so my wife came up with the idea. She saw this thing and she bought it. It's a little, almost a container between the console and the seat. So if anything falls, it falls right in there, and then you don't have to go searching around. Or what I like to do.
Oh, the little thing in between. I've seen that in between the seats, and it has a phone holder in there, or it causes it so it doesn't fall into the hole there.
Right, and then you can just reach down and get it, whether it be keys, glasses, whatever. What I like to do is keep it plugged in. So then if it falls, then I can just reach the cord. And, you know, we were at the staff barbecue a couple weeks ago. Yak was there, and I found out one of the moms of a husband who works on the station was saying something about the child had some chores that day. And she asked the child, "Are you going to complete those chores as assigned?" And he said, "Yeah, I will when you stop texting when we're driving." That was his response. And she wanted to wallop him, but had to...
Little disrespectful in public.
Yeah.
Like, that's maybe a...
And that's an on-air guy. So then you guys can guess whose son said that to one of our on-air guys, which is a tongue twister to say, but you get the point. So, yeah. He put that out there, man. Oh, man, they would have had... as Bruce Arians once said about one of his players when he was coaching the Cardinals, he's got a foot problem. And one of the reporters said, "I thought it was an arm or something else." He said, "No, it's a foot problem because he was dogging it at practice. And you know how far I stuck my foot up there. And now he has a foot problem." Baker Mayfield, he's not reaching a contract extension with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he'll play out the final season, then become a free agent. And he'll probably be the Raiders' starting quarterback next year, the way they go. And the Browns, they made cornerback Denzel Ward the NFL's top-paid corner. 2-year, $62.5 million extension. He got $52.3 million guaranteed, and his $31.3 million on average tops is his position. Ooh, man. Cornerbacks are important. They're on the island. You have to say that.
Revis Island?
Yeah, you have to say that.
You do.
Denzel Ward. You know, my wife, she taught in South Central L.A. at Washington Prep High School.
I knew that.
And
I thought it was Compton, but you corrected me the other day. And it was
108th
South
and
Central.
Danker, South Central.
Right.
And they did a movie. Remember when they used to have TV movies? Movie of the week, like on ABC or something. Well, they did this movie after she was
like
there.
the after-school special?
Yeah, it was at like 8 o'clock
Gotcha.
in the evening. And they did this movie on this principal who revitalized Washington High School in South Central Los Angeles and called it Washington Preparatory High School, meaning you'll go on to college. So they did this big movie about it. And the star of the movie, this plays into Denzel, who played George McKenna. You can look it up, the George McKenna story. It's there.
It was Denzel?
It was Denzel, a young Denzel.
Nice.
Yeah, he's like 25 years old.
Is Dorsey High School in South Central?
Close enough, yeah.
Close enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just...
I had a couple teammates down at Snow from Dorsey High School.
That's where Sharif Shaw played.
Okay.
And Mike Love of the Beach Boys.
Okay. It's from Dorsey?
Susan Dorsey is their name.
Yeah.
It had a little demographical makeover by the time Sharif got there. And so they were, and I covered LA City schools. And they were LA City.
I just specifically remember that because those were the LA riots in 1992.
1992, Wednesday, April 29th. I was covering baseball, and I took a transistor radio to the game because I knew there was potential for trouble, and I didn't want to be driving in that area where I was covering the games. I wanted to make sure I got on the freeway and did not do side streets. And got home, watch my
Right.
city explode and Reginald Denny get.
So you were living there.
I was living there. Yeah, I was right there.
Yeah, he told well, both of them. One of them specifically told me, and I ain't ever going home.
And Washington High School was where the National Guard took over and stored their artillery to calm the riots. So that was right there, and that was on a Wednesday. I remember it vividly.
I'm sure you do.
And then that following Saturday, we went down as a group to help the cleanup, and that was something that I never thought I would see. So you got that going on. Wes Welker, he's now the Washington Commanders tight ends coach, being tapped to take over a position after Ben Steele was fired following a DWI charge last month. Okay, let's move on to college football.
Hashtag college football.
I don't think anything more than to say I would just reference my comments earlier in the winter. I think I gave everybody a pretty clear indication of how those have went, and nothing's changed from my vantage point. We want to play the game. I want to play the game. We would be playing the game. Had some things come true that were said. And so hopefully we get to that point. Obviously, we want it to happen. I know our fan base wants it to happen. College football wants it to happen. And hopefully I'm up here, next year talking about, that game here on the future schedule. So we'll keep making progress and let you know if we have any more updates.
That's USC coach Lincoln Riley on why USC bailed on the rivalry with Notre Dame. That game should be played. It must be played. But since it's not played, the Cougars of BYU are going to be playing Notre Dame October 17th in Provo, Utah. Plus, the return game is next year, right? So they would, if SC is back on the schedule, they'd have to rearrange some stuff there. We'll see how that plays out. That's a rivalry that hits home, having worked in LA and then grew up in the East Coast in a Catholic environment where Notre Dame is such a big deal. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti reiterated his league's support for 2014 playoff model, said they can still eliminate the conference title games in time for the new format to begin in 27, which is obviously a year and a half from now, if all parties agree to expand the field. The faster it goes, the easier it will be. We'll get to that later on with Riley Jensen sitting in. Iowa coach Kirk Ferentz warned of what he sees as a growing, quote, imbalance in the sport with NIL money flowing. When we went to the Rose Bowl in 1981, the 13 years prior to that, there were two teams that went to the Rose Bowl from the Big Ten. So basically, everybody was lining up in August for third place. If we're not careful, we're going to get that kind of imbalance in college football. That's just how I see it. How do you see it?
Man, I think there's some truth to it, but the outliers that I would throw at you would be like Vanderbilt and BYU, who weren't paying players underneath the table and weren't doing some of those things underneath the table, and they've been able to flourish under NIL.
You got to put Indiana in there too.
Indiana, right? So some of these teams maybe had some morals back in the day, and
I used to have morals. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right, you remember?
Yeah.
And now that the rules have changed and it's legal, the Vanderbilts, BYU, Indiana have been able to rise up and pay players legally, and I think there's an argument to be made that like maybe some other teams will start winning because the rules have loosened it up a little bit for them to follow it the way they want to follow it. So look, he has his opinion. There's lots of opinions out there. NIL is a crazy deal right now. I think everybody's trying to navigate those waters, and once the dust finally settles, and I don't know if it really will, because every time I say that, like a new nuance or a new different thing comes out with NIL. But if it ever does settle, I think we'll have a great product and a more balanced product than we've ever had.
All right, we'll see about that. We'll expand that a little later in the show. And hours after Ohio State announced its record jersey patch sponsorship, reportedly worth $17 million with J.P. Morgan Chase. Notre Dame, we're going SoFi, between 18 and 20 million. There you go. Classic example. It never ends. When will it end in the race to win?
What was BYU's patch I saw the other day?
Entrada.
Entrada. That's right.
That
It's worth 18 to 20 million.
I don't know what it's worth, but I'm guessing it's not that. We can. The guy's a listener. I know he follows us on Twitter. Yock, if you see him, get him. Big BYU guy, and get him on. We can talk to him about it. Ole Miss seeking close to $1 million in penalties from two of its former players who signed revenue-sharing contracts to return to the Rebels last season before opting out to join the Devil, Lane Kiffin at LSU. They're seeking $550,000 from defensive end Prince Will Umanamilian and $400,000 from former O lineman Devin Harper, plus attorney's fees and court fees and lawsuits filed yesterday in Oxford, Mississippi. Yeah, and I want the Sun Devils to get some money, man. Sam Levitt, we're not good enough for you. Let you get to the playoff, and then you leave us, and you don't even go to the team banquet at the end of the season? Oh, my gosh. A lot of stuff to talk about college football today, and we will do that. Let's move on to the NBA.
Hashtag NBA.
If you go back to Cleveland, even if you go back to Cleveland and win the championship, it's not going to be as good as 2016. If you go to Miami and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2012, 2013. Those two places kind of got eliminated just because. You look at Golden State, and I ultimately don't think Brown was ever able to get over the history. And I understand it. I get it. What we all ultimately always knew is like, that's the hurdle to get over. You know, we live in a day and age where everybody who doesn't have anything to say have something to say. And so he's going to get crushed if he comes to the Warriors. Oh, man, you went to team up with Steph. Oh, you had to go to them, da-da. And I think ultimately that weighed in on the decision a lot. That played a big role in the Warriors not landing LeBron.
That's Draymond Green. So we live in a day and age where somebody who has nothing to say has something to say. Okay. Didn't make any sense, but what the heck? And he's going to return to the Warriors next season in a $27.7 million deal. He's the only player in NBA history that have made more $250 million in on-court earnings. 67 have reached that mark. And does not have a career average north of 10 points a game. I don't have any problem with that. Draymond brings a lot of attention to himself, obviously. And I think he once had a triple-double and did not score 10 points. So his value is obviously well beyond and way beyond and does not include scoring.
It's a great teammate.
Which is fine. Yeah, help your team win, man. It's about
winning.
winning.
Draymond. He's a great teammate.
Yeah. Maybe tone it down just a little.
Like when I draw it up and I'm like, hey, son, here's the type of player I want you to be as far as how to be a teammate. I just give him highlights of Draymond Green, like punching teammates, talking down to superstars, cussing coaches out. I love that dude.
So you were being sarcastic.
That's exactly how I want my son to be.
He's already there.
From what you've heard?
Oh, yeah, word on the street. Man. Oh, my gosh. Okay, let's move on to MLB.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
The next one. Swung on and hammered to deep right. Away, back and gone. A grand slam to right by Kyle Manzardo. 4-0 Cleveland on Kyle Manzardo's first grand slam of the year.
Swung on, hit high, deep center field. Has he done it again? Warning track wall, sail away. Dom Canzone, he has done it again.
Swung on and hit high in the air. Deep right center field. It's got a chance. Thomas at the wall, and it is off the wall, and it bounces by both fielders. Caratini scores. Lee's going to score. Royce Lewis has tripled home the winning runs.
Oh! Those some highlights. Shohei. Yeah, he done it again. I'm looking at it right now against the old beleaguered, was it the Rockies? No, Seattle.
They played Seattle last night, yeah.
Castillo was watching there.
Dom Canzone, two homers for Seattle.
Yeah, the former Diamondback who they gave away. Hit 2 home runs there. And Shohei led off the game with a 432-foot Blastarino. There you go as far as that goes. And you heard Manzardo with the grand slam for Cincinnati in the bottom of the 4th. But they lose to Cleveland. Tigers walloping the Orioles 14-0. Oh, the D-backs, my gosh, their bullpen sucks. They're up 6-0. They give up 3 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th, but then win it in the 12th. How about that? And Bryce Harper couldn't get it going on for Philadelphia as the Marlins have won 2 in a row to move back to 500. And Harper saying the team needs some moves at deadline, which is Monday, the trade deadline. I think we need some help. I think we've proved pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But anytime you can get some help in there and reinforcements, I think it helps. Asked about a bat and arm, I think both. And he said that he would be willing to move back to the outfield if that's what it took. Bryce Harper, he's a team player right there for you. See what the Phillies
You like Bryce?
do. Oh, I love him. I love his intensity.
I think he's a fun guy to watch.
Yeah. Now, I had the opportunity to see him when he was just a tyke. And some of that travel ball stuff, oh my gosh. If it was a weekend tournament,
everybody was watching him.
If it started on Thursday, he's like 12 years old. The word around the site would be, Bryce Harper's flying in. He'll be here Saturday. I'm dead serious. I am totally serious. And then there's a club here. It's named after somebody. Somebody financed it. They had a family issue or tragedy, and I forget the name of the team in this. They play in the summer.
Marshalls?
Yeah, there you go. And he played on that team.
Oh, did he play on the Marshalls?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he flew in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I saw him play for them.
Well, there was lots of connections because he grew up in Vegas, right? So
yeah. And
he'd be at the St. George and the Mesquite tournaments.
Mm-hmm. And he's a Latter-day Saint, or at least he was, or is, or I guess.
Still is.
Yeah. Not that it matters to me, but there is a local connection. Yeah, Sports Illustrated did a big story on him when he was just a tyke, high school kid, and he graduated high school 2 years early so he could start his major league career, and away he goes. But I like his intensity. Yeah, I root for Bryce Harper. Fernando Tatis, 5 hits. The Padres back over 500. There you go. All right, a bunch of day games today if you're interested. And Shohei Ohtani, his next pitching performance, it's undetermined as he deals with bicep issues. I still say he should not pitch. He should just hit, and away you go. Get some other people.
For the rest of his career? Or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been saying it for a couple years now. He's so valuable offensively. And I realize he's a good pitcher, but he's had issues virtually every season he pitches. So something's up. Some guys got great arms, but they're injury prone. It happens. There's been a number of great pitchers who got sidelined because of injuries, and they just couldn't. They didn't have any staying power. Not everybody's Nolan Ryan and can go through 200 pitches.
What's the disadvantage of having him pitch and hit? I mean, because if your bicep hurts, you can still hit.
Right, but statistically, there's stats that show when he tries to hit when he pitches, it doesn't work. So you're basically losing a bat every time he pitches. So you're sacrificing something.
So every fifth game, you're losing his bat.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why it hasn't been done. You only got so much energy in your body, and his arm's breaking down, and maybe it impacts his hitting. I just let him hit, swing away, DH. That's what it's there for. So use it. The Bees lost their opener 9-2 to the Sugarland Space Cowboys. Game 2 in the series tonight. First pitch 6:05 and coverage on 12:80 a.m. with Tony Parks will begin at 6 p.m. Okay, we're going to hit some college football today. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Jay Hill. You may have heard of him, former Weber State coach, former BYU defensive coordinator, and what is he doing right now? He's coaching Michigan. He is the Michigan Wolverines defensive coordinator. He will join us at 8 o'clock, thanks to Riley Jensen's connections. Yeah, tapping in. This guy's somebody. I ain't got no connections.
Guys, I'm kind of a big deal.
You are. There's no doubt, man. I try to get guys on. They ask,
listen, if you don't
will it help your career? I say yes. They say, screw it. I'm not doing it.
If you don't believe me, just ask me. I'll tell you. I'm a big freaking deal.
Oh, I know you. That's why you're my first call. I'm like that lawyer. You're my only call. One call.
One call, that's all?
Every time DJ's out, I call you.
I don't know what I am actually really grateful for that.
I go right to you.
I don't know why. I don't know why you like me. You don't like anyone.
I don't know. You may have done something along the lines that caused me to like you. But yeah, I think you're great.
We can't think what that is.
You're very good at radio. And you've done radio for a long time. You understand radio.
I know, and it was because of you and DJ that I actually got my start.
Yeah.
Aggie Under the Bleacher.
Yeah.
Aggie Under the Bleacher circa 2002. I've been making verbal faux pas ever since.
You were a first-team All-Whacker. That's why we had you on.
I'm sure that's coming, right, Jake? God. Doesn't feel like my voice has changed very much. I always want to deny it. That's not me. Listen to that voice. It's not, and it sounds.
He's a first-team All-Whacker.
Oh man.
That was one of the finest moments in zone history.
Listen, I didn't even know what I said for like a minute. I'm looking over at Ryan Hatch. Ryan Hatch was subbing in that morning. I'm looking over at Ryan Hatch, and his eyeballs and his face are like this big. And I'm like I couldn't think what I said. I'm like, dude, I didn't say anything.
He's a first-team All-Whacker.
Bless Kobe Carl.
That's right up there with the D and Alice.
Right.
Which DJ said he was trying to be clever.
What's the one with Monson where he's like, hey, where you at?
Damian Hunter. Well,
how you hanging on? Where are you?
I'm in San Bernardino right now.
A 2-minute question. You may have gotten the carries as a part-timer, and then this, I talked to you, and I don't know. It's all over the place. Oh, my gosh. I had to do, occasionally we do some public speaking, so I had to go down to the Miller Group, down at Jordan Commons, and they said, do you have anything that you want to, audio-wise? And so I used a couple of blips. I used the one where DJ says to a woman caller, you don't sound like a Debbie. Well, I've been one for a long time.
You don't really sound like a Debbie.
Well, I've been one for a long time.
All right.
I dropped to the floor on that one.
Oh,
and I used that one, and then I used the San Bernardino one, and the audience went nuts.
Yeah.
They loved him.
You passive-aggressive little punks.
Wasn't he sick during that one?
Yeah, he was. And I was in Mexico on the Jazz Beach Bash, so I wasn't available to be here that day.
That was a good one, too. You passive-aggressive.
Wang.
And Wang. Play that one so Riley can hear it.
And Wang.
He's such a nerd.
He's such a nerd.
That's why we love him.
He's not here to defend himself.
I've said that a million times to his face. That's why he's so lovable.
I agree with PK.
because he is a nerd. Oh, man. So we'll have Jay Hill coming up. It's Big Ten Media Days, man. We'll talk a little bit how Riley thinks all those LDS guys who are now invading Michigan. We're going back. But many years ago, they came west. Now they're going east. And they're in Ann Arbor. And we'll have Jay Hill at the top of the hour. Talk a little bit how he thinks that staff is going to do there next. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident northbound I-15 at 90th South in Sandy. It's blocking the left lane and shoulder, causing heavy delays back to 123rd South. So be aware of that if you're in that area. Also got a fresh crash southbound I-15 just before Parish Lane in Centerville. It's on the left shoulder, causing some minor delays going through that area. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, patching. It's all along the Wasatch Front at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started.
Hall of Famer bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no. We should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in summer league either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have, and if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in summer league and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Sitting in is Riley Jensen. Now, we've picked up a local football team. We've expanded. We've got the locals in the state, And I think this year and in the subsequent coming years, who knows how long we'll go, that Michigan football has become a big local story. Obviously, with Kyle Whittingham taking over the head coaching job. And not just that, bringing in a number of guys that have Utah ties. Jason Beck is a coordinator. He was the coordinator. He worked for Ronnie Mack at Weber. And then obviously he was backup quarterback to John Beck at BYU and the offensive coordinator at Utah. He's going to be the offensive coordinator. I think he's a rising star in the business. And you've got Coy Detmer, who is Ty's nephew, who was a quarterback coach here last year. Doug Elisaya, he's the what do they call it? The director of football sports performance. I mean, we usually call it the strength and conditioning. Gennaro Guilford, longtime BYU guy, is the cornerback. Jim Harding, longtime offensive line coach for the Utes. Jay Hill, defensive coordinator. And let's see, you got Kenny Niumatalolo's son, assistant tight ends coach. Lewis Powell, been here forever.
Isn't Kyle's son's the tight ends coach?
Yeah. No, Kyle's brother, Freddie.
But his son is coaching there.
Alex's linebacker coach. Micah Simon played at BYU, coached at Utah, is the wide receiver coach. So there are so many strong ties.
Luke Batari, the kid that subbed in.
He's Chris Stapleton lookalike guy?
Not anymore. He's got a nice haircut. He's all cleaned up now.
Because it's time to be an adult.
I ran into him down in Newport Beach this year, and he's like, I actually didn't. I was actually like staring at his tat. I'm like, that's a really good tat that guy has. And I was just kind of staring at him. He's like, Riley? And I'm like, Luke? Because I didn't even recognize him without the long hair. Now, when I did quarterback training for him when he was in high school. And that's how I know him.
Sure.
He went to the same high school as Tom Brady.
Oh, cool.
So he's from Northern California. And he's like, Riley? And I'm like, oh, dude, Luke, I was just about to compliment you on your tattoo. I didn't even know that was you. And I go, you're all cleaned up. He was awesome.
Oh, you got to grow up. You got to get a job. You got to play by the rules.
Well, if you knew Luke, though, like the Luke Bryan thing, I think it was more of a persona thing. Because if you know him as a person, attention to detail, very, very, like, he wasn't a 6'5" guy, so he's never going to get everything you want. But as far as like knowing how to play the position, knowing like what football is all about, I mean, he's going to be a great coach someday.
Cool.
Fun guy.
Good. Wish him well.
It was good to see him. That was the last, and I was standing there with my son, so I got some street cred with my son because I'm like, hey, that's the assistant quarterbacks coach for Michigan. He's like, it is? Because, he didn't have any Michigan. I mean, obviously, he's not recruiting. He was on vacation before the season starts.
Yeah, I got you.
And he's like, he coaches for Michigan?
Yeah.
So
there's a ton of Utah connections, state of Utah, BYU, and even Weber has a connection there with Jason Beck. Just your initial impressions of taking a bunch of Utah guys, essentially, plopping them down at the winningest school in college football history. Where, I've been back there. I don't know if you guys have been back there. I've been back there a couple of times. My wife's mother grew up there, so I've been back for personal reasons beyond work. I've been back there for work a number of times. And, wow, I mean, you can't get any bigger than that.
Major blue blood program.
Initial impression.
So the initial impression is this. I don't think, and there was a part of me when the whole thing went down with Michigan and Kyle had just resigned. I'm like, dude, they're going to go get Kyle. Like, and this was before anybody said anything. Kyle is the perfect fit for what they need right now. They need 5 years of clean, above the board football. Yeah. He's going to bring stability. He's going to bring the old fashioned Michigan toughness to the program. Like everything that they want, they're going to get out of this staff. And he doesn't have, I know so many of those guys that you just named on their staff, none of them are problem children. Mm-hmm. There's not going to be issues off the field. This is a great staff. They know how to play football. They know how to coach football. They brought in some really, really great players. I'm surprised they didn't get more BYU players. They hardly got any. but they stole a couple of very significant University of Utah players. They've got a great coaching staff. My initial impression is they're going to hit the ground running. Like, this is going to be a team that's in the conversation, if not this year, next year for the national championship. And I think this is a perfect fit for Michigan. And I think what's really interesting, and we'll talk to Jay, in the next hour here, I think it sets up perfectly for Jay to be the head coach there.
It does. If not him, Jason Beck.
Right. But one of those two are going to be the head coach at Michigan after this. Because they're gonna see the success, and people aren't gonna go. Well, they're gonna be like, we don't have to go anywhere.
Right.
This is Michigan. It's all in place. And I can't say enough nice things about a lot of the guys that are on staff there. This is a great move for Michigan. I think it hurts Utah for a couple of years. I think it hurts the University of Utah, and I think it hurts BYU for a couple. Both of those teams, it hurts them a little bit. And here's let me tell you what my theory is on some of this stuff. So you take a good defensive coordinator, or you take a good offensive coordinator, and I think they're a plus or minus 2 for your team.
What do you mean by 2?
So
2 wins, 2 points?
So what I mean is 2 wins. I think if they're really, really good, they get you about 2 more wins per season. I think if they're really, really bad, they get you about 2 losses per season. And if you're average, you're just about where you would be. I think Jay Hill is a plus 2.
Certainly wasn't Provo. And it was
Does that make sense? So I think that BYU has to overcome that. Now, I'm not saying that Coach Papinga isn't going to be great on defense. I have a lot of good things to say about him as well. But does he have all the nuanced ability and all the ability of play calling and all the different things that Jay Hill has? He doesn't yet. He doesn't have the accolade. He doesn't have the experience that Jay had. But he certainly had 2 years to watch a guy do it for really, really well.
No question.
You know what I mean? So yeah. I don't know how far the drop-off is there, but I do think Jay Hill's been a plus 2. Now, on the other side, you go to the University of Utah on the offensive side of the ball, and I think he was a plus 2. I think Coach Beck was a plus 2 as an offensive coordinator. And I think you have to overcome that. So I'm not saying, these teams aren't going to make a bowl game. They're not going to be competitive. They're not going to be good. But I do think they have some coaching deficiencies to overcome. And I really like Kevin McGivern. I like him. I think he's a journeyman coach who has done amazing things at schools that don't have half the athletes the University of Utah do.
Right.
I mean, he's been at San Jose State. He's been at University of Utah. I mean, I think he was at San Jose State last, and he had that wide receiver that led the nation in receiving. He knows how to call plays. He's going to have an opportunity with some really good players and a really good quarterback right now to make some hay and to make a name for himself as well. Mm-hmm. So I know the original question is, how's the fit? I think it's fantastic. I think University of Utah and BYU are going to do great, but I do think there's a little bit of an adjustment there as far as coaching goes.
Any concern about just being in a different environment that is foreign? I mean, all these guys, when they got these jobs, they'd been trained in the so-called, just the familiarity of the location.
Right.
They knew what to say. They knew how to behave and everything. And and they knew all the high school coaches because they've had deep roots here.
I think it's tougher to be a really good coach in Utah because it's more nuanced than it is to be a really good coach at any school in the country because there's not as many moving parts. Like you got the missionary program when you're coaching the state of Utah. You got the Polynesians that are significant contributors to college football in the state of Utah. You've got people in the state of Utah that love to see local players play, but when you're trying to build a national program at Utah or BYU, it can't all be built around local players, right? So I think it's a little bit more nuanced to be really good in the state of Utah. I think it takes a little bit of pressure off of them at Michigan. Okay. And I think the one thing that has been interesting to me is that They have enough confidence in themselves at Michigan to bring a kid from the state of Utah in that they know is a top-level player. They brought the Moa kid in from Fremont. They have some players that they're still bringing in from the state of Utah, and they're like, hey, people just don't know it, but kids from the state of Utah, when we know A, B, and C about a kid, we know he can play national championship type football at Michigan.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So I think it's less difficult. Now, the pressure is different. I think the pressure is different than the University of Utah. If they don't win,
You look at, Riley, that when the Utes went to the first Rose Bowl, I talked to countless amount of Utah fans. I mean, that was an unbelievable game, right, with Ohio State. And all Utah fans, everyone that I spoke to, they had the time of their lives. That whole time down there going to the parade, it was like a dream come true. And it didn't matter that they lost. And I get it. I agree with them. It didn't matter. It was an unbelievable game.
It will at Michigan.
That's what I'm saying. So you're not going to get, wow, we had the time of our lives, but we lost. No, you didn't. If you didn't, I was in the Rose Bowl in 1987 when the Sun Devils beat Michigan. And you could see the looks on the Michigan people's faces. They weren't very happy. You know who the quarterback was then? You may have heard of him.
Harbaugh.
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh.
Of course, I meant the quarterback for Arizona State.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know who that was.
Yeah, a forgettable name, but a guy named Jeff Van Raphorst, who is
He did play in the NFL for a bit.
Who is the radio analyst for the Sun Devils and still living off that 1987.
Amen.
Because he's the only guy who won a Rose Bowl for the Sun Devils.
Ride it.
Yeah.
Ride that thing.
That's his claim to fame. And I went to that. I was living over there. I just moved over there and went to that game as a fan. And so, yeah, the pressure that they haven't had, the scrutiny.
There's going to be a high level of scrutiny. But here's the thing. It's not like Kyle's cutting his teeth with like new coordinators and that he's a new coach. He's not going to make the mistakes that he made in year 1, year 2 as the head coach at the University of Utah. He's going to make the right decisions.
But, and I listened to him. He did an interview the other day because they all got in earlier in the week for Big Ten Media Days in Chicago. And Rich Eisen is a Michigan guy, apparently, was interviewing him. And I'm thinking, I'm driving home after work. I'm thinking, this is going to be fun. And he says, Rich says, what's it going to be like when you put the headphones on in the big house?
And Kyle's like, it's like any
I
other
already
game.
did that during spring football multiple times. He wouldn't have of it. He wouldn't hear it. So
that part, I'll tell you that part, and I know we probably need to get to a break. It is interesting to watch all these high-profile interviews that he now gets.
Oh yeah,
like it just seems like it's happening like every week. He's on with
certainly
Rich
when he
Eisen.
got the job. Yeah, it was.
And like I'm just like, holy cow, that guy used to be at the yogurt shop over in Fort Union. Do you know what I mean? And now I'm like, oh, he's on TV again with Rich Eisen this week. And it's like, even though Kyle had that persona here, like you would still see him places at normal places around here, and it wasn't like, and people weren't up accosting him and like,
no.
I don't know. I'll bet it's a little different now.
Yeah.
I bet there's places in Michigan he can't really go and like enjoy just a normal life.
Okay, we'll have more of this coming up. Stay with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident northbound I-15 and 90th South in San. It's blocking the left lane and shoulder, causing heavy delays back to 123rd South. So be aware of that are coming northbound this morning. Also, a fresh crash southbound I-15 just before Parish Lane in Centerville. That is sitting on the left shoulder. It's causing some minor delays going through that area as well. Looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. There are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose a company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Jay Hill coming up in our next segment now. We talk about hitting the ground running for Michigan. It's going to be tough, man. Week 2, Oklahoma's coming into Ann Arbor. They got their schedule on their website, and it said sold out. Buy on SeatGeek. And then they go to Iowa. No, Iowa comes into Ann Arbor, sold out. Buy on SeatGeek. And then then they go to Minnesota. Then Penn State comes in October 17th, the same day BYU's playing Notre Dame. Sold out. Buy on SeatGeek. And it's 100,000 that they have there. And then the next week after that, after Penn State, Indiana comes in.
Sold out.
Sold out. You caught on. Yeah. Then they got a week off when they go to Rutgers, and then
Michigan goes to Rutgers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Halloween Day.
Teams like Rutgers,
October 31st. Yeah,
they have it so easy, and they suck every year.
They do. And then the next week, Michigan State comes in, sold out, and then they go to the following week after that, November 14th. They go to Eugene, Oregon. And then they've got, I tell you, nobody respects UC Los Angeles because on the 21st of November, that's not sold out. And then, of course, at the end, they go to Columbus. So they play Penn State, Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, Oklahoma.
Kind of a fun schedule.
Okay, you still think you'll hit the ground running?
Yes. I mean, look, they have an established quarterback. They don't have to reestablish that they're Michigan. They're Michigan. I mean, there's so many things in place. Now, Underwood was not that great last year.
A little shaky.
He was
a first-year freshman.
Yeah, 11 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. I think he's going to significantly improve. And if he's improves significantly, then, oh, man, this team, there's a lot of key things in place for them. And then the stuff that they've brought in from the University of Utah, the coaching staff, the recruiting that they've I would be very surprised if they're not right there competing for the championship of their conference.
Okay, the voice you hear is Riley Jensen sitting in. We appreciate his opportunity to tell us what he thinks and coming on in when DJ's off right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Now, what we have next is our guy, Jay Hill, calling in, defensive coordinator at the University of Michigan. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
All right, people, you've heard me talk about it. I'm talking about it some more. Your financial investments, man, your financial situation. It is crucial that you have that in order, imperative, and that you have the money doing what it's supposed to do for you. That's why if you're like me and like many others, you don't have a clue what you're talking about and you need some help. Get some help from professionals, a company that's been established for a good while now, and that's Trajan Wealth, because I've been talking about Trajan Wealth for several years, and it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what you think. Now, I've gone through it, so I can speak to you what I think, but matters what you think. Give them an opportunity to find out what you think. Initial consultation is for free, so it's not going to cost you anything. If it's just a second opinion, just a review, even if you got somebody else, let them see what they can do for you and how comfortable you feel with them, right? Do you trust them? Whatever it might be. I know for me, when I sat across from them, I got no bull, not once, not at all. I got the straight truth about how they want to help and how they're interested in helping. And if it works, let's do it. That's what's no pressure, zero pressure, because that's the last thing they need is to pressurize somebody into doing it and then not have them be satisfied. It works against them. They don't want that because, of course, the more money you make, the more money they make, right? It makes sense. Give them an opportunity and see what you think. The local phone number to set up an appointment is 1-855-TRAJAN-1, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. and you spell Trajan, Trajan. Where I met with them at their offices in Draper, right off the freeway, conveniently located. You live up north, no problem. They've got offices up there. They'll come up and meet you in Farmington. And also, you can get a lot of information available at the website, which is TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is that website. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Joining us now on the KSL Sports Zone is Michigan defensive coordinator Jay Hill. Jay, good morning. You're on with PK and Riley Jensen. Appreciate your time.
PK, Riley, what's up, guys?
Well, obviously you're a busy man, so we'll get right to it. Here's the way it worked. In the beginning of December, I got word that there might be a decent chance Jay Hill would be the BYU head football coach if Kalani went to Penn State. And by the end of the month, well, that didn't happen. He is the Michigan coordinator. Wow, what a whirlwind month, man. And as you look back, how crazy was it for you?
Well, Decembers are always crazy for coaches. Now, because you got the portal, and also that's such a time for coaching hires and jobs and interviews. And it's such a crazy month, and this one was crazy just with everything going on. And there were other opportunities than the ones you just mentioned. So that's what's crazy is every year Kalani's going to get schools that want him to leave. There were those opportunities for assistant coaches every year. It's a weird month for us.
A few years ago, score was 38-31. You walk off the field from a tough rivalry loss to Snow College. And I'm just wondering if every once in a while you think to yourself, man, I learned a lot of resiliency by losing a tough rivalry game to Riley Jensen. Do you think that's had any influence on you coaching at Michigan?
Did that really happen?
It may not have. Maybe I'm just dreaming. I
don't know. I don't know if I remember it. I do remember this. Riley was an absolute baller in college. A baller. So,
that's not what I was looking for.
Yeah, my first taste of him was my first year at Rick's College. So
no. In all seriousness, In all seriousness, I've had a chance to watch you all the way through your career. I did lose a rivalry game to you when you were at the University of Utah. You've been a tremendous coach at BYU and Utah, but one of the places that I really got to watch you and where I really just gained a ton of respect for you was at Weber State. And I can't remember specifically whether it was a Montana game or a Montana State game, but I was interviewing you at halftime, and I've never seen anybody so calm and basically just tell me, like, hey, we're going to make this change and this change. And you kind of looked at me with that little grin that you have sometimes, and you were like, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. And you came out, and it was just masterful how you made halftime adjustments. And I think it's one of the things that you are so good at. And I saw you do it at BYU. Now you're going to be taking it to Michigan. What is it that makes you feel so confident about obviously you put a game plan in to stop from the beginning of the game, but I think you're just masterful at halftime adjustments. How do you do that? What is the process of that as a defensive coordinator?
Well, most of the time in the first half, you've seen the offense do what their main game plan is for you. Mm-hmm. So if you can go in and just tweak and change some of the stuff that you feel like you got to combat it, then that's the idea of halftime adjustments. The other thing is just being able to go into the locker room and look the guys in the eyes and say, okay, here's what we just faced. Here's what's going to happen in the second half. I think that's a critical component to just good coaching is being able to look those guys in the eyes and know what they need. If a coach goes in there freaking out or they're panicked or they looked worried, then that's going to carry on to the players. You've got to go in there with extreme confidence that you know what's happening, you know what's going to happen, and rally the troops such that you can play in the second half the way you got to play to win.
You look at this football schedule this year, it's wow, this is incredible. You know, Oklahoma's a non-conference game, Penn State, Oregon, Indiana, and obviously the rivalry game to end the season. When you're coaching in a conference, now with the transfer portal, it has changed a fair amount in terms of the changeover from year to year, but there are some familiarities with these teams that you play from one year to the next. And with the big conferences, you don't play the same teams like it used to back when you were coaching earlier and then when you were a player. But I'm wondering, how do you get familiar with all these teams that you haven't faced as a coordinator and you've got to know them inside and out?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've spent the last couple months studying our first two opponents, and then I've spent a ton of time studying Ohio State, and then I spent a lot of time studying Iowa because they're the first Big Ten opponent.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't want to get too far ahead of it because, you know, offenses change from year to year. Coordinators get their flavors of the year, flavor of the game. And you just don't want to get too far ahead of yourself thinking that you're going to study everybody because things do change and coaches change and players change. So that's where I put my focus. Ohio State, because we got to win that game. Iowa because it's the first Big Ten game, and then the first two opponents because we got to get off to a good start. Other coaches could be different, but that's what I do.
You spent over a decade on Kyle Whittingham's staff, and then obviously you were the head coach at BYU, transitioned to BYU, made them one of the top defenses in the country over the past 3 years. If you think back on your career and on those transitions, what core defensive philosophy has traveled with you through every stop? And is there anything that you've had to change at Michigan, either as far as philosophy goes or personnel?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I watched Kyle when I was a player and a young coach call this defense. I watched Gary Anderson call it. I watched Kalani call it. Everybody puts their own flavor and flair on it. I got to call it at Weber State. And one thing that was cool about that is I could try new things and it might not work. And you know what? Probably nobody knew. And Weber State was so amazing for me because I could really pinpoint and hone in on what I wanted to become as a play caller, as a head coach, as just an assistant coach. I just had so much growth and development. So going back to the question, I believe you got to be able to stop the run. No matter what the offensive scheme is, because they're all different, you got to be able to stop the run. I believe in man coverage when you can do it. Now, I'm not just going to force man just to force it, but I do believe in man coverage because it makes quarterbacks throw tight windows. And if you do it properly with good technique, everybody should be covered. Beyond that, I believe in keeping quarterbacks on their toes and not knowing what's going on in the secondary. So I think we do a good job with disguises. And then I want to keep them on their toes by not knowing if we're in man or cover 2 or cover 3 or whether we're blitzing. So we tried to do a good job of disguising, a good job of mixing it up. So if you're asking me like what I believe in, keep quarterbacks guessing on what's going on, make sure you can play some man coverage, and you got to do things to stop the run.
Jay Hill joining us, Michigan defensive coordinator right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've often heard, and Urban Meyer talked about this a lot when he was here, is that the ones in a lot of different places, the talent is there, but at some of these places that aren't quite, quote, as big as others, that it is the backups where they suffer. Now, I heard Kyle talk about Michigan, and he felt like you guys had some obviously great talent, but that you may be a little light in the depth, particularly at the secondary. Could you speak to the depth as far as coaching at Michigan and what you see some of the differences are?
Well, there's a couple things that happened here is when everything went down with Coach Moore, a lot of the players went in the portal because of the experience or whatever had happened, and it was the portal window time. And then when we got hired, your main job is to try to get your players that you want to stay out of the portal and back here at Michigan. So some of the depth things he might be talking about were when we first got here, you're fighting the portal. We believe that we'll get here and recruit at an elite level as good as anyone in the country, and we will not be dealing with depth issues for very long. But I can say this, across the country, nobody has the depth, even at the highest level, that they used to have. Like back 10 years ago when Nick Saban was at Alabama, his threes could probably beat most teams' ones. And they never left because you weren't getting more money somewhere else, or why would you leave to go somewhere that wasn't winning as much? And so Nick Saban and some of those teams back then just were loaded, 1s, 2s, 3s. Their depth was unbelievable. But now it's harder for teams to keep your depth because someone who's sitting as a backup at say, in Alabama, going back to Nick Saban, if you're at Alabama, you're a backup, you might be able to leave somewhere and make $300,000 or $400,000 more by going somewhere else and being a starter.
Right.
And so that's what's created an issue with depth is money. It's harder to keep your backups because they can go somewhere else to be a starter and make starter money.
Is there any difference? I mean, we know that there's expectations. You're at a major blue blood school now. Is there any difference coaching at Michigan compared to Utah to BYU? Is there any adjustment there, or are you just focused on the same fundamentals that you've always focused on, or does anything change when you're at Michigan?
Well, is there a difference? Yes. Does the process change? Absolutely not. At Utah and BYU, you were playing high caliber, big time football that those guys can go into any stadium in the country and win, and they've proven that both programs. So I don't think the process changes. Now, when you're at Michigan, you're going to play Ohio State, and you're going to have 100 million viewers. I mean, that's different. Mm-hmm. So there are things that are different. There are expectations that outside people, the media, and everybody else put on programs like Michigan. But, I mean, the fans at BYU and Utah, do they expect to win every game? Absolutely. Do the coaches go into every game expecting to win? Absolutely. It doesn't matter who we play. We're going in with the game plan and the process and the thought that we're going to win. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't change from place to place.
What's it like just living there? You've lived so long in Utah, and now you're in Ann Arbor. I assume you've been able to shoot par at Barton Hills Country Club and all that, but I'm just wondering, what's it like to live there?
You know what? Michigan has amazing people. I'd never been much in the Midwest. Amazing people, hardworking, very respectful. Ann Arbor is amazing because it's a very educated city. So much of it revolves around the university, but I've been super happy with the people. I've been elated with the program and the resources and the pride that the people take in Michigan, and not just in Michigan, but nationwide. I mean, our alumni base and fan base is amazing. So there's been so many cool things that this place has and represents, and really it starts with the people, great people.
And then I assume you got the membership at Barton Hills?
I don't have a membership there.
Well, then Kyle better take you.
The thing about golfing.
Yes, golf.
I wish I was a good golfer, but we really get to play about 1 or 2 months out of the year. So we never get our golf games completely greased up.
Well, I saw you that one time at the teed off. You were showing off at Ogden Country Club when we went up there to broadcast when you were at Weber. And you crushed one right down the middle.
Yeah, he's good.
And you didn't even have time to warm up.
You're downplaying this.
I know he is. He's sandbagging the people of Michigan right now.
No, I wish I got to play more, but as a coach, you just never will get that opportunity to play as much as you'd like to.
Hey, so you're sitting after a big win at Lehigh High School with Bart Brockbank and Cole Cooper. And you guys are like really excited about a win. And then you get to the end of the season, you guys end up going and playing college football at different places, and you go different directions. And I know you guys are all still good friends. Is coaching at Michigan something you always thought you were going to do, or is this something that's just evolved as you've coached at, different places? You're like, oh, this could be a possibility, this could be a possibility, and then it just keeps growing on itself? Or was this the plan from day one?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say this was the plan. When I started as a graduate assistant, I wasn't necessarily planning to be a coach. But as I was coaching through those first 2 years, I was like, I love it. I love it so much. I love the relationships. I love the intensity of it. I love the game days. And then, if you're a competitor, if you're going to do it, you want to do it at the highest level. Right. And so there were moments when I was at the University of Utah and I wanted to be a head coach. And so I took the Weaver job. And then I got aching for being back in the big stadiums and the atmospheres. And I went to BYU, and the place was amazing and wonderful. And they treated me so well. And being with Kalani again, just everything was so great. And then opportunities come where Luckily, I've had success, and I've been able to choose some between some good opportunities, but I've always felt like we, and I say we because the staffs at BYU and Utah, there are coaches there that can coach anywhere in the world. I mean, there are elite coaches on both those staffs. And I felt like if the opportunity came up at the right spot, then I would be willing to leave. But it would have had to have been a right spot, like a Michigan.
And there you are. And we'll be watching, Coach. It's going to be real interesting to see everybody because there's so many Utah connections. We've now got another local team we've got to follow, the University of Michigan. It's kind of funny the way it played out, so we'll be following it. And just like everybody else, I'll love you as long as you beat Ohio State.
Well, I love that. And just so you know, the fans are the same way here. If you beat Ohio State, they pretty much love you. The one thing I'm looking forward to, and I can't wait for this, I can't wait to watch the BYU-Utah game. I can't wait to watch how Coach Scally does at Utah, Coach Swan on defense, and like Coach Papinga on defense at BYU. There's so much fun stuff happening in both those programs at BYU. I can't wait, or in Utah. I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to watch both of them be successful. And now I'm in a spot where I can cheer for them both, which I love. So.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Jay, we appreciate you giving us some time this morning.
Okay, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Take care.
That is Jay Hill. Riley Jensen setting it up with his connections. He's known so many coaches in the state for many, many years and actually competed against them when he was quarterback at Snow and maybe Utah State a little bit there.
Yep.
So that's Jay Hill, now the defensive coordinator for the Michigan Wolverines. It's an incredible thing to say. And I like how he downplays it. Some coaches, everybody's got to have an ego, Riley. But how do players receive it when coaches just deflect? And Kyle did that for so many years. How'd you build a program? His go-to answer is it's all about the players. And as a former player, is that what you want to hear?
Well, like we were talking about with Steve Sarkisian yesterday, if it's authentic, and it is with Jay.
Right, they can sniff it out.
Yeah, you can sniff it out. You hear that crap, and then they come and they're ripping you or moving the goalposts on you. But yeah, you care about the players
because he's out there talking about how you have to, how lucky he was to be in situations to be successful. He's part of the reason why the situations that he was in, if not a significant reason, were successful.
I think the cool thing about Jay, though, is as good as he is, I think he does understand that there is some luck and fortune to the timing of things that happen to you. I don't think that takes away from your hard work ethic and all the things that you put into it. But when I was growing up, I used to watch John Elway on TV with my dad, and he's like, "Hey, just so you know, Riley, for every John Elway in the league, there's two more that were just as good that didn't make it." I'm like, "Dad, you don't know what you're talking about." You are crazy as you can be. And then as I've grown up and as I've played college football and as I've seen certain guys and certain coaches and different things happen, there is some fortune every once in a while too. And it's not even guys that like mess it up. It's just like some guys get in the right line at the right place at the right time and everything aligns. And it doesn't take away from how good these other quarterbacks were that maybe didn't make it. It just means that they were in the wrong line at the wrong time and somehow it didn't work out the way it was supposed to. And so for somebody like Jay to recognize that, I mean, he even just said it in the interview about how many good coaches there are that could coach anywhere in the world on the two staffs at BYU. He really believes that.
Yeah,
that's not something that he's just throwing out there.
Right.
And he feels very fortunate and very blessed. And I think that's why it's so easy to cheer for a guy like Jay.
Yeah, no question.
And when he deflects, like he even deflected on his golf game. I mean, he can flat out mash the ball in golf.
I've seen it.
When I was at Weber, when he was at Weber, I'm still at Weber. I'd come walking up right by the volleyball building to go talk to the volleyball team, and he's in one of the most competitive pickleball games that you can even imagine with like three other guys on the staff because they have these little pickleball courts by the volleyball.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, Dude is flat out competing at 40. He's 51. He's a year younger than me. And he's flat out competing over a pickleball game. And it was like must see lunchtime behavior for Weber State football staff. Like, they played pickleball every day in the spring at 12 to like 1:30, and it was hardcore. And it's just how he is, and the players love him because he's authentic. Jay's authentic. We talked about that yesterday. He's real to who he is.
All right, there you go. Coming up next, we'll get some Riley's insight on some quarterbacks, particularly one going into his second year at BYU. Stay with us next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is at patchy and slow from the point of the mountain all the way to the south interchange. Delays remain southbound Legacy Parkway and on I-15 around Parish Lane as they continue to dissipate after a grass fire earlier this morning over on the right shoulder of that stretch of freeway. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. There are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey Doug.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, man, you just heard Jay Hill, offensive coordinator for the Michigan Wolverines. You can get that on your podcast wherever you go. KSLSports.com has it. I want to tell you about the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate youth sports volunteer that you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. All right, now, talking about quarterbacks and talking about Underwood there at Michigan and how he was a starter as a first-year freshman. And what did you say? He had 11 touchdowns and 8 picks, and he's going to have to be better this year, and you believe he will be. Well, certainly he's going to have to be with that awesome powerhouse schedule that they've got that Michigan faces this year. And that's the same situation with Bear Bachmeier. He comes in as a first-year freshman, and we know what he does. And this year, I relate it back to when Aaron Roderick was on our air, offensive coordinator for BYU, and he was talking about the increased expectations for Retzlaff from his junior year to his senior year. Now we know he had the other issues off the field there, so his senior year didn't materialize at BYU. But Aaron had set some extremely high standards for Retzlaff going into his senior year in terms of completion percentage and whatnot. Now, what do you think that, and you know Aaron Roderick pretty well, his level of expectation would be for Bear Bachmeier going into his second year as a full-time starter?
Well, one of the things that I think is interesting about Bear Bachmeier, like just recently, he had like a Mount Rushmore tweet of his favorite, they interviewed him, I think, at Big 12 Days.
Big 12 Media Days, yeah, you're right.
They asked who the Mount Rushmore was. It's all running quarterbacks. It's Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
It's Cam Newton. It's Johnny Manziel. It's the only true passer in there was Joe Burrow, and he was the last one. Right?
Joe Burrow actually has been working with Underwood in the offseason there for Michigan.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
one of the things that I think is the next level thing for Bear, and Bear, watching Bear play quarterback, he's one of the most unique. He's a really unique quarterback to me in the sense that, he's built like a linebacker. He kind of walks like his gait
his
is like his numbers are linebacker.
I understand he dropped some weight this year,
but he's not your typical quarterback, and he loves to run the ball. I think A-Rod would like to just have I think if A-Rod could draw it up perfectly, he'd call for Bear to run on 4 to 6 plays, and then Bear would scramble on 4 to 6 plays. That would get him between 10 and 12 run plays. Well, 8 and 12 is really what I think it would be. And 8 and 12 runs a game would be much more comfortable for A-Rod than some of the games where they've been in a rivalry game and he's running it 20 times, because they got to keep him healthy. The other thing that I think, and I know that I've said this ad nauseum, so please forgive me if you've heard me say this before, but I think the biggest part of growth when you're playing college quarterback is you have to understand the moving parts in the middle of the field. The easiest throw to make when you first come into college football, right, is a fade down the sideline. It's a rollout and throwing an out. It's an out to the closest hash mark. It is a screen pass. It's those bubble routes. Those are all easy. He throws those really well. He has the arm strength to make any throw that he needs to make. But one of the things that I noticed in the 2 Texas Tech games that were disturbing to me is when he threw over the middle, I'm almost positive, and I haven't asked A-Rod this, so I don't know for a fact, but I'm almost positive that Aaron was actually having to tag who he was throwing to, because they were taking away all the outside throws and the streak balls. And they were like, yeah, no, we're going to make you read the middle of the field, and you've got to figure out how to do it. And he threw some costly interceptions in those games. And he had some accuracy issues because he wasn't as confident as he could be in the middle of the field. So when you're talking about young quarterbacks making growth and growing into the quarterback that you want him to be, that's where I think he's got to get a lot better. Is he's got to be able to make the throw over the top of a linebacker and in between a safety. He's got to be able to make a whip linebacker who's like the weak outside linebacker's life just miserable, because if he drops back, I'm going to hit the underneath. If he comes up, I'm going to hit the guy over the top. If he blitzes, I'm going to hit the guy right behind him that's running a slant. He's got to be able to throw over the middle with a little bit more intentionality and deliberateness. Now look, anybody can go watch the film and they go, well, I can show you where he threw. Yes, but it's not comfortable. There are some throws that he's made, and he's making that effort, but it's got to be a lot better this year for them to take the step that they want to take.
So how do you get that? I mean,
more reps, film study, working with A-Rod to understand what it is that you're trying to do on each play. Like, what do you really want from me on this? Now, that's where I think the consistency of A-Rod being in that program for longer and longer and longer now is.
Oh, yeah. He's been there many years now.
I mean, look, I played for 4 different offensive coordinators in 4 different years when I was in college.
That had to help.
No. I mean, it helped. I'll tell you where.
Some variety in life.
No, well, I'll tell you where it did help me is I have a lot of breadth and I have a lot of knowledge about offenses, because I had a guy by the name of Chico Canales, who coached the NFL, coached at NC State. He was my contact that got me to NC State. I played for Ed Larson, who was the 3-time state champion down at Lehigh, best offensive coordinator I've ever had. I played for Bob Petrino at Utah State before he was falling off motorcycles. And then and Norm Chow when I was at BYU, and then for Dave Arslanian. So I actually had 5 offensive coordinators, now that I'm naming them off, all really, really good. So it gives you some breadth. It doesn't give you any depth. So the key with A-Rod being there is that he's getting the depth of like what this offense can be. Mm-hmm. So I see him making those steps this year, but he also has to make those steps. So, but I don't see that as pressure. Like me going out on the microphone here and saying, hey, Bear Bachmeier has to be better over the middle of the field. I don't think he would listen to that and go, wow, this guy's being a real jerk to me. I think he'd be like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm working on.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's going to take my game to the next level. And then the next part of what I'm talking about here that's really, really important that keeps the chains moving on drives. That keeps you on the field longer as an offense. It keeps you in this ability to keep these big playmakers off the field in the Big 12. And you're driving to score a touchdown on a field goal instead of going 3 or 6 and out.
Yeah.
And now you're giving the ball back to some big-time players on the other team that can score points against you.
Do you think that Aaron Roderick unleashes the playbook? I mean, we expect that, but I'm wondering if that really happens. Because you can't go into it and be reckless just because you're a second-year starter. You haven't necessarily proven it yet.
No, I think every year when you're an offensive coordinator, I've done offensive coordinating in some way, shape, or form for like almost my whole life, at least since college, right?
Yeah.
You put in what a quarterback can handle, and you put in what your receivers can handle, because like there's certain things some receivers can do. Like every once in a while, you have a really, really cerebral wide receiver that it doesn't matter what defense they throw, whether they have a 2-high defense, a 1-high defense, a man-to-man defense, they know exactly what route they should run and how they should run it to get open. Every once in a while you get those. But there's teams where you have really, really physical and athletic wide receivers who can't read a defense, and so everything has to be scripted for them. And that makes the offense a little clunky in the passing game sometimes when you don't have guys that are cerebral wide receivers. And I don't know the wide receivers personally down there. I know they've lost a bunch of wide receivers. I'm hoping that there's a couple of cerebral ones. They don't have to, and those guys that I'm talking about that are cerebral, they don't have to be the biggest burner. It's like, I just spaced his last year, number 2 for BYU.
Chase
Roberts, very cerebral. Wasn't the fastest guy, wasn't a burner, wasn't the guy that like could get behind every defense. Very cerebral and could find the holes in the defense to get himself open and make himself really, really valuable. Very cerebral receiver. Do they have somebody like that this year? I hope so. But all of that has to be taken into account for A-Rod when he's deciding to open up the playbook or not. Is LJ Martin healthy? Is he running the ball effectively? Is the offensive line opening holes for him? And there's a lot of things that go into whether you really open up the playbook.
Yeah, because that's what I'm wondering, because they've got this situation where they got Martin, who was the offensive player of the year last year in the Big 12, which says something to me. That says a lot.
Why do we not talk about him enough?
Because it focuses so much on the quarterback, but I get your point. This kid, and I love the way he runs. He runs so smooth, man. He's not really a herky-jerky guy, man. He just looks like he's gliding as he runs.
He's really good. My brother and I were talking about BYU football the other day, and he brought up LJ. He's like, why doesn't anybody talk about LJ? And I actually think it's because he makes things look so easy and smooth.
Yeah, I think he does.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, he makes hard runs look really easy.
He's a glider, not a runner. The way he moves, his body seems to always be under control. And his personality is like that. The guy has no flamboyance to him whatsoever. He's for a star, he's about as low key as it comes. You're dealing with guys like they had Jamal Williams. The guy, I mean, that guy is, and he was great, no doubt about it. Played many years in the NFL.
However,
but he's in flamboyant as they come.
Yeah, how many guys are going to compare the story of the Good Samaritan to the Bloods and the Crips?
Yeah,
that's Jamal Williams.
I mean, he was a great interview. Always a smile, always laughing. Reminds me of a Devin Dampier, only more over the top than Devin. Devin is a great interview too. He's always on top. He's always on his game, and he's always in a great mood. Life is great. I'm getting paid to play quarterback at the University of Utah. What more do I want? And he's just a charismatic guy. Jamal Williams was that way too, at a higher level. You talk to LJ, and he'll give you good answers, but he's so
not flamboyant.
calm. No, but it's so reflective of the way he runs. We used to see like Reggie Bush would come off with these startling plays. How did he do that? LJ, you don't necessarily say how did he do that, but he's just as productive.
But that's what's so fun about great players, though. I mean, Tom Brady was like this. Drew Brees was like this a little bit, in the sense that the great ones make really, really hard plays look easy. They make them look like, one of the things that I talk about with quarterbacks all the time that people don't realize is a swing route to your running back is not a very easy throw. And it's one of those throws that makes you look really bad as a quarterback when you miss a swing route. Like when he's running straight away from you to the sideline and you throw the swing route, guys like Tom Brady and Drew Brees and these great quarterbacks, they make those throws look like it's like stealing candy from a baby. And then you see a quarterback that misses it, and we all want to kill him. I'm telling you, like, that route right there takes a lot of practice. When you got a big dude who doesn't catch the ball as well as your receivers does, running full speed away from you, he's got to turn his head around. You have to throw it perfect every time. And when you don't, it looks really, really bad. But when you do it all the time, everybody's like, oh, yeah, I mean, that's what you do. You throw a swing route for 8-9 yards to the sideline. And it's not an easy throw.
With L.J. Martin on the team, that's why I keep hearing all the playbook's going to be open. Bear's going to be unleashed. He's going to be uncaged. And I'm thinking, well, wait a second here, man. Is that really true? Won't we see a lot of the same stuff that we saw last year? Because it worked, first of all. It clearly worked. They won a ton of ball games with him. And you have a kid like a Martin who he has opportunity to set the all-time rushing record at BYU. Is that what it is?
Yes, he had 1,305 yards last year. That got him within, he's about 1,300 yards away from the all-time leading rushing record. And considering,
who is the all-time? Curtis Martin?
Curtis Martin.
I mean,
it's not Curtis Brown. It's actually
is it Harvey?
It's Algier, I believe.
Algier got it?
Yeah, Jamal took it from Harvey. I think Algier then reset it. He has a situation where he didn't play essentially the entirety of the Iowa State game last year. Remember how limited he was in the first Texas Tech game? I think he had 1,300 yards in, let's say, 10 games roughly last year.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a full 12, 13, 14 games this season. He could run away with that record.
Ah, Yock's got him in the playoff. I see what he done there.
Well, that's the hope.
He's just a good.
Isn't that the hope, though?
For them it is, yeah.
He's
no
a
question.
really good player.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, I don't know. That's my whole point. I don't know that I expect more out of Bear because the offense, as Kalani says, get me in the end zone. I don't care how you get there. Just get me there. And so why wouldn't you take it? I think we might be overestimating Bear's progression. And it's nothing against him, but it's more, especially with the receivers being a collective unknown compared to what they were last year. Now, they were still, if you look at it last year, at the beginning of this time, nobody had any idea, at least I didn't, that Kingston was going to blow up to the level that he did and was almost a 1,000-yard receiver. And we're going to pick anybody, we're going to pick Chase thinking that that's the case. And we knew, I believed Carson Ryan was going to be a good player. That wasn't a surprise. He'd been around enough to know. So I'm wondering just how the offense is going to look. I want to see Bear do what he did last year, maybe at a little higher level, not necessarily do a lot of different things compared to last year.
For the second time in my life.
You agree with me?
I do.
I knew you were going to say that.
No, I mean, it's true, though. Like, you can only open up the offense so much. Yeah. There's some things that I think hold the offense back as far as, like, throwing the ball next year. And so I do think you're going to see a lot of what you saw last year.
Right, that's where I'm going.
Bear and LJ running the ball, establishing the run game, being strategic and surgical in your passing game.
Well, I think the big story to take out of this segment, as we know, that Riley Jensen has been right at least twice in his life. I think that's the most important thing.
Isn't it what they say, a broken clock is right twice a day?
Yeah, the squirrel finds the occasional nut.
Well played, Patrick. Well played.
All right, we also got to talk about money. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started.
Hall of Famer bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no. We should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in summer league either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have. And if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in summer league and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game day.
Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
That is the music of the Black Crows. I recognize it now. We are giving away tickets to see them coming up in a couple weeks. Caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663 will win a pair of tickets to see the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 13th. 801-575-9663. 575-ZONE. Caller 12, and you will see the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 13th out there on the west side. Okay, have at it. Start your calling. Ready, go! All right, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, you've coached high school level ball. You talk about coaching college, and you've coached so many different levels and know so many different people. Weber State, our guy Eric Kerr, has got their practices going on now because they play early against Northern Colorado. First 3 games are on the road, including at Colorado, Deion Sanders' team. What level of adjustments do you think that somebody going from high school, not to be an assistant position coach, but going from high school to head coach, that's a big jump.
So let me just start by saying Eric's he's an incredibly charismatic personality. Like, the players are going to love him. The coaches that coach with him are going to love him. I think there's been a little bit, I think inadvertently, the whole Michigan staff going to Michigan messed with his coaching staff a little bit.
How so?
Believe it or not. So Eddie Heckert, for example, was going to be the defensive backs coach. He's at Michigan now. And he had played at Weber and had played at...
Jay Hill guy.
Yeah, Jay Hill ended up taking him. And so there's 2 things that I think are really hard as a high school coach, and I think he's going to be able to overcome it. I don't know if he overcomes it in year 1, right? Because I don't think they're quite there as far as having all the players in place that they want.
You got to have talent.
They have some really good players, and they've hustled really hard. So, like, it's not like they're not out there, like, doing it. They're just, you got to have a certain amount of bodies on a team, and you got to have a certain amount of depth. I don't think he quite has it yet. I think he would tell you that. I don't think this is me. Here's where I think it'll be a little bit difficult. I think the hardest part for a high school coach to do is to put together a really good staff. I think that's a harder part than anything. Now, I think he has some parts there. I don't know if he has all the parts that he really wants. I mean, we'd have to give him truth serum to, like, actually really say whether he has all the coaches that he wants.
Yeah.
I think that's hard. And then I think getting all of your coaches on the same page and having the same standard for who you're recruiting to come in and how you want to recruit them. Now, Weber's in a little bit of a unique situation because when you look at a high school film and you see a really good player, well, if he's a really good player on a high school film, he's going to get offered by Utah or BYU. And you're not going to get him.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to have, like, a standard and have an understanding of, like, where this player fits with Weber State and why he fits at Weber State. And that takes a couple of years, I think, to, like, really establish with your coaching staff and even with yourself about how am I going to compete in this league. And to be honest with you, a lot of people call the Big Sky Conference kind of either the SEC or the Big Ten of FCS football. Right? It's a really good conference. And
no question.
You have to get good players. You got to figure that out. So I think those are the 2 hardest things as a high school coach. Really, maybe hardest things to do as just a new head coach. Now, but if you're a new head coach from, like, another college, you kind of have established, like, what your standard is for what you're going to recruit.
Yeah.
And how you're going to do that. But I'll say this. I have an 11-year-old son right now. I don't know if he hopes to play college. He loves every sport, so I don't even know that football is his number 1 sport right now. He plays football, basketball, and baseball. But if my son were to play college football, I would love to send him to Lance Anderson at Utah Tech, Eric Kerr at Weber State, Kalani Sitake, Morgan Scally, and Bronco Mendenhall. I think those are 5 of the very best men that I would want to send my kid to play with. I think that rivals anywhere in the country. Those are good dudes. Great coaches, good people, would take care of your son. I think we are in one of the most unique situations in the state of Utah right now as far as, like, good men being at the helm of the universities here in the state of Utah. Now, I don't know the Southern Utah coaches well. I don't know him at all. I'm not saying he's not. But those 5, if my kid played for any of those 5, I'd be like, oh, how awesome is this? Let's put on the hat and let's ride into the sunset. This is going to be a fun thing for my son.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable people. Like, Eric Kerr is as charismatic. If he were sitting in this room right now, he would have some story in between segments that would be laced with a couple of curse words that we can't throw on air. And you and I would be eating up the stories. We'd be eating up the stories.
I think he makes fun of me too much, though.
He makes fun of everybody, you big baby. You're not unique.
Oh, I'm not at all.
It's called the spotlight effect. You're like, oh, he's picking on me. No, he picks on everyone.
He likes to ride people.
You think he's just picking on you.
He likes to ride people. Well, it would upset my wife.
Because he teased you too much?
No, he teased her.
Oh, well.
I worked with him for many years.
That's a whole, like, listen, one of the hardest things I've had to learn in my marriage is that I cannot tease my wife the way I used to tease my teammates. And that's kind of how you show you love your buddies. We tease the heck out of each other.
Oh, I know.
I have a friend that tells me, this is his joke with me. He's like, if the Lord and Savior himself walked through that door, you'd make fun of his sandals, Riley.
That might be a little bit stretching it. One of my proudest moments was when Bronco Mendenhall made fun of me.
That is a sign of endearment.
Right.
And that probably doesn't come easy from him.
Yeah. I remember.
Because that's not his natural
No, it's not.
MO.
But he felt comfortable enough around me to tease me.
That is actually phenomenal.
And I used to love it when Kevin O'Connor, an Irishman from back east, we got a little bit of background.
Yeah.
And he would give me crap all the time. And I loved it.
Oh,
that's what I do.
In some ways, I've actually read some psychological studies on this. One of the reasons why it happens in the locker room so much, and I want to dig deeper into this. I'm thinking about going to some more schooling because I want to study this a little bit. One of the reasons why the college and high school locker room is, and really even like little league sports is really important, is because your ability to take teasing is an indicator as to whether your teammates can trust you under pressure situations. And there's some correlation that some of the teasing that takes place is put in place not consciously, subconsciously, to see, hey, can PK take it? Can he handle a little bit of pressure? I'm going to tease him a little bit here to see if he's really my guy, see if he can really handle like an adverse situation. And then if you respond to that well, and you give it back to me, or in some way you deflect it in a funny way, or there's a million ways to react to it. But if you can't take it, you can get like removed from the hierarchy of a team if you're not careful. So guys do that not only to show that they care about someone, but to find out whether I can trust you or not.
I got it. Yeah. Riley Jensen is also a mental health performance coach. He has a website. If you want his services, what is your website?
rjpg.net. That's like Riley Jensen Performance Group.net. rjpg.net.
rjpg.net. And he works with a lot of different people doing some great work. Okay, when we come back, we're talking about a quote that the Iowa coach said about imbalance relative to money. We'll get to that next. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. Thanks for joining us on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Riley Jensen sitting in for DJ. I want to read you a quote about Kirk Ferentz, the longtime coach at Iowa, who is the most tenured coach in college football. I think Kyle Whittingham is number 2 as far as that goes. But he said about the growing imbalance Big Ten is having their football meetings in Chicago this week. When we went to the Rose Bowl in 1981, the 13 years prior, there were 2 teams that went to the Rose Bowl from the Big Ten. So basically everybody was lining up in August for 3rd place. If we're not careful, we're going to get that kind of imbalance in college football. That's just how I see it. You know, and I think he's talking about money. And earlier this week we saw that Ohio State is going to get patch sponsorship that they'll put, I guess, somewhere on their jerseys, up by their shoulder pads probably, with J.P. Morgan Chase for $17 million annually. And then we saw that Notre Dame is going to do a deal with SoFi that's going to be worth between $18 and $20 million. So there's talk of the haves and the have-nots with this money situation, and it does work a little bit of both ways. As I think we've seen, we've all known that there's some schools that have been paying for a long time, and we saw the SEC do that, and we had Jay Hill talking about why would anybody leave Alabama? You're not going to get more money, and you're going to win and all that stuff. And now with the money, you can go someplace else, maybe get more playing time and money. So are we going to have an exclusive club that's going to be reliant on money? Which Texas Tech hadn't won a league ever, literally, in football. And then they won it last year. And the year before, they hadn't won more than 8 games since Mike Leach, which was 15, 20 years earlier. And now they're dominated last year, only had 1 loss, and expected to be all that again this year because they got a couple of guys pumping in untold amounts of money into their program. And, you wonder how the fan base is going to receive it. How's it going to accept it? I'm talking about the general fan base. If it's your fan base and they're paying, you're going to love it because it's going to win, and fans don't care about the money. They just want to see your team win, and that's all that matters to them as long as they're doing it in an ethical manner. And right now, paying players is ethical. So with that in mind, what do you think, man? Is it going to get worse or going to get better? How's it going to play out?
I actually think that it evens it all out. And look, I appreciate the comments by Kirk Ferentz, and he's worried about Iowa,
of course,
the University of Iowa.
If he had a sugar daddy, he wouldn't be worried about it.
It's actually his pitch to the boosters. It's his clever way of saying, we don't have enough money, guys. Bring it in. It's a lot better than what your Arizona State coach is doing every time where he's like, I know we got a billionaire somewhere in this valley here in Phoenix. He's done it like 6 times now.
He needs to do it 7 times. He needs to do it 8 times. He needs to do it 9
obnoxious.
times.
I think
sure, but that's the reality of it.
No, I know.
Would you rather have the truth or would you rather backdoor it?
Kirk Ferentz is telling the truth. It's just the approach that I like better. No,
I want the truth.
Okay. So,
and you with Dillingham, you can't handle the truth.
You're just a little sensitive right now because I picked on your Devils.
I appreciate what he's begging for money.
He is begging.
I threw a 5 spot on him.
Look.
I gave him a $5 bill when we were down in Dallas a couple weeks ago.
Shook his hand, gave him a $100 bill.
5. I said, I used to tell him, they called me in 1987 and they said, hey, we need some money for the school. I said, well, you went to the Rose Bowl. I'll give you $25. And I told him, I said, you go to the Rose Bowl again, I'll up it to 30.
That's nice of you.
And they haven't been back since.
Oh, they went back.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they went back once with Jake Plummer.
I
gave him 30.
Give him 30?
Okay. And I thought they had that win, dude. I thought they had that.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't speak.
Freaking Joe Germain.
I hate it. I told Joe Germain, I hate your guts.
Dude, I didn't play against Joe Germain, but I have like some circles with him because he played at Scottsdale Community College and I played at Snow, and there's some couple of players that I knew from Scottsdale.
Yeah, and the Devils wanted him at defensive back. He wanted to be a quarterback.
I told Joe that he ruined some good feelings that I had going for Arizona State.
I hated him.
Because I loved Jake. I loved watching Jake in college.
He coached or he played the indoor football up here. So I got to
that's right. He was with the Blaze for me.
Yeah, I told him I hated his guts. I think he's back down in Valley coaching high school ball.
So here's why I think that it evens out, and that I think Coach Ferentz is a little bit wrong in the way that he's saying this. Let's take Jacob Rodriguez, star linebacker for Texas Tech last year. Unbelievable player. Okay, really, really good football player. I mean, that guy was all over the field against BYU.
Heart and soul of that team.
All over the field against the University of Utah. Amazing player. That guy is 2nd or 3rd string at Alabama for his whole career in the past. 2nd or 3rd string. Maybe never sniffs the field, but stays at Alabama, tells everybody he played for Alabama. He comes back. He's still a hometown hero, even though he got minimal playing time at Alabama.
I understand.
But the reason why we know Jacob Rodriguez is because he got paid good money to go to Texas Tech. And Texas Tech is a really good football team because they have oil money to pay people now.
Sure. Well, good for them.
But
how does that even it out?
That
just helps Texas Tech.
Well, but there's 4 billionaires within 20 miles of BYU that are donating money to BYU, so that evens that one out. And then
but if you have the money, you win. How does that even it out? That evens it out against Alabama. That's always the standard. Alabama.
Well, it evens it out against Michigan. It evens it out against Ohio State. It evens it out against Florida. It evens it out against Georgia.
So
because they don't get to stockpile
5 more teams.
They don't get to stockpile 15 players that could have been really big stars on every other team.
Great. So you let 5 more in. That doesn't even it out. Even it out means you got 50.
More than 5.
I got 50.
There's more than 5.
I'm making a point. So there's 10. Whoop-de-freaking do.
That's more balanced than we used to have.
But that doesn't even it out. Now you've moved the goalpost. But you've gone from more balance to even it out.
But it's going the right. It's going the right direction, and it's going to even out.
It is not.
People are going to get more money.
That's not. No, they're going to give more money in the short term. And I've used this example, and DJ, we've cited it. The Eagles throw their name on the building, and it sits there for 25 years. Well, you got to go every single year, and not everybody's going to win every single year. And these teams, they're going to get these donors are going to get tired. I'm not going to give this money every year.
Well, yeah, I am.
Just to win a couple of football games.
Here's why. Here's why.
No.
Because now they have more access to those players than they ever had. If I'm the guy that's in charge of the NIL that pays Cam Reiser, I get more access to him. He's at my house. Sorry. Right.
I was going to say rising.
Sorry, guys. Come on. You knew what I meant. So now I have access to him. He actually gets to come over for Sunday dinner to my house.
That's sick.
It is sick. But that's why people give money, because they're sick.
But asking him to do it over and over and over and over.
Well, but over and over and over again, it's just another quarterback or another wide receiver. For the rest of my life,
it's not.
I get to be good friends with the main players.
Who did you just cite? You didn't cite a receiver or quarterback. You cited Jacob Rodriguez, a third-string linebacker at Alabama, according to your own words that came out of your mouth. And
he was a star at Texas Tech.
Right.
We bring him in. I get to have him over at dinner. He gets to shake hands with my kid, play catch with my kid. I love that memory. I don't care how much it costs.
Right. And then they got wiped.
And then the next year, it's Will Hammond. And the next year, you think Texas Tech's not ever going to get into the national championship game the way they're going right now?
No.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Well, yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are.
Why do you say no?
Because they're in Lubbock, Texas.
So?
And
we just had Bloomington, Indiana.
Hey,
right, but that ain't Lubbock, Texas.
You would live in Lubbock, Texas right now if they were paying $1 million a year to do sports radio.
Sure, but they can get somebody.
Players are the same way.
Right, but they can get that money somewhere else. Because it's just going to go up and up. Kyle Whittingham's talking about it. He just said it this week.
Why?
We're going to have $50 million rosters next year.
You think Baton Rouge is a better place to live than freaking Lubbock?
No, LSU's a better program than Lubbock.
Right now.
Historically. And
right.
Yeah, and I do
think
it's
a
better
evening
place.
out.
No, it's even.
That's
Texas,
my point.
Yeah,
That's my point.
Texas Tech is evening out. I'll give you that. But you're still having a select few. You're having a difference between the haves and the have-nots. And the haves,
but the have-nots were never
been SC, Ohio State. Those guys will still be there. Then you let in Vandy. You let in Texas Tech. You let in Indiana. Who the heck else is getting let in? BYU, except
Utah,
they're not going to have the money. Utah's not going to have the money of Texas Tech.
They have an investment group now.
Good for them. Then if that works, everybody will have an investment group.
Right, and it'll even all out.
But you won't have this. And if everybody has the same amount of money, then it's going to go right back to this. No, it's not. Because
then it's even. If they all have the same amount of money, it's now even. And then it becomes who coaches better.
It's the same amount of money among the elite. It's not the same amount of money among UTEP.
You know how
it's not the same amount of money at Iowa State.
You want to know how I'm right?
It's not the same amount of money at Iowa, according to the 72-year-old.
You want to know why I'm right?
Because I do.
Because you're yelling at me. You're talking over the top of me.
Because it's my show. I'm an East Coast dude who talks passionately.
That condescending New Jersey.
I didn't want to use it, but you forced me.
See how you talk to West Coasters? This is how you do it.
You forced me.
Yeah,
you forced me to
I'm
pull
right.
rank.
I forced you to yell at me because
I didn't
you
want
know
to
I'm
pull
right.
rank.
You know
no,
I'm right.
I had to be heard because you were screaming.
I was not
There's a difference
screaming.
between yelling and screaming. I was talking passionately. You were screaming.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I know
You sound
exactly.
like my
Only
wife.
I said worse.
Sound like my wife.
Yeah. It's still Kirk has got this issue here, and he's asking for money, but he's in his 70s, so
Poor
he's
Kirk's
out the
been
door.
making millions of dollars for years at Iowa.
But he wants to win. Everybody wants to win.
He doesn't want to win. He wants more money.
Well, that's one and the same. Money equals. And like BYU, they had to pay up to keep Kalani and his people, or else they were going to lose because Penn State was going to pay more money. Eventually, somebody's going to pay more money, and the more money
I
you
don't
pay,
feel bad for Kirk Ferentz.
No, neither do I. But it's about the institution of college football, and where are we going there?
He's doing just fine. Iowa's doing great.
Right, but he's playing for third place. Only now he's playing for fifth place because they let in Oregon.
In Indiana?
And Indiana's got guys like Mark Cuban, and they got their jollies by winning, and they tasted that. And that's, I told you, winning is the ultimate intoxication. I told you that on Monday, and that'll never change.
No,
and that's why people want
fame.
to do it.
It's fame.
It's winning. Man, winning brings all the issues and all the joys that you want.
What do people that win and have money actually really want?
To win and get more money.
No, they get bored with it. They want power. They want power
and
after that.
It only comes through winning. How did Mark Cuban get to have that? Because the Mavericks became a winning organization, and he got to the top. If he would go, Donald Sterling had it with the Clippers. He had more money than anybody, and they sucked year after year after year.
Yeah, because he wanted to run like a company that was actually
But he got no fame for it. It comes through winning. What did Jerry Buss, who was just a land developer in LA,
he just measured winning different.
Winning gives you that fame. It gives you that, you get to be the jock sniffer. You get the 20-year-old come over to your house for dinner and you're 60. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Who cares about that? But that's what they want. I agree with you on that. They are. The BYU guy used to call them jock sniffers. They'd be around. I saw a guy, I didn't see it. I was told somebody went into BYU's locker room after a game and told a coach who they should play because he gave money. Yeah, John Huntsman, the great John Huntsman, who's done phenomenal work. He's deceased now, did phenomenal work for so many great things, the cancer and yada, yada, on and on and on. And he got access to Don Nelson and NBA people through Majerus. That's what they want.
Yeah, no,
and that's what they get. So they're going to keep giving money. There's going to be a bunch of schools that can't give money. Your Utah State is going to get even more devalued. They're not going to get higher. They're going to fall further behind.
But it doesn't matter which system they were in. They're not valued.
Yeah, but yet when Gary Anderson was there and they had the top 20 team, you love that season.
But if there was one billionaire that could pay for them, they'd be valued.
Right. Yes. Talk about making my point. Yes.
Well, but that makes it. But
that doesn't even it out.
It does.
Utah State is going to fall further behind. That's a fact.
Right now.
And in 5 years, in 10 years, and they got that one dude who gives all the money.
Jimmy Lobb.
Yeah. But, and that's not enough. You need more than that.
Right.
Yeah. So you're just going to
find them.
You're going to create. How about you put some modifications? The coaches are telling us. Kyle's saying we need guardrails.
This is
he's at Michigan, and they burn money in the winter to stay warm.
This is a socialist idea that you've got going on right now.
I didn't vote for that guy. Don't you slap that on me.
Even it out. Make sure everybody gets some. That's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing.
But yet
you call them guardrails. They call it common sense
common sense. And we're going to find out how much. And you're in the psychology of it.
I can't believe that you hate the fact.
I hate you.
I can't believe that you hate a good, like, strong, like, capitalistic society.
No, I want to see what the Utes were able to do by identify and develop. Now it's identify, develop, and pay.
It's capitalism.
Pay. But
you want socialism.
All the negatives that are going to come from this, you just wait. When we see these guys who
survival of the fittest.
They don't know how to read or write, but they got all this money, they got all these hanger-oners, and all these people that want to come to them, and we're already having child support. You already told me a story of a college kid who has to freaking pay child support, and he's paying. Do we need college kids having to pay child support?
If they
Is
make
that
money,
really where we want to go?
If they make money, they better pay their child support,
and that's in the best interest of the infant, right? That to get where he or she comes into this world by not with a husband and wife, by somebody who's paying child support at 18 years old. That's really good for society. I hope we have more of that.
You're blaming that on NIL?
It's going to happen because it happened in the look at all these people in professional sports that have to pay child support.
It's better that kid is actually getting child support than nothing under the old system. Because the kid would have just been on scholarship.
If I have a pair of dirty socks, it's better that I have 2 pair of dirty socks. That's what you're comparing it to.
No, that's not the same. That's not apples to apples.
It's apples to kumquats. No, I nailed it.
No, you didn't.
All the stuff the problems that are going to come with money.
You've been yelling this whole segment. I am so right now. And it really bothers you that you're not for a capitalistic society.
Right, because
you're for
painting
socialism.
me as so left.
Because you're socialist.
Next, you're one step away from calling me a communist, and I voted for Reagan both times.
Listen, communism is just
Reagan,
Communism is just well-developed socialism.
Look at you.
That's all it is.
I'm going to 2 things right now. I'm going to go to break, and I'm going to go to the bathroom and throw up because of what you just said. That's unheard of.
I just can't believe
on my show.
An established
25
capitalist,
years into
an
it,
established
and you're talking
guy
about that
loves a roaring economy in America is cheering for socialism in college football.
No, you know what I'm cheering for?
I just can't believe that.
I'm cheering for a billionaire to come to the Devils, and when they get that, I'm cheering for 2 billionaires.
That's socialism.
And when they get that, I want 3 billionaires.
Why are you upset about it then? That's a beautiful thing for your school.
It's socialism, but you're the one who's telling me this is going to even it out. That makes, as my buddy in high school once said, a hell of a sense. 97.5.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Sports Zone will get you caught up on what we missed, and hopefully Riley will have repented and set up a meeting for Tuesday night with his ecclesiastical authority, and we can square this away
came over
right
last
now.
Night. Don't worry.
You need to go there.
No, listen.
Well, yeah, that was
like
with the
your
initial
religion,
guy. Now you need to go to the 12 at a higher
like
level.
Your religion, I paid for a cell of indulgence that paid for future sins before I even got here.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, come join me because you're going to be down there.
Storm clouds are looming overhead right now.
Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started.
Hall of Famer bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no. We should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in summer league either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have, and if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in summer league and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories, backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations, but by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk up.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Subaru is a proud recipient of the 2026 Subaru Love Promise Heart Award. Come find out why at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
When Utah turns up the heat, turn down dinner stress. Escape to Ruth's Chris for sizzling steaks, cool surroundings, and a dining experience worth savoring. Ruth's Chris, downtown Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations at ruthschris.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, what we've been talking about today. Talked a little NFL football. Our guy, Clint Kubiak, new Raiders coach, saying that Kirk Cousins is going to be the starter, and you like that. You don't think that they should throw Fernando Mendoza right off the start and have Fernando Mania.
I'm always a fan when a high-level draft pick doesn't have to start right away. I thought it was decent. I thought it was a decent thing for Jackson Dart last year. I think when quarterbacks don't have the pressure to come in and put the franchise on their shoulders right away, they get a chance to catch up to the speed of the game. They get a chance to catch up to everything. And I noticed you're not yelling anymore this semester or this segment.
I'm not in school, Riley. I've taken you to school, but I am not in school.
Listen, taking me to school does not mean yelling louder than I do.
And that's
your
hard to do.
argument was
My
not.
stomach hurts right now.
I have a booming voice. It's not a yelling voice.
Oh, okay.
It's a quarterback voice.
Yeah. Well, we're not at the line of scrimmage. In
Well,
fact,
it feels like we are.
I just got a sack. I got a TFL.
You did not. I freaking saw the blitz. I checked down. I hit the slant right behind your ear.
In fact, I got multiple sacks. And right now, I can sit here and proudly proclaim that I experienced the joy of sacks.
I'll tell you, the guy that I feared the most in football was not the guy that yelled, "Oh, trips right, trips right. We got trips right." That guy's nervous. That's how you acted last segment. The guy who I feared was the guy, when I sent somebody in motion, he watched the guy go in motion with his eyes, and he looked back at me like, what?
Oh, yeah.
That guy I feared. And you're the loud barking linebacker right now. That's what you are. I'm not nervous.
No.
You don't scare me because you talk loud.
I am Bill Parcells. Yeah.
Bill Parcells.
I made you put the guy in motion.
You might be Bill Parcells, but you're not telling the truth, and so I can't count on you, Mr. Inauthentic.
My whole life is the truth. In fact,
you can't handle the truth.
They're going to put that on my tombstone.
You can't handle the truth.
He told the truth. That's what's going to be on my tombstone.
This epitaph keeps getting longer. And
why do I feel like on Monday he had something else that he put on his...
I've produced the show for 12 and a half years now,
There's
Riley.
like 3,700 things on his...
his epitaph is going to be... It's going to have to be an obelisk that's, I don't know, however long. And I suggested a while ago to DJ that it needs to be like a screen that just rotates through.
No, we're going to have the Washington Monument.
No, we're going to have that.
The Washington
and we're going to have it be
Monument
sponsored because I'm the ultimate team guy. I will be making the company money even after I'm dead. That's how loyal
He's a big
I am
BYU
to this
fan.
company.
Entrada will be on there.
You know what it starts with, right, though? There's one word.
What's that?
You know this, PK. Come on.
What word?
Irregardless.
Yeah.
That's where it starts.
That's a cliche.
So mad.
You got to wait until you don't start the rookie. Why not? Jaden Daniels did just fine.
Well, no, I think it's okay if you do. I think you increase the percentage chance of being good if you don't start him to begin with. I don't think it's any different. Listen, I don't think it's any different than this. When BYU was having their run of incredible quarterbacks, and this is all right in my wheelhouse, from like 8 years old to like 18 years old, you had...
Times have changed.
But no, I know they have. That's my argument here. You had a run of like Gifford Nelson, Mark Wilson, Jim McMahon, Steve Young, Robbie Bosco, couple of bad years in there, and then you had Ty Detmer, right? So you had this run.
Of those guys.
But all of those guys
weren't any good.
Those bums have all this hardware.
I can't even talk now. I like... That's like when I'm arguing with my 7-year-old daughter and I say it's time to go to bed because it's dark outside. She goes, "It's not dark outside." Look, the argument's over. Like, there's no argument if you're not on the same playing field. You can't tell me who are those guys. Anyway, the argument is this: they all had like 2 years to watch, and then they became All-Americans in their own right, set all kinds of records in their own right.
I know, against Long Beach State.
But you can't do that. Well, it doesn't matter who you're playing if you're developing quarterbacks. No, like, they all have to develop. It doesn't matter who you're playing. Like, quarterbacks at Utah State still have to develop. It doesn't matter what your schedule is. You still have to develop.
I understand that, but you don't necessarily need to sit. Joe Burrow didn't sit. Jaden Daniels didn't sit.
But nobody lets you do that anymore, even in college football. It doesn't mean that system isn't the better way to me. It's the better way. If you want to develop a really, really high-level quarterback,
it's the outdated way.
Okay, because you're new school. You're real new school. Everything you do is new school.
I agree.
Like, you're not old school at all.
I agree.
You are not like, hey, when I tell you to run that through that wall, it's because I said so. You're the guy that sits down and goes, hey, let me tell you all the ways that it's important for you to run through that wall.
No, if I trust someone, I'll do it.
No,
I don't trust you.
That's old school.
No, that's so are the 10 Commandments. I adhere to each one of them. Religiously, I might add. And I'm not even a religious person. I
What
adhere
does that
to
even
them.
mean?
What?
Religious person.
Goes up to the mountaintop on Sundays. That's what you need to know.
I mean, what's the difference between a religious person and a spiritual person? One goes to church.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just I pray for mercy every time I pray. I need it. I need it more than ever. So we'll see what happens there. I just don't. I don't know that you need to waste guys. Just have them stand there and hold a clipboard for 2 seasons like Jordan Love did. And I know Jordan Love is your guy, so they do that. I understand that.
I mean, it works. It still works.
It can work, but it doesn't. It's not the only way that it works. What do you think of this playoff? Tony Batiti at the Big Ten meetings saying 2014 playoff, and
he wants to get it done by like next year.
Yeah. So I'm all for eliminating the conference championship game.
Well, yeah, because I think it hurts some people.
I don't. What's the point of playing 9 conference games?
Well, it was money
and having 1 game.
Well, it was money.
So expand the playoff, and that takes care of the money.
Takes care of the money. I totally agree.
But do we need to go to 24? Can we do that? Get it accomplished at 16.
That's where I don't know. So here, let me give you an example of just like my little league football team last night. We're doing testing. We do 40-yard dash. We did pro agility. We did a T-test, right? But at the end, everybody wants to know who the fastest guy on the team is. So I took the top 8. We did a group of 4. We did a group of 4. We took the top 2 who won that, and then those 4 run against each other for fastest guy on the team. Well, when I'm doing that, the bottom 4 were not going to compete for the championship. So I'm the capitalist side of me.
I thought it evens it out, though.
Well, okay, so here we go. So the capitalist side of me says put more teams in because then you make more money, and there's a lot more to talk about. It builds things up. People are excited.
Agree.
You're in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
The reasonable side of me.
It's like teams getting in the NCAA tournament.
Yes.
They want to get there.
Right. You want to get in there, and that's a big deal. If they took the top 24 teams, it's kind of like your top 25 team. You made it to the playoffs. That's a really good season for you, right? But do we need more than 12? Like, I think 16 is the ideal number.
I want to see them go 16 before they go 24.
That's fair too. 3rd time in my life that I've agreed with you. I would like to go 16 first because I think 24 is too many. I don't think the bottom 12 actually have a chance in Hades of winning the national championship.
Yeah, like the NCAA tournament in basketball.
Right.
I understand that.
So, yeah, it builds hype. Is it the most efficient system? I don't know. I think 16.
Why do you think the Big Ten is so bent on getting 24? So they can get 10 teams in?
Maybe, yeah, more money. Dude, I promise it goes back to money somehow.
Everything does.
Somehow, there's some metric that he's looking at that goes, if we did this and we get 6 teams in every year,
he'll make the schools in the Big Ten more money, and therefore he makes more money.
Yes, and makes more teams more happy. And if 6 teams are in there, they're going to divide that money up. That makes his whole conference better, which in turn makes him looked at better. There's some metric that he's looking at that he goes, man, let's get rid of our conference championship. Let's throw 24 teams in. Right. We think we can get 6 teams in every year.
Yeah, which they will. But they were getting in 5 and 4 teams in conference.
I know. It's not that fun.
Yeah, it waters it down. It gets diluted.
Although, so then, if you take the underdog side of me that loves this, if Utah State has a 10-2 year, do they slip into the 23, 24 seed?
I can see it.
And that feels...
It will happen.
That feels phenomenal for Utah State.
It will happen. If they went 24, there's some year, whenever, the Aggies will have that season.
Yeah. Now
they've done it before.
That's
they'll do
fun
it again.
for me. And then even then, it's like, okay, so I have a top 25 Utah State team, and they're playing against number 1 Michigan in the first round. Am I not going to that game?
At Michigan?
I'm going. How cool is it? Dude, we played Michigan at Michigan in the playoffs. And the same thing that you were talking about Utah being at the Rose Bowl and everybody had a good time no matter what.
Yeah.
Utah State fan has a good time no matter what. Dude,
oh, yeah.
You remember that trip we took in Ann Arbor, and I went with my son, and
I agree.
We were walking around, and we saw all the statues, the national championship trophies, and it was beautiful.
Ann Arbor is as cool
It would suck
a place
in December.
Yeah. Now, I've only been there in non-conference games, and the town is really cool.
Right.
My mother-in-law grew up there, so I've been back there many times.
So that's the part of me that makes it fun, and maybe that gives Utah State a little bit of money every 10 years that makes them healthy.
Yeah, but I don't think they're not looking at it for those teams.
No, they're not. But it gives those teams an outside chance to get in. It gives
they still have an outside chance. It gives them a better.
Right.
So
I mean, right now it's real tough to get. You got to be a top 12 team.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, that's it. We let in. Who did we let in last year? James Madison and Tulane.
Right.
Do they have better programs than Utah State? I mean, maybe last year.
Right.
But we're looking. You're not just
overall. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not a team versus a program is two different things. Yeah, and we'll see what happens with Utah State going into the Pac-12 because I think that this is the best situation for them that they've ever had.
Yeah.
It's a decent conference.
Right. So that's where I would make the argument for 24, but I think ultimately 16 is the best. And then nobody can give the excuse of like, well, we had to buy the first round and we weren't ready to go because we had more time off than the other team.
I'm sick of that.
I don't like that.
Me either.
Dude, if you were good enough, you would have beat them.
You
had 2 weeks to prepare.
1,000%. But you need to bash that into DJ's head next time you see it because he keeps bringing it up and it drives me nuts.
But what I like is that nobody can have that an excuse in the 16-team format.
Yeah, it took until 9:45, but you finally said something that wasn't stupid.
Well, you stopped yelling for like 1.21 seconds.
Well, I gotta motivate you, man, and that's the only way.
You have to motivate me.
I agree.
You have to motivate me.
I know.
That's the problem with you East Coasters. You think we need motivation. I don't need your motivation.
Oh, you do too. You don't know. You don't know what doggy dog means. You don't know what it means to be on the street. Come on. You don't know what it's like to have blood streaming down your face.
You have so much street cred coming from the really tough streets of, like, New Jersey.
There's not a street paved in gold in that state.
I guarantee you there was, like, cows, like, 2 blocks away from your house. I've been to New Jersey before. It's not all tough.
Where I came from,
there's a bunch of soft
it was
parts.
Gritty.
Sure it is. Everybody in New Jersey.
We play tackle football, no uniforms on pavement.
See what I mean? Got no credibility.
Right. And I started doing it at 5.
I'm just saying, everything on the East Coaster says you have to divide by 4 to get anywhere near the truth.
Oh, man.
It's all exaggeration and bravado.
That is bull crap.
Exaggeration and bravado.
All we do is spit truth loogies.
No, you don't. You're so full of crap, your eyes are brown.
No. Yuck, if I ever said anything that wasn't true and you're 12 and a half years.
The things you have not said that are true?
Everything I've said has been gospel.
Dude.
Everything.
Tim McComb's got your back in here.
Everything I've said
you have
is
to divide
gospel.
by 4.
No.
You have to divide by 4. Everything he says,
well,
divide
you're
by 4.
from Utah, so I don't even know if you know how to divide by 4.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
And he condescends to the West Coast.
He went to Utah. I said, I'm not sure I'll be able to actually do that.
He condescends to the West Coast again. I love it.
I won't even say what I want to say.
Listen, I'm getting pretty good at fighting with East Coasters. I've been doing it for 15 years now.
And you still come in second place.
According to you and according to her.
Right. 2-0. Away we go. What do you think of these teams wanting to take their former players to school because they've signed to court because they've signed a revenue sharing contract?
I think this is
LSU LSU's 2 players. Ole Miss wants to do it for 2 players going to LSU.
Yeah, this is the part that gets a little bit interesting. Is we're now talking about major businesses, and we're talking about, this is like signing a non-disclosure with a company. If you sign this contract, You also have to sign this non-disclosure. You can't work for this company for the next 3 years if you leave us.
Yeah.
And this is what happens when you become a professional organization, and these are the spoils of the war. They're going to have to lawyer up. They're going to have to get attorneys. They're going to have to defend themselves. They'll probably win, but they'll lose $200,000 in the process. But they probably made that up by about $800,000 by signing with LSU.
So you're okay with it?
No, I'm just kind of resolved to that. Like, that's what's going to happen. I don't feel that I don't love it.
Right.
I don't think it's great.
You've accepted it.
Yeah, it's kind of
so
like.
What you're saying
I've
is,
already gone through the grieving process.
I got you.
I've gone from
Be
denial.
ready for this, Yak.
Denial, depression, anger, bargaining. I'm in acceptance.
So by accepting it, you're okay with the guardrails. When we come back, we will close up shop, get you ready for the next show.
Typical
right
socialist.
Here on 97.5.
Typical socialist. Cut me off.
KSL Sports Zone.
Before I can talk.
PK.
Can't even get a word in edgewise.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugarland. Tony Parks has the call at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone.
The Utah Royals host Washington at America First Field. Listen to the game at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Thursday night, the Bees and Sugarland play again at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 and 1280, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for live local sports.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
Who's this, Ice Cube? Tell you where I came from. I've been on the mean streets both coasts.
Oh my gosh!
My wife
here we go.
Taught at South Central.
Tough suburbs of
Ice
New
Cube.
Jersey, all the way to the tough suburbs of LA.
Ice Cube went to the high school where my wife taught.
Yeah, but she traveled in there for 30 minutes.
Not quite 30 minutes.
Just like every East Coaster, you condescended into a West Coast place.
I don't even know what the crap that means. I want to tell you.
You had to come down from your high horse to get down to us and heal us and make us better.
Yeah, where the amount of money that I made newspapers in LA, the amount of money she made teaching.
It doesn't matter how much you make when you're from the East Coast. You all have to come down from your high horse.
No, I'll tell you why I'm so humble. It's now feedback time. Now, this was an email that was sent to company-wide, not just me. So all my bosses got this email, and rather than me read it, I want you to read it.
You're going to make me read something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please increase PK's meds. He's getting increasingly loud, negative, and obnoxious. It is past the point of enjoyment. I turned it off frequently. I turned it off frequently the last few days. He sounds like me.
Yeah. Thanks, Gary. Increase my meds. I'm like Caitlin Clark over here. I have feelings also. You don't know me as a person.
Yours are very dampened, though. Your feelings are
Aren't
dampened.
I, Yock, the perfect example of Caitlin Clark in this company? Just getting besieged by everybody, and I'm just trying to make a shot.
And you're shooting the threes from the logo.
Protecting you.
No, right. I got my own coaches hammering me. The league, all these commentators like Gary here, increase my meds.
All you want to do is shoot threes from the logo.
I just want to help my team win.
It's hard freaking work carrying this show.
I just wanted to help my team win, man. Jeez.
You are a victim.
That's all. And this guy he's basically saying fire the bum.
I think that's interesting because I'm always so surprised when people have time to write an email like that.
Like that about me.
Like I don't have time. I don't have time to write that. Do I sometimes think that? Not about you, but in general about somebody? Like, do I sometimes think, oh, God, this guy is freaking killing me? Yeah. Do I sit down and write an email? Talk about rumination. Talk about not being able to let things go in your head.
Yeah. He's trying to do harm.
Right.
To me. I've got 2 attorneys that are going to be talking to him very soon.
It was the meds part that got you.
The whole thing. Well, yeah, he said you're loud and obnoxious. I said, thank you for the compliment.
Right. The meds thing was like, you'll be talking to my attorneys.
Yes. I was watching.
You're like, I've never taken a med, and I don't want to.
I'm on natural meds. I was watching Axis TV. Dan Rather was interviewing Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
And it's now, and he's reflecting back. He says, oh, back in the day, nobody did debauchery. This is Dan Rather. nobody did debauchery and vile behavior and obscenity and disgraceful acts more so than Led Zeppelin. And Robert Plant says, "Thank you. That's very kind of you to say." He's just describing all this negative stuff that he did, and he took it as a compliment. So you're calling me loud and obnoxious. Thank you.
That's right.
I appreciate your kind words.
I actually told my son when somebody's being rude to him, say, "Oh, thank you. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me."
I got your meds right here, buddy.
Yeah, you do.
And I'm in my 25th year, and you know when I'm stopping? I got no idea when I'm stopping because I'm still going strong, and I'll be back here tomorrow. So will Riley R. Jensen. Hopefully he'll be a little humbled from the defeats that he took today, and he'll have a better perspective.
Undefeated.
We'll see how that goes there.
Undefeated.
As far as that. Yeah, we'll see.
I'm like Central Florida. I'm claiming the national championship, undefeated.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm number one in both polls, if not all three polls. Coming up next, Scotty G and the coach. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Show's over. Show's over.
Well, I've so enjoyed our little chat.
Will you get going?
Goodbye.
You're wasting my time, so get out.
My suggestion to you is that you try again tomorrow.
I'll take that advice into account. Get going. See you.
See ya.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and of course the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, coded to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeezing echoes, squeeze it till the scream and cry. Wait until the coast is clear and the freaky ride in the sky.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LaCombe. How are you, sir?
What's going on, my guy?
Let's do it.
We are, we made it to Wednesday already.
We gotta have a conversation here, though. What you're wearing right now should be in a frame, in like a cryovac frame. Not on your body, not on your person right now.
Why? It's just a...
You've got a Celtics warm-up jacket or warm-up jersey. Yeah. With owned by Larry Bird, signed by Larry Bird. Hold on. I got to take a picture of this and send it out on the old Twitter account. Hold on. All right. Now turn around. Let me get the front view here. All right. Okay.
They say the back's better anyhow, my view.
Yeah.
The face gets involved. It's a little startling, but
I think people need to see the full picture because it's like this is a real deal here, man.
Yeah, I bought this years and years ago, but I don't hang stuff. I wear it now and again.
What were you wearing? Oh, you were wearing the Sammy Hagar shirt yesterday.
Yeah. So I'm just messing around with some of the cool stuff I've collected through the years.
Oh, that feels like it should be worth a lot of money, or could be worth a lot of money.
Would Lloyd be honking me?
No, I don't think so. Well, Lloyd would probably honk.
Let's give a ceremonial honk just for the hell of it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him doing that just because he wants to get under your skin a little bit, but still, my goodness, man, that's history right there. You're wearing.
Yes, it is. I love it. I love everything about it. It's going to go through the family. My son will get it after me.
Yeah.
If it's still there.
If it's still, you're not running it through the washer.
No.
Okay.
And I don't. I did wear it on stage one time and sweat in it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's just look. Larry probably sweat in it too. So you're just mixing sweat with Larry Bird.
So it's all good. But yeah, man, Wednesday's here. Wednesday, it seems to be just like the gate to the weekend.
Yes.
To me, you hit Wednesday and you're rolling.
Tomorrow we will be down at BYU football kickoff golf tournament, and we'll have all kinds of fun down there. That's going to be a blast.
I'm excited. I'm excited to hang with them. Last time we saw all those guys was in Dallas.
Yeah,
so it'd be great to catch up.
Plus, everybody gets to knock on each other for their bad golf swing, so it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I definitely will be in the running for the worst swing.
I doubt that. I still think you're a ringer. I've not golfed with you. I still think you're going to be a ringer.
Well, you'll be disappointed because that is one thing I'm not.
I don't know, Alex. What do you think? You think he's a ringer?
I think he's a little bit better than he's leading on.
Yeah, I do too.
But I'm no ringer. I promise you.
Look, guys, I'm terrible. Let's just let's go $100 a hole.
We'll find out tomorrow.
No, that's the other thing. I don't bet on golf either because I'm not good enough. That's a bad investment.
Yeah, that's one where. Because I have not gotten to the point with my game at any point where I feel comfortable going a significant amount of money per hole because that just leads to me playing worse.
I'm the kind of guy when the bet thing comes up with the other three, and I'm just like, they start setting it, and I start figuring out, okay, if I lose every hole, I will be in it this much.
Yes.
I mean, because I don't ever think I'm going to win. I just am not a good golfer. I'm not a steady, solid, consistent golfer.
So there is a guy you need to keep an eye on, and you met him at the barbecue, but he is our boss, David Pierce.
Is he something else?
And I think David tries to slow play it a little bit, that he, I'm not very good. And then he'll list the courses he's played, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're pretty good. So if he gets you out on a course, which he's invited us a bunch of times, and like it's like when my dad for Mother's Day once gave my mom a bunch of like gift certificates for house cleaning, right? So she was going to have a house cleaner come in. Well, the problem is that my mom was so paranoid about how her house looked.
She had to clean it first.
She had to clean it before the house cleaners came.
Yeah, my mom's the same.
And so that's how I am with my golf game. Like, I don't want to play golf with anybody until I get my golf game to where I feel like I can at least be somewhat respectable. And that costs me a lot of rounds out there because I end up just not going. So I just need to bite the bullet and just go play golf. But I also feel like, look, I talk sports on the radio. I should be pretty good at golf. So I don't want people to see me taking a swing and sending it 3 fairways over.
There's nothing worse. Like, people have these charity tournaments, you go and the golfer's not necessarily great, but they're the first tee ball.
Yeah.
And I just think, man, I'm so glad. Can you imagine? Because I can't.
No.
I have a hard time teeing off in front of the other 3,
let
alone 70 guys standing there. So
there's nothing worse than when y'all get done and the guy goes, well, we got 3 good drives. And then everybody looks at you like, look, I know.
Which one do I hit? Which one of these do I use to drive with? That's where I'm at in the game. The big one? Oh, the big one. Okay. I'll use that.
We've told you about our scramble with Bob Casper.
I know. I'd love to hear it. Did Hans play in it?
Yeah, Hans, myself, and Lloyd.
Hans is pretty good, right?
Hans is pretty good. Lloyd's pretty good. I wasn't as good as those two, but I was hanging in there at that point. And so it was 3 of us playing best ball versus Bob straight up. And Bob still beat us by like 5 or 6 strokes.
Does he have one of those pendulum swings?
Oh, it's so...
And he just set a...
And the thing is, it looks so like fluid, like he's putting no effort into it, and that ball just launches off his club. And it's just like, that looked like a half swing, and just like straight as an arrow, just boom.
I talked the other day about Taysom Hill and how long he can hit a golf ball. The best swing of any of those guys I hung around down at BYU, I guess it was probably a tie. I used to put them against each other. It's Dave Rice, our assistant. His swing is immaculate.
I could see that. Yeah.
And then Robbie Bosco.
Well, Robbie.
President Bosco.
Robbie spends a lot of time on that course.
Well, he's been in fundraising, right?
Yeah,
so that's what you do. He golfs. I think Lee Johnson just goes around and sets fires everywhere, Yeah,
I could see that.
Lee's the crazy one of the group. But Robbie had the golf game. Robbie's smooth as can be.
So Robbie better than Lee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Lee hits the ball like he punted. He definitely gets it.
Yeah.
But if I'm going with somebody that I'm gonna stake my claim to this guy.
Good short game.
Good everything. This guy's, what is it? In golf, it would be a 3-way player, tees, fairways, and greens.
Yeah.
He's got it all.
Okay. All right. Busy day. Once again, as always, Lloyd Cole, once again, as always, on vacation. So we got a busy show. Let's get to it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I thought we'd have a little fun today and talk a little National Football League because every camp is underway, and now we are looking at who we expect to be pretty good this year, who we expect to be okay, and who we expect to be just absolutely in the doldrums. I'm looking at you, Buffalo, as this feels like the Buffalo Bills year. And Alex, I want you to jump in on this too, because I know you're an NFL honk like all of us. But to me, it looks like if I'm Buffalo, if I'm a fan of the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen doing his thing as always, you got a brand new stadium, you got all these expectations, it's either put up or shut up this year with Buffalo. And it feels like after they flamed out in the playoffs in Denver last year, that that now the expectation is playoff or bust for Buffalo, because if they don't get there this year, I don't know if they're capable of getting there ever. And if he wants to be considered one of the greatest to ever play the game, he's got to cement a little bit of a legacy by playing in the big game. And that, to me, is where I start in the AFC, is with Buffalo. And then it's a big mash of players mash of teams after that. But it all starts with them. Can they get over the hump this year? That's the $1 million question.
It really is. And the stage is set. You mentioned the new stadium, which looks incredible.
Still outdoors.
Yeah,
though.
I know. As you mentioned, they did not put a top on it, so everybody will have to volunteer their hours during the week to shovel the stadium still.
Would you do that if they gave you tickets to a playoff game?
I probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the experience of it.
If people don't know, a lot of times what they'll do when the snow really comes down, they'll put a plea out to the community and say, bring a shovel, help us clear out the stadium, and we'll give you a pair of Upper Bowl playoff tickets. And people just show up in droves.
With shovels.
With shovels, yeah.
I think I would probably do it one time, but I would be one of those that found, the bathrooms and things like that with my shovel.
Oh, guys, I'll be right back.
Last night I had some Mexican food. It's just killing me.
Just running right through me.
I'll be right back. You guys keep going.
2 hours later. Oh, wow, you guys made a lot of progress.
Well, have they handed the tickets out yet by chance? That'd be me.
Yeah, same, by the way. So you got Buffalo, as you mentioned, that brand new stadium. And where are you at on Josh Allen? He's a great fantasy quarterback, but do you trust him in a big game?
Well, I mean, he's had plenty of opportunities and hasn't been able to get over the hump. And, you start to wonder if maybe it's just in the water in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
All those years with Marv Levy, just getting so close, never been able to get it done. The great Thurman Thomas, think about the games that he had in Super Bowl.
Andre Reed.
But it just takes one. I was a Red Sox fan forever. I went through all of that. You were a Cubs fan forever. And all it does, it just takes one, and you kind of get the stink off. And that's what they need to do. I think they're set up to do it. And I think Josh Allen can do it. I mean, I do believe in the failed attempts, it hasn't always necessarily been his issue.
Yeah, that game in Kansas City
where they had it.
They had it. It was there for the taking.
And then they put like 7 guys on defense.
Yeah, and their defense gives up a bunch of yards. They kick a field goal, send it into overtime, and the game's over.
I mean, I thought that was it. I thought they had it. So really, really close. I think he's made of the right stuff. A Western kid, tough dude. And I would actually welcome it.
I would too.
I would welcome it. I'd cheer. There are teams I'd cheer against in the NFL for different reasons, but the Bills they're easy to cheer for.
So then you make the next jump to, all right, so there's Buffalo at this level. And then I think you go to the next tier, and in that will be my Denver Broncos, who, look, if Bo Nix stays healthy, and I know we joke a lot, but had he stayed healthy, not broken his ankle, there's probably a good chance that they beat New England in that AFC Championship game that following week. Instead, he's hurt. They throw in some shoe clerk. He can't get it done, and Patriots go on to the Super Bowl. Either team, I think, was going to get annihilated by the Seahawks in that Super Bowl. And so maybe Nix did Denver a favor by not getting embarrassed in the Super Bowl by a really good Seattle team. But I look at the Broncos adding Jalen Waddle. They do lose a little bit on defense, but I don't think that they'll have that same great record that they had last year. But I do think they're a team that probably, depending on the Mahomes injury and how quickly he comes back, probably repeats as AFC West title. Now, you got the Chargers and you got the Chiefs and your Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders aren't quite ready.
The Raiders are going to be better. Like, again, we joke around.
We're taking steps up.
Raiders are going to be better. There's no doubt. The Chargers, I just can't trust them. The Chiefs, if Mahomes is healthy, which is a big if, I think it's probably their division. If he starts week 1 and he's 85%, then Kansas City will win that division. But if he's not, then I'll take Denver to win that division. But it's probably one of your toughest divisions in all of football because the Raiders are going to be better and cause problems for everybody.
They really are. That one, you look at it, I mean, the Chargers are an issue. And as you said, the Raiders probably pick up a couple more wins this year and cause some issues to those teams contending. But I think the way I've got it, Buffalo in the East,
yeah,
Cincinnati in the North,
yeah,
Houston in the South.
Love it.
And the Broncos.
That brings me to Cincinnati, because if I look at a team, and I'm glad you bring them up, if I look at a team that I feel like is poised to really take the next step in terms of being right there with Buffalo, Denver's got to show a little bit more consistency. They got to show a little bit more health at quarterback. And I'll be the first to admit they lucked into a lot of wins last year. Like, the football gods smiled on them in a big way. You go back and watch that Giants game. There's no way they should have won that game.
Right.
So they had a little bit of the good fortune last year. Cincinnati, if they can find a way to keep Joe Burrow upright.
That's the $1 million. That's their either make or break.
Yeah. If he stays upright, then Cincinnati is just as good as Buffalo.
I
If not
agree.
better.
I agree. I mean, you look at the weapons they have, the receivers, of course, Chase and Higgins, Gesicki at the tight end, and then they've got a solid line. I mean, I do think it offensively for sure. Burrow can stay healthy. I think they do. You know, he's been right there, and he's been a guy like from the very beginning. But like we talk about, it's hard to stay healthy in the NFL as a quarterback.
Well, especially when you have Swiss cheese for an offensive line.
Right. And so I think they've addressed some things. I think their defense will be good enough. So if he can stay healthy, that's the big caveat there.
So the storylines in the AFC, probably number one, where's Patrick Mahomes? Because Kansas City paints this beautiful picture of him being ready to go. And you can be ready to go, but you also could not be ready to go. Physically, you might be getting the green light, but mentally, it's just really hard to come back from an injury like that when you've been Superman your whole life, and then all of a sudden you had to go through crazy rehab. You didn't go through your normal spring and summer preparations that you normally do. I've just seen it with too many quarterbacks where they just don't come back and look the same. If anybody can pull it off, it's going to be Mahomes. But that's the biggest question in the AFC is the injury to Patrick Mahomes. If he comes back healthy, if he starts the season even at 85 or 90%, Kansas City's going to do what they normally do, and they'll be great. The next question is, can Joe Burrow stay upright? That's a huge question. And then Bo Nix's injury is probably number 3 on my list. And then number 4 is Josh Allen ready to just be the alpha of the entire conference and say, look, get on my shoulders. We're going to a Super Bowl. I don't care anymore. We're going to get it done.
Well, my favorite thing about the AFC for the last couple of years has been who can beat Kansas City. You know, they're going to be the one. But now we've got that group of 5 or 6 teams that can do. You know, they can do it. They're good enough to represent the AFC, and that's, to me, that's what is exciting about the upcoming season. It's not going to be a foregone conclusion, and a guy like Mahomes, who has been incredible, is going to be facing a challenge unlike, anything he's faced before. So that will maybe even the deck for everybody else. Who do you feel like is the best coach in the AFC? I mean, it's a hard one.
It is a hard one. You know who I got to give it to Andy Reid just because of consistency and what he's done. I love, and I know he made a lot of offseason headlines, but if I needed a coach tomorrow for my team for one game, and I needed my team to be tough, prepared, angry, and ready to go through a wall, Mike Vrabel is always going to be my guy. And I get it. I get it. Mike's a little.
You're not talking about anything football, right?
No,
here.
I'm just talking football.
Right.
I'm not talking about
HR stuff.
The HR stuff.
If we need the HR, we'll bring in somebody.
Yeah.
But right now we're talking football.
Just talking. I love Mike Vrabel, and we haven't brought up Drake May. I think Drake's going to have another great year. I think he'll probably be in the MVP conversation. New England's going to give Buffalo. I still think Buffalo's the class of that division. New England will cause a lot of problems, and the Dolphins and the Jets will just be garbage. But Drake May and the Patriots are going to be really good, and Mike Vrabel, hell of a coach. And again, if I needed one coach for one game, it might be Mike Vrabel. And Sean Payton's great too. Although there's a lot of warts with Sean Payton. Just being a fan of the Broncos and watching him, there's a lot of issues. He and Bo Nix and their little back and forth was really weird. He just feels a little strange with him. But I do love Vrabel, and certainly Andy Reid's the GOAT, right?
Right. I mean, I think with We talked about it yesterday. If you're given Lifetime Achievement Award, it's Andy Reid. He gets the Draymond Green $28 million, best coach in the AFC.
Yeah.
But the point is there are a handful of really good coaches in the AFC that can be a difference maker. And then the other thing is a bunch of young quarterbacks ready to take the next step. Your guy, Bo Nix, talked about Drake May, C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, who's getting married.
Yes.
We talked about that yesterday. But you talk about those young quarterbacks too, and it's like one of those guys could have a special season. It could really click for him. So can't get here quick enough. I do know we're 30 days today from week 0 of college football.
Today marks the 30-day mark. Let's go.
We are 30. We're within a month. We're at the calendar month of college football starting. And I can't wait.
If I were Utah State, I would schedule a week 0 game every year. And I know there's a lot of rules involved.
Against the team you can beat.
Against the team you can beat. So you can steal the spotlight for the week. A few years ago, they had a week 0 game. They played Jim Mora, his first game, or was it? Yeah, I think it was his first game as head coach at UConn. Maybe, yeah, it was his first year. And it was a great game. And Utah State was able to hold on and get the victory. But they had the whole eyes of the state, because not only are they the only team playing on that Thursday or on that Saturday, but we're all football starved for the last 8 months. So we're dying for football.
Yeah,
so everybody was watching it. So go steal it. I would sign up for a week 0 game any opportunity I possibly could, especially if I'm Utah State, if I'm a G5 team, because everybody's like, it's like seeing that oasis at the end of the desert. You're like, water. Yes.
I can finally hit somebody.
Yeah.
That's not on my team. That becomes the most inane, like those couple of weeks before the season starts, and everybody's on edge. And there's not a thing you can do but handle that day.
So you're gonna notice this in the media. So when fall camp starts, coming up at the end of the week into next week, it's going to be great, and there's going to be storylines right and left, and we're going to have a blast talking and breaking it down. And then all of a sudden, you get a week and a half into camp, and then it's like, rinse and repeat. And it's like, oh, come on, let's just go. Let's go. Because, and the players feel the same way, because they're over there thinking to themselves, I'm lining up against this dude again? Come on, let's go. Let's at least get into game prep. And then the week before the first game, then it kicks in and everybody's in game prep mode. But you're right. There's a little bit of a lull there, and you probably experienced it in basketball too before the start of the season.
The worst. I mean, absolute worst, because really you're sitting there saying, man, the offense looks good, but does that mean the defense is horrible? Or the defense has a great day and you're like, gosh, dang, we are horrible offensively. It's just mind games.
Yeah.
So you really do have to pick objectives. You got to figure out, okay, we're going to get these things installed, and we're not going to make, major judgment decisions until we get into action. And that's why that week 0 game makes a lot of sense, because everybody's in uniform, referees are there with flags in their pocket. Ton of crowd, so you can get a jump on everybody else. 30 days to college football, 43 days to the NFL, which is another reason that 0 week is awesome, because you're not competing with them either.
Nope. All right, we'll take a quick look at the NFC coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Girard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe, and I might add, Alex Snapolis behind the glass right here on the Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started.
Hall of Famer bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no. We should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in summer league either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have. And if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in summer league and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Wow, this is the time of year when the temperatures are off the chart, and it's not the time for us to go into our backyards where it is so warm, fire up the hot grill, and then slap on a steak, and then stand there and try to make it taste as good as Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, it's impossible. So why not just go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the best meal you have had all summer long? The steaks cooked to perfection, other wonderful entrees as well, from seafood to poultry, you name it, the side dishes, the desserts. You don't have to do the cleanup. You don't have to stand there over the hot grill. You just sit back in that air-conditioned comfort with the people you love, and you have a dining experience that you're going to remember. Hotel Park City up in Summit County, there's a Ruth's Chris there, and downtown Salt Lake City, 275 Southwest Temple.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We all get distracted when we drive, whether it's from our phones or kids in the backseat bickering. But how we handle these distractions can be a matter of life or death. Before you get on the road for your next road trip, please put your phones on silent and take a mental note to focus on driving.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
City people coming down from your town. Oh, city people coming down from your town. We're losing all our friends. We're losing all our friends.
All right, so yes, you must be present to win on, as you mentioned earlier today off the air, about the playlist. If Lloyd's not here, Lloyd doesn't get to play music. So
I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I was waiting for the executive decision.
No, I think you're right on that one. So you've decided to commandeer today's playlist.
Yeah, this is full on the entire playlist. Kevin McKinney from Austin, Texas.
That's a good song, man.
Everything he writes is great.
You sent me a song this morning on my drive in. I was like, okay.
The Bus Rider.
I can get behind this.
Yeah, it's just So I'm gonna give him a little shine today.
I'm looking at the Alex showed me a video during the break. Jamar Chase is just fighting everybody, the entire defense in Cincinnati training camp. So the Bengals, Jamar Chase is all fired up and ready to go. He's throwing hands with pretty much everybody on the defense. And welcome to training camp, folks. Let's go.
So if you're thinking about taking him for fantasy, he's ready to go.
Yeah, Jamar Chase might need to be up there now in case you hope he doesn't break a hand
Exactly.
with all these fists he's throwing. But it does look like he's getting close to being in midseason form.
Came off a season of 125 receptions, 1,412 yards, averaged 11 yards per catch, and 8 touchdowns. So a guy that I think a couple of years ago, he carried my fantasy team for a good while.
And you always get nervous when you need a wide receiver to carry your fantasy team. But yet, if he did it, nice.
Yeah, he was pretty darn good. It was a couple of years ago when he was all coming onto the scene and nobody really knew about him and making big plays.
Yeah. So overall, though, this is it's a fascinating year in the NFL. Our first hour of the show, we're talking National Football League because there's a lot to break down and a lot to talk about. So as we look at the NFC, we spent the first segment talking about the AFC and the storylines coming from that conference. Now, on the NFC side, I can't even in good conscience say the Dallas Cowboys are a talking point because Dallas is going to do what they always do. They're going to be good. They'll be good, but they'll never be great. And one of these years, I'm going to be wrong, and Dallas will win a Super Bowl, and everybody will celebrate. Hey, look, the Knicks just won an NBA title. Why can't the Dallas Cowboys win a Super Bowl? It's been since 1996 since the Cowboys won a Super Bowl. And, look, Troy Aikman was the quarterback. Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, Leon Lett, all those guys. So it's been a minute, and Dallas has been on the cusp of getting there talent-wise, but they just fall apart in the playoffs. I don't see why this year's any different. They'll be good. They'll be, 10-7, 11-6.
8-9.
8-9.
Somewhere around there.
In that range, yeah.
I don't think they're going to win one until Jerry relinquishes total control.
And you know what's going to happen for that?
His son's going to have to relinquish total control.
Well, I'm just saying, they
got to sell.
He might need to be in the ground.
Well, yeah, but I don't even know if it's good then because his son then just continues to play Jerry. So I don't know exactly. God bless you, Jerry. I watched your documentary on Netflix, and I will say the dude's got guts, major guts, probably crazy guts, some of the stories he told. But you see why Dallas can't get over the hump because if it comes down to one guy or two guys making a difference, Dallas does not do a very good job at, I don't think, assessing talent and, putting in, I feel like their front office is behind, and it's mainly because they have a bunch of non-football people making football decisions.
It's like the Lakers.
Right.
The buses found a way to get in the way, whether it was their lack of cash, which isn't the case with Jerry. Jerry's flush with cash, but they also found a way to get in their own way a lot, and that just seems to be the case in Dallas.
I mean, it used to be the NFC. When I was a kid, you talk about the NFC, you talk about the Cowboys first, and that's not the case. I mean, there's obviously Philly's trying to get back to where they were last year. And the cool part about Hurts is they've got that thing set up where he doesn't have to be Superman.
No.
He just has to make plays and move the ball. But I feel like I feel like the NFC is about the Rams this year.
Yep.
And everybody else is going to be trying to figure out how to stay in pace. The other team I actually really like out of the NFC this year is your Jordan Love Green Bay Packers.
Love that team. Big fan
of J Love.
And again, I have a hard time. I called every snap of his in the collegiate level. I have a hard time being unbiased about Jordan Love. Are there some games where you're like, what the hell was that throw? But then there's going to be another game like, what the hell was that throw? Like it's all over the place with him. But when he's dialed in, he's great, and I think he might have I don't think he'll win an MVP, but I think he may be in the conversation of MVP this year.
I do too. I've seen his name sprinkled around in some of the preseason stuff I've read. The Packers expected to be, a good team this year. Could it be Packers-Rams in the NFC Championship? That would be a whale of a situation.
I do think Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears take a step backwards.
I do too.
I don't trust Caleb. He's gotten, I think he probably got a little big for his britches during the offseason. Fighting with George Gervin, which is never good to do with the sports gods. Don't pick a fight with George Gervin.
Leave that alone.
No.
I mean, if anything, wear their stuff.
Honor Iceman. Don't fight Iceman. And he wanted to be Iceman, got in a trademark battle with him and lost. And but I look, I don't trust Caleb. I don't really trust that team. Chicago, much like to a lesser extent New York, is where quarterbacks go to die. And eventually it's going to catch up to him. I just don't see Chicago taking that next step.
I do like Ben Johnson, though.
I do. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah, I like the coach.
But I think the biggest, I believe in Caleb's talent. I don't love his character.
Oh, yeah.
And I think character is a big piece of being able to win because you're trying to get all these big dudes in front of you to do their job. And they're going to do it easier for somebody with better character.
I don't know if I should tell this story on the air.
I think you should.
But I'm going to. So, see, Alex is over there like, I don't care. Lloyd would be in my ear like, are you sure about this? I don't care. We were at a Pac-12 media day. Hans and I were interviewing all the players and coaches, and Caleb Williams comes by, sits down, and this is the first and only time I've ever seen this with a player. And frankly, I've never seen it with a coach either. Caleb Williams sits down in the chair, and two other people bring chairs and sit down next to him and demand to have headphones on. Now, they're not going to talk. They just want to hear our questions and his answers. It's his PR team. Now, this is USC Caleb Williams. This isn't Chicago Bear Caleb Williams. And so we find a couple chairs. We find a couple extra headsets for his people. And one is a lady in her 30s. Another is a dude probably in his 40s or 50s. And we asked Caleb Williams, and you know how it is. It's preseason media day. We're not Woodward and Bernstein here. We're not throwing out the hard heat.
Did you order the Code Red?
Yeah, it's like, hey, how was your summer? What are you looking forward to? What are some of your goals? How's the team coming together again? And so we would ask these questions, and Caleb would look over at these people, both of them, and then they would nod, and then he would give the most plastic answer you've ever heard. And then we'd ask another question. And you'd hear this little pause. He'd look over, and they'd be like, and then he would go ahead and answer it. Again, giving no information whatsoever. And that's fine. You can answer it any way you want. But the fact that he was already looking over at his PR people, should I answer this? Do you want me to shut this down? Do you want to step in and shut this down? Okay, I can answer. Okay, I will go ahead and answer it. And then gave it the most public, PR sounding nonsense he's ever said. We worked hard and we're looking forward to a great season. You wrote FU on your fingernails to the Utes. I really just want to focus in on football today. It's like, all right, thank you. We asked two questions and both Hans and I looked at each other like, this is worthless. This is dumb. Let him go. And that was it. But it was unbelievable the amount of things that were surrounding him, and that was in college. I can't imagine what that's like in the NFL, and I can't imagine what that's like after a season in which he performed pretty well and had some signature moments. Look, that fourth down throw, people are going to remember that forever in Chicago. But if he doesn't build on it, people will just look at it as a fluky play. He's got to build on it, and I don't know if he's prepared mentally to be able to take that next step.
Do you feel like they get in the playoffs, like the wild card? Or do you feel like miss?
I don't think so. I think they miss.
They miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're looking at a quarterback in the NFC, another young quarterback, a guy that actually I kind of feel better about than Williams because of the character and all the other things is Jaden Daniels. I mean, I feel like that guy is more about business. And, I feel like the last year was really fun to see Washington actually have a team.
Yeah.
And actually go out there and do some things. So will they, be able to completely, flip it and continue to? I feel like they'll take another step. I think Commanders I think they'll win 10, 11 games.
I agree. And you're right. Jaden Daniels looks to me like a guy who, he's about playing. He's about winning.
Playing.
He doesn't care about the marketing. He doesn't care. Like he'll take everybody's money in the marketing, but deep down it's about winning and playing well.
And the perfect comparison to what you talked about with Caleb Williams, because I was there with you this year, and Noah Fafita, who's arguably one of the better quarterbacks in the entire country. And the dude comes up and he looks us all in the eye before he grabs the headset, and he says, "Hey, how you guys doing?" Shakes all our hands, sits down, says, "Where's the camera?" Just so I can situate. Flips his chair around so he can see the camera, and was incredible in the interview. I mean, so you talk about character, and that's my biggest concern with Caleb is I don't believe as Majerus used to say to certain guys he didn't appreciate their effort. He'd say, "Yeah, you're a character instead of having any." And that was one of the ultimate cuts. I kind of feel like that with Caleb Williams. He's a character. He's a guy that will put incendiary things on his fingernails and then act like he didn't. That, he's always kind of playing these games. Very talented. That throw he made may have been one of the best throws I've ever seen for this situation.
Yeah.
But in the end, I think it's that play's awesome, but what are you doing for me on first, second, third all the time? And, willing to sacrifice, willing to, get the respect of your teammates. Football's big on that. Football's big in that huddle. Be able to look everybody in the eye and know they're with us. And I just don't know at the end of the day if they look at Caleb and think, is this guy all the way with us?
That's what it all comes down to. Like you can do, and I'm putting words into a situation that I wasn't a part of, but just being around you and being around that team a little bit and covering them, I got the vibe that, look, Jimmer was getting all the attention, all the love. But when he got in on that court, all those teammates knew that, he was getting a lot of attention, but it was all about winning. And so let's go to battle. If a guy's getting all the attention and all the love and it doesn't feel like he's in it with you in the battles and in the scrums and in the summer conditioning and everything else that goes along with it, they're like, he's in it for himself. And you will lose a locker room very quickly if people get that vibe.
No doubt. And people can, this. In our business, you can sense the phonies.
Yeah.
You can sense the people that are, smiling when the camera's on and then doing their thing. And so I think players, they certainly understand that. So I think that's his biggest fight right now. Talented as the day is long, but can he find it at some point in his career to make the team was as important as he makes himself?
You hit it on the head, though. Let's not kid ourselves. It's all about the Rams in this conference.
Yes, sir.
Now we hear from our guy.
Hey, Rams fan.
Oh, yeah.
All right. How confident are you?
I feel pretty confident. I feel pretty good. If Matthew Stafford could play anywhere at the level that he was last season, I think that they got a pretty good chance, especially now that you had Myles Garrett to that defense.
Which is cheating, by the way.
Unreal.
You know what? I'll take it.
Were you a little bummed when they drafted the quarterback in the draft because they didn't attack this season?
I was. It makes sense though, right? You want to have some kind of plan for for what life looks like after Matthew Stafford. It felt like right now you could have probably added a guy with that 13th pick to bring in somebody to help immediately.
But they managed that, didn't they?
And so we'll see. We'll see what the succession plan looks like for Ty Simpson going down the line.
Stafford's going to totally Brett Favre that thing. He's going to make it so uncomfortable for him. He's going to wreck his life, much like then Aaron Rodgers turned around and did it to Jordan Love. It's going to wreck that locker room. That locker room's going to split in half.
He's just trying to get your goat.
Nothing can bring me down from
Myles
from
Garrett.
the Rams.
Don't bring me down. Just okay.
Oh, yeah,
let's take him.
Honestly, how surprised would you be if Adam Schefter pops up a tweet and said, the Rams are trading for Vita Vea? It's like, yeah, okay, fine. And you don't know how they did it. You don't know where they came up with the picks. You don't know how they pulled it off, but somehow Vita Vea is now on his way and playing for the Rams because that's just what they do. They find a way to get defensive superstars, and Myles Garrett playing for the Rams feels like a cheat code. It's like when you take the settings off at Madden and you just load up your team.
I love that setting. Just the load up setting. Try to just really rub it in. I'm gonna ask you this because I asked you about the NFC, or excuse me, the AFC. What coach are you taking from the NFC? If you got, who's your guy? Because I've got mine.
You know what? I will go, and I know he was just fired. I will go the head coach of the New York Giants, Jim Harbaugh. Or John Harbaugh, sorry.
What's to argue with him, right?
Yeah.
He just rolls it out there and wins. He's not like his brother.
I have a hard time with Sean McVay. I don't know why. Maybe he's younger than I am. Maybe he's better looking than I am, and he's crazy more successful. Like, I can handle if a guy's when Andy Reid's awesome, so be it. He's older than me, been around longer than me, fine. But when you have a guy that's much younger than you, that's way just killing it and has a great head of hair, it's like, oh man, I can't like that guy. It's like when I go to a car lot, I can't buy from the best looking dude on the lot. Go give me the schlub that's in the back. He needs the money. You don't need the money.
The guy that jumps down from the bell tower.
Yeah. Give me water. That's who I want to buy a car from.
I've never heard that one. Mine's Dan Campbell.
Oh, yeah.
Run through a wall for that cat.
Yeah.
And I mean, I imagine if I could get him to go out after the game, that'd be fun too.
I think he would probably drink anybody under the table.
Yeah, Dan seems to be my kind of guy. So I'm going with Dan. And I love what he's done in Detroit. The team has just been, out there for a long time, and they seem to have a little presence now.
Well, and the worry is with Detroit, maybe their window is closed a little bit. Like it was there, and then maybe it's coming back. It's like, I
think they peaked.
It's like the Jazz, and they had that window there for a moment, and then it shuts. And there's a concern there with Detroit that they may have peaked, and now they're on their way back.
I agree. I think they've peaked going from, the last few years where expectations, the climbing, expectations are really high. That's typically, as I've said, hype and expectation ruin many a party.
What you may have missed coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top four on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Man, carpets can just eat up all that dirt, all that nasty gunk that you're walking in with. It'll absorb that, and you think you're vacuuming once, twice a week, getting it all out. You're not. Some of it just stays there. So what do? You call Zero Res. They're going to bring that patented water technology that's going to remove all the dirt, all the gunk from those carpets, and they'll do it in such a way without shampoos, without those harsh chemicals. It's going to eliminate all that dirt, and it's going to dry faster because they're just using water. And with that water, it's going to dry faster. It's not going to have that weird residue. You're not going to have that funky, crunchy carpet afterwards. And that means your carpets will dry faster and they'll stay cleaner longer. Now, I want you to look at some of the other opportunities too with Zero Res. Hardwood floors, air duct cleaning. Those are the dryer vent cleaning. That's a fire hazard, folks. If you haven't had that done regularly, call Zero Res. They can do all of those things as well. Go to zerores.com or call 866-ZERO-RES. That's 866-ZERO-RES, zerores.com. Ask about the Zone Special, $139. We'll get you 3 rooms of carpet clean. That's it. 3 rooms of carpet clean, $139. Take advantage of that savings right now. 866-ZERO-RES or zerores.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram has been serving Utah County at 2 locations for years. Explore our wide selection of beautiful new vehicles in Spanish or American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugar Land. Tony Parks has the call at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Royals host Washington at America First Field. Listen to the game at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Thursday night, the Bees and Sugar Land play again at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 and 1280, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for live local sports.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't you know that I love you? Ow! I said, baby. Don't you know that I love you? Ooh. Top of the world is where I've been living.
Oh, I'm about to put you in a bad mood. It's a good thing we're playing good music today because this is going to put you in a bad mood. This is going to send you right back to Dylan.
Firing mid-show like Ryan Clark?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then I'm good.
No. But you are going to have a little NCAA PTSD here. All right, guys are making millions and millions and millions of dollars. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. But the NCAA finally found something. You're like, wait. Hold on. The NCAA has suspended Tennessee linebacker Arian Carter for the first 2 games of the season. Why, you may ask? Because he accepted a $427 flight from an agent after he had declared for the NFL draft. So he declared for the draft, decided to forgo the draft, took the flight before deciding to return to college. And because he had accepted a $427 flight before disengaging with the agent, he will miss the first 2 games of the season. Are you freaking kidding me? $427. Dudes are making more money than anybody who works for the NCAA, and they're going to suspend this dude over $427. Now, like he said, Josh Heupel said he paid back the agent. It was because the dude, look, the guy's playing at Tennessee. He can find $427 in his couch cushions. Like he's like, okay, $427, boom. You want that in Venmo? What do you want? I can get it to you right now. He disengages with the agent, gives him his $427, but the NCAA decides, even though everything is hemorrhaging, people are losing arms. It looks like they're like a medic showing up with one of those Snoopy Band-Aids in the first 10 minutes of Saving Private Ryan.
Here, let me put this on your arm.
Oh, you know what? As you're pushing your intestines back into your stomach, here's a little Snoopy Band-Aid. There you go. That'll help you. That's going to help the situation. Like, what are we doing?
This is, so everybody understands, the reason we are in the depths of hell in college athletics right now. Because since the beginning of this organization, this fledgling, brainless, stoogey, idiotic, ridiculous organization known as the NCAA got us here.
Yeah.
Because this is the type of crap that everybody is so sick and tired of. So, yeah, you're right. This got me now. Because Like, just make it make sense. Like, business things happen all the time. You make a decision and change your mind.
Oh, yeah.
The $427 repayment should have been enough. But you're right. It's the NCAA. Like, I can see an entire boardroom standing up. We found one.
We got it. Hey. Yeah, sue your way out of this one, big fella. We got you.
The only difference here is they're actually going against the team with a name. Because typically it's, like Tark said all those years, if they're mad at UNLV, or excuse me, they're mad at North Carolina, then just find UNLV.
Yeah.
Find a G4 to go after. If you've ever been to Indianapolis, the money, the buildings, the ridiculous nature of the authority of the NCAA can all be summed up in this article right here.
Yeah.
And it is why we are where we are. The NCAA, there isn't a bigger criminal organization other than the mob. Period. And I've said a couple things on Twitter. A couple of years ago, I was so after them on Twitter anytime I saw stuff like this that I actually had somebody from the NCAA in their, like, one of their departments follow me on Twitter. Like, what is that going to do? You're going to slow me down?
We're going to give him a show cause.
He was in the league. We know back in 1988 that this guy did this. Bottom line is, this type of stuff makes my blood boil. Because if you want to blame somebody for what college athletics is right now, you blame that stupid, idiotic organization.
Look, you can be mad at the players, which is dumb. You can be mad at the coaches for all the money they make, which is also dumb. You can be mad at a lot of people for where we're at right now. You can be mad at the lawyers who are suing the kids, those entitled punks. Guess what? No, they deserve some of this money. They're generating the revenue. They deserve some of it. This is who you blame. If you want to get mad at one individual institution, right there. That's who carries all the blame in this. They could have been forward thinking. They could have gotten ahead of this. We don't need to be where we're at right now.
So I'm going to go back to our instance. I know we're short on time. I'll make it quick. But when we were dealing with the one and only NCAA thing we dealt with, because I will tell you this, Dave Rose is the type of guy, like down at BYU, they don't like you walking on the grass. They like their grass nice and green. So it's one of the unwritten rules. He wouldn't cheat. Like, he wouldn't walk across the grass at BYU because he values rules that much. And, in the instance of Nick Emery, Nick was involved with a booster. That was something that we had no idea that any of that was going on. But to take a guy who had done nothing but give, do it the right way his entire career, and then to upend and take games away and make the scene they made and fly them back to Indianapolis and have to go all through the rigmarole. What people don't know is they send a team of about 5 people out here, and they were going around to local businesses asking questions. It's like, who the hell do you think you are to do that to a guy like that? So I've never – that was the final straw for me when they went that deep on a guy that the last thing he'd ever do is cheat. And they allow – in the same time, the FBI is basically taking all these head coaches and naming them, and they were doing this, and they've got them on tape. And all of those dudes still stuck around.
Yeah.
So the NCAA and I, we don't get along.
And North Carolina created a free class, a fake class to give player A's. And the NCAA didn't do anything about it because North Carolina did such a great job in denying that it happened. The worst thing you could ever do with the NCAA is admit guilt.
Exactly.
Deny. You lie till you die to the NCAA. And then finally they just give up. I'm like, there's nothing we can do. We don't have subpoena power.
One of the instances that they noted in Nick's deal, I guess a booster was in the locker room after practice talking to the guys. Nick had ripped his shoe out. And the guy walked by and he's like, what the crap? You ripped your shoe out. And he basically took a $100 bill and threw it on there and said, go get you another pair of shoes, But that came up in the deal. So it is, it's ridiculous. And it's a witch hunt. They're trying to, with different headlines, show that they're enforcing the law. But I think with these different headlines, it just shows you how inept, how idiotic, how feckless this whole organization has become.
You don't hear feckless a lot on this show.
Well,
you did today. All right, 11 o'clock hour, kicking off next, 97.5.
You made me mad.
The KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk up.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with zero down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off the 11 o'clock hour. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. We do it every day from 10 to 2 right here on the Zone. All right, so we talked a lot of NFL as we get you ready for the start of the NFL season, which is what, 43
days away.
43 days away from today. The NFL will kick off the season. We are just 30 days away from kicking off week 0 in the college football season. So we are less than a month away from college football, folks.
Just keep your head down. Just keep your head down. Just keep the days moving, and it'll be here before you.
Yeah, we can't wait, man. Cannot wait. And look, there's a lot of drama going on in terms of the landscape of the NFL and college football. And the NBA has kind of quieted down, and I think we're pretty much locked and loaded for, everybody was just sitting back and waiting. Adam Silver was sitting back and waiting. Everybody was waiting until we found out whether or not Draymond Green would re-sign with the Warriors.
And it was huge that he did for the amount of money as well. Just massive, massive for the league.
No, LeBron's on his way to Philadelphia. Philly now is a title contender on paper. And Joel Embiid, who now is committed to be fully in shape. Like, you've been in the league for a decade, and now you're like, oh, you know what? This year, guess what? I'm going to be in shape.
I'm really impressed with you, LeBron. You just wait. But that's been their. I said it. That's been their issue for a while. When a guy plays 36 of a possible 82, 38 of a possible 82, and 19 of a possible 82 3 years in a row. A little bit of an issue there.
And a lot of people are like, hey, you can't, that's a personal shot at him. Look, it could be or it could not be. It doesn't matter. Either way, you're not on the court. Whether or not the injury is legitimate, regardless of how tough you are, the facts are you're not on the court. So you're either injury prone or you're... That would be a weird subset to look at online. Anyway, you're either injury prone or you're just weak. You're soft. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're not on the court.
And that's where you're paid to be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, shots or not, that's your job. You're a former MVP, and Tony Jones said it yesterday. This whole thing in Philly's nice. It's great. It's fun. It's great to think about the talented guards, Jaylen Brown, LeBron, guys coming off the bench like KCP and all that. But there is one big piece that has to perform for this team to actually compete for a title, to be considered a contender, and that's the big guy.
And I keep getting asked, and I'm going to let you just take full control of this conversation. In fact, I was at my local Maverick, and I had a listener come up and say, hey, so when are the Jazz going to get a big man? When are the Jazz going to get a big man? And my answer is, I think what you see is pretty much what you get right now. There's not going to be – now, there could be, leading up to trade deadline, especially if the Jazz get hot and they just need another piece just to make sure that they're a viable playoff team. But I don't see any big roster movement coming up here for the Jazz.
I don't either. I really don't. I feel like, the decision when Walker made that decision, that was his decision to make. The Jazz were willing to go to a certain point, but when he walked, that just opened up, a door. And I don't know how long this corridor will last, but what the Jazz will be doing is playing the center by committee. And, the good thing about it is Nurk was really good here last year.
Yes.
In terms of his career, definitely took a turn up. Got to get better defensively and some of those things. And I feel like that's the part Will Hardy will really focus on in training camp, is figure out how to get this to be a functional defense where guys are given effort, but also the schemes are tight. So that's one piece of it. But this is going to be a corridor the Jazz walk until another opportunity that's appealing presents itself.
So Tony did say something yesterday that I wanted to run past you because this caught me a little bit off guard. He has the Jazz as right about either a play-in team or, 6-5 in that range, 8-7-6 in that range. He said that if the Jazz were able to get the Walker Kessler thing done, that they would be a top 4 team. That seems like a big jump. And in that case, maybe Walker Kessler, if that is true, which I don't think it is, but if it is true, then Walker Kessler may have been worth $38 to $40 million.
Well, I think this year, for sure, it would have made things a little smoother. And, would that ensure, like paying him that much money, would that pay dividends in a few years? I would think not.
Yeah.
But in this particular year, and it's why I think the Jazz, to a certain extent, were willing to go as far as they did, because it's set up for this year. And the one thing that Walker can really define is defense and rebounding. I mean, the one thing he is very similar to Gobert in, when he's on the floor, people are aware of it. And the rim opportunities aren't as plentiful. And so that's going to be the biggest thing with it. Without him is how the Jazz protect the rim, and they're going to have to do it together. You mentioned, Tony mentioned yesterday, Jaren Jackson doesn't rebound, or not a great rebounder. You can go look at the numbers. I actually am going to go out on a limb and say he's going to get better in that area, because I watched John Collins come in here after shooting 29% from three, and his first year with the Jazz, he shot 43%, I think, from three that year. Guys, it's a unique experience here, I think. Nurk was able to have an uptick because the ball moves around and guys are able to be a part of it. So I feel like until they are able to find another center, whether that be through a trade, through another draft, whatever it may be, a situation I've mentioned a few times like Memphis, where there's turmoil in the locker room, and it may not be the guy causing the turmoil that you got to move, but you got to move some pieces to unwedge kind of some of that mess. That's what Memphis did to get their rebuild started. So the Jazz are just keeping their head on a swivel, and they're certainly going forward. They've got a ton of talent, but it's not going to be exactly the way they had it drawn up, because I think in their heart of hearts, they had Walker sitting there at the 5. And I do think for sure this year that would have made a major difference. I think I've changed my mind. I had the Jazz in that top 6 for sure, without question, with Walker. And now I'm saying make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Just get in some way. Play in, playoff, whatever it is. That's the step they need to take. And I'm not ready to say with this center by committee that they're able to do what they were able to do with Walker. So I've kind of reworked my expectations too.
I do think that if I'm Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck, I'm looking at, you mentioned that Memphis situation was just ripe for the picking. I do not panic trade, which, by the way, there's never panic in that front office.
No, that's where you lose.
Exactly. So I'm preaching to the choir. Like, no way they would do this. But if you're a Jazz fan, just know that the Jazz will not panic trade to find a way to solidify that position going into the start of the season. What they'll do is they're going to take their war chest, especially all that stuff they got from the Lakers, in exchange for Walker Kessler, and they're going to sit on it and just wait to poach. They're going to wait till the game warden looks the other way. They're going to take their 12 gauge into old man Bob's field, and they're going to knock down a couple pheasants because they're just waiting for something to happen. That, you're not getting Triple J before the start of the season last year. But when that thing got crazy, you can go ahead and pick off that guy.
Exactly. I mean, he would have been a guy that a lot of people have thought you probably couldn't go get, But Ja Morant made him available because Ja couldn't pull color in the lines.
And those situations usually pop up in the course of a regular season. You get a team that, for some reason the locker room just blew up, or they're losing and everybody's grumpy, and there's pressure on a front office to do something or to shut it down, and they're like, all right, we're having a fire sale. We're having an estate sale. Come in and grab anything you want. Let's go. And the Jazz need to have those assets available so when that opportunity comes, they can swoop in and maybe get that big man before the trade deadline.
So in the short term, everybody's going to have to do a little more.
Yeah.
And, those centers that come in are going to have to play, they're going to have to play solid. They're going to have to understand the assignment. Ball screens are going to be vital, how you guard ball screens. But again, I'm looking at Jaren Jackson. Let's just look at his rebounding numbers in his career. In the 8 years he's played, his best year rebounding the basketball was 6.8 rebounds. It's the year he won the Defensive Player of the Year back in 2022-23. He dropped last year all the way to 4.3 rebounds. So in my mind, this is a guy that's one area. If I'm sitting in a room with him, look, man, I know you can shoot it. I knew you're going to be great for us offensively, but we have a hole, and we're going to need everybody to do a better job in these areas, rebounding one of them. I'm going to challenge you to get 7 a game. Most you've ever gotten, 6.8. I'm going to challenge you to get 7. And I think that's what you do. You ask guys to stretch a little bit.
Is he? And you think he's capable of that?
I mean, he's got the body to do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys don't read the ball very well, and that plays against them. But I do believe that he can do better than certainly do better than 4.3. I mean, you're talking about in some cases that's a guard's number, so he's got to do a better job of that.
Yeah. And the thing too is having to play him at times out of position. I mean, you want him at the 4, right? I mean, you don't want
you don't want him at the 5.
But he may be forced to play some at the 5.
There'll be some rotations, I'm sure, where it actually makes sense in the game.
Yeah,
because other teams have to go small too. So you have a small lineup, and he'd be a perfect small ball 5. You just can't play it very much, I don't think.
No. So Nurk, get ready. You love it here. You talk about how much you love it here. Well, guess what? Time to show you love it here.
The other guy that I think will punch above his weight in this calling, and I think last year was a huge boon to that, is Filipowski.
You've been on the Flip bandwagon all year.
I just like that Flip allows, like, he's one of those guys in the locker room that'll go do the dirty stuff, right? And last year with the injury to Walker, he was almost by necessity. Is like he almost had to go in on it. I don't know if you've ever seen that show 60 Days In, where they put just a regular person in jail and they basically go in there undercover and they have cameras and stuff and they tell the experience. I mean, that's what Flip's deal was last year. He is a very skilled big guy who was forced to go down there and just muck it up with the biggest dudes in the league. And so I think by him doing that, having the experience of doing that, and actually coming out at the other side pretty well. I mean, I look at his numbers last year. You talk about rebounding. He's just been in the league 2 years, but in rebounding last year per game, Flip averaged 11 rebounds a game. 11.
Wow.
In how many minutes? He played 1,800 minutes total, but he averaged 11 rebounds a game. So you asked me the question, can Jaron do it? Well, Flip's built nothing like Jaron.
Yeah.
And so a lot of rebounding is want to, or know-how's a part of it, but the biggest part is want to.
Yeah. Just, are you willing to get in there and throw some elbows?
I mean, 11 rebounds a game. Oh, that's 36. I'm sorry. I'm going per 36. That was a major rookie mistake on my part. Let me get this actual stats. Okay, here we go. Per game. I was wrong. It's 7.2. But still.
Still not bad.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
In 23 minutes a game, he's getting 7. So I do feel like he's a guy, when he comes in and he has to play some of those minutes at the 5, he'll be ready to do it.
And plus he gives you that stretch element too. So, I mean, there's...
And he can handle it and DHOs, back cuts, all that stuff. He's proficient passing the ball,
which is a lot what Triple J can do too. So I mean, look, you got some opportunities there. There's certainly some things that I'm excited about with this Jazz team. So do you have to temper your expectations a little bit? Sure. Do you have to? But also, I think you brought up a good point too in terms of the long term. This is probably a better situation for the Jazz long term with the picks and not getting tied up in a contract for 5 years.
Well, that one overpay could cost you a chance at elongating a contention window, right? Because this is such a year-by-year business now with these contracts the way they are. And if you go out there and overpay Walker, and the overpay was pretty immense.
Yes, the Jazz would have had to probably come up with 38, 39 minutes.
And it's just too much.
It is.
It's just too much. So they made the right move, and you just have to understand that they did. It may cause some pain this year, but a couple of years down the road, I think everybody's going to look back and go, that was the right decision.
Yeah. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coming up a little bit later on in the program, Dan Woken will join us. Always good catching up with him in terms of the landscape of college football, see what he thinks is on the horizon. Also, we will continue our tour around the Big 12 Conference and some of the other upcoming opponents. We'll talk a little Kansas football with Henry Greenstein, coming up at the at 105. I don't know. What is it about guys? I'm just looking at Henry's bio. There is something in the water down there in Phoenix. If you apparently went to because PK didn't just go to Arizona State. What does PK say? I went to the Cronkite School of Journalism, the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. Like, I get it. That's great. Good for you. Walter Cronkite, love him. Sure, he's a bastion of journalism. But everybody who comes out of that program wants to flaunt Walter Cronkite. Henry Greenstein on his bio goes through and goes, at Cronkite, ASU grad. Okay, good. Does that make me want to follow you on Twitter more? I'll follow him because he's covering Kansas. I should probably not be saying this before he comes on. I should probably wait till after he comes on to say this stuff.
What is the broadcasting school at Utah State called?
I have no idea.
I was just wondering.
I don't think it's got a name. At least when I went there. It's like, hey, let's go. Let's get to work.
Let's study.
Let's figure out how to do this thing and go make your mark on the world.
I'm headed down to the Cronkite to do some research.
You know what? It's like Joe Schmuckatelli School of Journalism. Why? Because we're grinders. We show up every day. We do our job. We do it better than everybody else, and then we go home. We don't need any special name of some dude that was on 60 Minutes 80 years ago. We don't need that. No. We're all about getting the job done.
I took a crash course in broadcasting through the Barry Melrose Academy. It was just a 3-week program. They required you grow your hair long.
Yeah, you got to have the mullet if you're going to be the Barry Melrose
If you're going to represent the Melrose. So that's where I hang my hat.
11:25. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and of course the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. We take some of the good stories. There's a lot of bad, and usually there's a lot of ugly. This is the time of year where there's a lot of ugly, too, because guys have a little time on their hands. NBA's over. It was right before training camp. The NFL's going to cool down a little bit because guys are going to be in camp and they're going to be too busy to get into trouble, although some will still find a way. But this is when you see the influx of DUIs and all kinds of nasty stuff.
Tony Romo, of all people, getting a DUI.
Tony, come on.
He was just going to Grandma and Grandpa's.
Did you guys watch the TMZ video that was released yesterday?
The funny thing is, I'm hearing a bunch of pushback that he may have some, I don't know, that he may not have been, and that he may have a case or something along those lines. You know how social media gets your head going.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tony was. Did he avoid the test, the field sobriety test? Because a lot of those guys are told, don't take the field sobriety test.
He tried to call his lawyer, and the officer was not letting him call his lawyer.
That's probably why. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyhow, it'll be a thing. You watch.
All right. So, Team USA in soccer makes their run. All right. They get to the Sweet 16 before getting bounced in that round. But there feels like there's a lot of momentum for Team USA soccer. So, do you keep the coach in place? Well, Alex, yes. It appears that way. As U.S. Soccer close on deal to renew United States men's national team coach. All right, Alex, the floor is yours. Good move, bad move. Keeping him around.
Start the clock.
No.
Oh,
you get plenty of time.
All right.
I think it is a good move. I definitely thought that heading into the World Cup, I had a lot of questions about the team defensively. I had a lot of questions about the team's midfield. But overall, I thought that they punched above their weight through the group stage. And even in that game against Bosnia, and they played really, really well. But the thing that concerns me is just that moment, right, when you probably needed your best performance. You come in and you have your worst against Belgium. I think overall, though, he is the right choice moving forward. I hope that he sticks around for the next cycle, which is the next 4 years, right, leading up to that 2030 World Cup. So he can really put his stamp on this team in the pool. And I think ultimately, right, if he didn't continue, I just don't know if there's any coach right now out there who can really replace him and can really be successful with the U.S. men's national team. So I think a good move overall.
Mauricio Pochettino? Did I say that right?
Mauricio Pochettino.
Mauricio.
Yeah,
Okay, Mauricio. All right. Yeah, I agree. Because the question is, who else out there is better? That's what we always say when people are sending out tweets, fire this coach. The question is, who else out there is better? So if you're going to fire somebody, you better make sure that you know you can get somebody better. A lot of ADs get themselves into trouble because they fire a guy and then they realize nobody really wants this job.
Hand me that file over there and let me look through some more names that somebody might be interested.
Because nobody really wants it. There would be a lot of people that would want it, but is he the best? And it certainly seems like that would be the case. You don't want to screw around. The other good is for the 5th time in BYU basketball history, and you were part of a couple of these, BYU is heading back to the Maui Invitational. Now, there's a lot of tournaments. I called games in the Diamond Head. There's some tournaments over there, but this is the crown jewel, right?
Yeah, it's a crown jewel. Always kind of has been. Do a great job of, just making it an event. And, it's fun for the fans to go over. We took a ton of people both times we went. Didn't have a crazy amount of success in the tournament itself, but we were, I think the biggest, we lost some heartbreakers. We lost a couple overtime games over there. One particular, we played Purdue, and as I call them, Purdon't. And they had a big guy like Edie, but his last name was Haws. Haws. Big old Spencer.
Yeah.
Not Spencer, but I can't remember his first name, but he's a big old dude.
I remember that dude.
And he just caused a lot of problems for us.
I mean, he's stereotypical Iowa. They always have those dudes.
Yep. And then they had a great shooter that really hurt us from 3. But the thing that I remember the most is just a little Cracker Box gym there in Lahaina. And I had to use the restroom so bad during the Purdue game. And I think it went 2 overtimes. So at the end of first overtime, if you're watching the tape, like everybody's running to the bench to come, recoup and get ready for the next overtime. And you see me in my Hawaiian shirt sprinting for the opposite end. I went in there, ran up there and saw if I could, it was just number 1. So don't get worried.
It was a
quickie.
It was a 30-second timeout, not a full.
May have been a minute the way I held it, and the way I drink Diet Coke. But everybody had a lot of fun with that one on the staff, even though
you see that flower shirt just booming up those stairs.
I was just sprinting for the other end and up the stairs.
Yeah. There's nothing worse than when you're calling a broadcast and nature strikes and you're like, whew.
You're looking around for.
Yeah, you're trying to get everything situated before the game, and then
you have surprises.
Overtime, double overtime hits, and eesh.
Go easy on the soda.
That's when I'm with Alex, and I'm like, Alex, you may have to add a minute to this break. We're in trouble. So BYU will play Washington. So it's a showdown against our guy, Danny Sprinkle, and the Huskies. November 23rd. And the winner of that game will get the winner of the Ole Miss Clemson game. The loser will get the loser of that game. The other side of the bracket, VCU, Providence, Colorado State, and Arizona. So you could potentially see a Big 12 showdown if Arizona continues on and BYU continues on. You could see early season matchup between those two.
Yeah, I think this is going to be Kevin's toughest year. I think he's got great talent again. But if you look at year 1, he had Yegor, who's doing great things in the NBA, and then had that freak of nature. I can't remember his name. Was it 2 initials? AJ? Yeah, AJ.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
He was actually massive last year as well for BYU.
I heard he was pretty good.
Number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
First time ever. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Pretty crazy.
I'll be darned.
Didn't have a lot of those when I was there. But I think that the young guy he's got coming in this year, Bruce Branch, is very well thought of. But if you're looking at the lottery, he's probably on the edge or just outside. So I think they're going to lean a lot on Colin Chandler. I certainly like the dude they just signed from Poland, 24 years old.
24 years old.
Coming over to make things here in the Americas.
Hey, look, BYU always gets talked about having 22, 23, 24-year-olds. So why
he just didn't go on a mission. He was in Poland playing hoop. So come say, come sa.
All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Ole Miss isn't messing around. They're tired of Lane Kiffin and LSU. They are now suing two former football players who signed revenue-sharing contracts to return to Ole Miss and then decided to join Lane Kiffin at LSU. So the two players that are currently being sued, Devin Harper and Prince Will Unimanellan, nailed it. $400,000 and $550,000 for those two players, plus attorney's fees, plus court costs in a breach of contract complaint. Here's your quote from Ole Miss. The University of Mississippi values its student athletes and is committed to honoring all obligations made to them. In return, the university expects that same commitment from its student athletes and their representatives in upholding their contracts. Before transferring to another institution, these student athletes signed revenue-sharing agreements that included a provision requiring them to compensate the university with a predetermined amount if they departed before fulfilling their commitment. All right, look, I'm all for look, if we're going to live in this world of free transfers, there has to be some level of accountability. So I don't care if Lane Kiffin pays this bill. I don't care if the kids pay this bill. I don't care if some booster, LSU booster, swoops in and pays it. Somebody needs to pay Ole Miss this money, because if a kid, the one thing that universities are trying to do to try to keep guys in place are signing them. Look, if you sign with us and we give you this money, you can't leave until that contract's over. And if you do leave, there's going to be financial issues. And these guys chose to leave. Fine, whatever. Within the NCAA rules, they can do that. But you did break a contract. And I don't care if it's a car, I don't care if it's a house, whatever the case is, you sign your name on a dotted line, you say you're going to do something, and if you don't do it, there's going to be consequences. You can't come crying foul when they're like, well, these guys want their money. Yeah, of course they want their money. You left them after signing a contract. This is how real life works. That's what college is about, is learning how to function in the real world. Sorry, you signed your name on a contract, then you wanted to go to LSU. You owe them money. Go pay them their money.
And that's been the biggest thing for me. It's like, we're not necessarily doing these guys any life favors, because I don't know how many jobs you walk into without doing one thing and being, paid the amount of money a lot of these guys are getting. So to be able to balance it out, to be able to have accountability, what's right is right, I'm with you. I think that's just it's unfortunately a necessary part of the way things are being done, but you can't leave it where somebody's getting hurt.
All right, there's your bad. Let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
Brandon Ayuk, man, this dude, no good. Now, Kyle Shanahan got himself into a nasty car accident. We talked about it yesterday. This was not just a fender bender. This dude was in a serious car accident, multiple injuries, breaking his nose, 3 ribs, his hand, 40 stitches on his face. According to Chris Sims, almost lost his right eye. And in the aftermath of all of that, Brandon Ayuk, who is trying desperately to get out of San Francisco, said the first sent on Instagram, said, you can't win the race if you crash out. Keep your head up and stay in your own lane. You're going to win. Now, here's the thing. Kyle Shanahan has admitted that he reached down to pick up a phone that he had dropped, which led to him getting into that accident. Which, look, Kyle Shanahan, first off, we all know about phone safety in cars. But I do appreciate the fact, because he's going to open himself up to a massive lawsuit from the person he hit. He's going to pay them out. There's going to be a civil suit, I'm sure. Like, he is going to be paying out the nose. And he just admitted, yeah, I screwed up. Like, I reached out for my phone. I swerved over into the other lane. I hit this person. I take full accountability for that. And then he's got Brandon Ayuk saying, keep your head up and stay in your own lane. You're going to win.
Yeah, Ayuk is, we talked about character earlier in the program, and this is a whole nother level. The stuff he's been doing on social media, to not have the common decency to just leave that one alone, when somebody's actually really hurt. Come on, man, you're better than that.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're not. And if you're not, I got no time for you.
He ended with wanted a trade request, and then ended up signing a 4-year, $120 million contract. Hey, that's great, right? Well, he had a sluggish start to the season a couple of years ago. Then he and Shanahan got into a spat. Then later that season, Ayuk tore his ACL. That got him a little bit more angry. Now a squabble over his rehab. Said the 49ers are now looking to void the guarantees in his contract. John Lynch said back in January, I think it's safe to say he's played his last snap with the 49ers. Yeah, I'd say so.
And rightfully so.
That is a bad deal, man. Just show some class. Like Brandon Ayuk, tremendous player. I don't know where he's at right now, but wide receivers are gone like Kaiser Sosa. Like they disappear very quickly. So you got a little bit of money, try to be a good guy, and try to go get another job and another contract somewhere else, and try to earn as much as you possibly can before the NFL kicks you to the curb, which they'll do it to everybody, especially wide receivers. So, yeah, this is doing you no favors. No GM is seeing this story today and being like, well, I want him in my locker room. Or seeing all the stuff that he's been saying in the past. Well, I want that guy on my team. Yeah, I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze on that guy.
I don't either. I mean, as good as he can be at times, explosive, whatever, that's just a lot to deal with. And if he's doing that so overt, imagine all the little stuff that he does. Drive you crazy.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, that's what you have to, as a GM, weigh when you're thinking about signing or trading for a guy that's a little bit of a hassle. Like, okay, like Dennis Rodman, there was a circus around Dennis Rodman. For all you kids out there, and you watch that Bulls documentary, Dennis Rodman was a circus. Like, as much of a circus as you can be pre-Twitter, pre-social media. There was a circus. Madonna was here in the Delta Center watching games because those two were connected. It was just a madhouse with Dennis Rodman.
He was wearing wedding dresses.
He was wearing wedding dresses. He married himself. Like, the dude was as weird as he possibly could be. But you know what? When he's out on the court, he helped you win. And the Chicago Bulls said, all right, is he worth the circus to help us win games and win championships? Michael, can you handle him? I got it. All right, let's go get him. It was worth it to them to go get the circus, and he helped them win games. The same thing, with other guys like that. But then you get to a certain point where, like, hey, he'll help us win games, but it's not going to be worth the circus that brings in. And as soon as you hit that moment, you hit that Laffer curve, and it goes starting to go down, then you're out. You're done, and nobody wants you. And you'll show up at a celebrity boxing match on FS1, like nobody cares anymore. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Girard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coming up in just about 20 minutes from now, Dan Woken will join the program from Yahoo Sports, covering college sports. See if he has his thoughts on the turning landscape of athletics right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started.
Hall of Famer bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no. We should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in summer league either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have, and if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in summer league and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Girard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. If you're banged up, you're looking for some help, well, guess what? University of Utah Health is here to help you out. That's the same crew that's going to help so many people up and down the Wasatch Front, and including your high-level athletes, University of Utah players, Real Salt Lake players, Salt Lake Bees players, all assisted by University of Utah Health. All you have to do is go to uofuhealth.org, find the multiple ways they can help you, including telehealth options, clinics, specialists up and down the Wasatch Front, and the University of Utah Hospital. You don't need to live your life with aches and pains. There's no reason for you to feel like your quality of life is suffering. All you have to do is call University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Days are beautiful, oh so beautiful. The days are beautiful now. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you all day long. Here in Wonderland, the magic in my hand. The days are beautiful now. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you all day long. All day long.
Great stuff, man. That's a great playlist today.
Thank you. Kevin McKinney, Austin, Texas. Go check him out. Spotify. Happens to be lead guitar player for the Party Hounds.
No big deal. You will see him on stage with
Yes, you will.
at the BYU Notre Dame pregame celebration.
He is, he's our LeBron James. We were lucky to sign him. I would be more like your Dominic Barlow off the bench.
Dominic Barlow?
That would be I'm important, but not that important. He's the guy.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I'm fired up to sit back and watch.
And
you
Utah
guys
State has a bye that weekend.
We
the
do.
ball thing, so it's perfect. We'll get Scotty down in Well, we'll have to bring you in some dramatic fashion, like in the Utah State Bowl outfit.
Yeah, that'll go over well at BYU. Yeah, I'll come out wearing the bowl gear, and that I'm sure that would
tambourine.
be the well received. Yeah, or the cowbell. It seems like a little bit more appropriate.
See, you're quick on your feet.
Yeah, I got you. All right, coming up a little bit later on, we'll chat with Dan Woken from Yahoo Sports. Everything's been kind of quiet on this Senate front, and we were supposed to hear more about this congressional bill, and that could either be a good thing or a bad thing. It could mean that they're still negotiating and coming right down to the wire to figuring out, okay, you want this, okay, we'll give you this, we can't give you that, how about we adjust to this? A lot of negotiating going on. We'll try to get an update because that would really change things for this upcoming season if a bill got passed before the start of the college football season, which, by the way, as coaches mentioned, is just 30 days away. So we'll chat with him and see if we can get an update on that.
I'm looking forward to talking to Dan. Heard Dan a lot on the show, and certainly been doing this for a long time. We'll have good insight for us.
Yeah, Dan's a keeper for sure. He's got opinions. Let's just say that. Dan is not short on opinions at all. All right, so there's a couple different ways guys can approach Media Day, and one of them is, especially when they're expected to do good things, they're like, hey, look, these are meaningless. Everybody's 0-0. We haven't accomplished anything yet, blah, blah, blah. Oregon's taken a little bit of a different approach. So Dan Lanning on the dais earlier today said, we played as good a football as anyone in the country these last few years, and we haven't won a national championship. So we're close. It's time to attack 2026. New season, new team. We need to become the best version of us. It's time to win a national championship. And then somebody asked him what they need to take to take that next step. Quote, win every game. Said, look, the ball bounced the right way for our opponents a couple times last year, but you create your own luck too. As you go down to the end of the season, you've got to perform at the highest moments, and our guys have the chance to do that. They've been part of a Big Ten championship. They've done these things. We need to win it all. Wow.
He's putting a little pressure on himself.
Not about winning. Obviously that comes with winning a Big Ten championship, but saying, look, it's essentially saying it's national championship or bust for Oregon this year, who is picked to finish second in the Big Ten behind Ohio State.
He's one of my favorite interviews during games because he just looks, his eyes are wild, or even after they won. He's you definitely tell that ticker is beating, and yeah, they should win in Oregon. I mean, if money now is the end game, and big boosters giving money to the university, I mean, hell, that's been going on at Oregon for a long time. They got a big one too.
Yeah,
he didn't even need to ask.
The granddaddy of them all.
He didn't need to be like Dillingham out there, begging every time he gets the mic. He just goes and says, "Hey, Phil, we need another infusion.
I need this wide receiver really we need to get him."
Well, Can we release another shoe and maybe just get enough revenue?
Yeah, Oregon should be dominating. The world.
This
NIL.
particular time, they should be.
And that's. There's a lot of oil money in Texas. There's a lot of crazy money down south. But Phil Knight with the swoosh should be able to get anything done that needs to be done. Not just from a money standpoint, but from a endorsement standpoint. I mean, these kids have to be gobbling that stuff up.
And one of the worst kept secrets when NIL wasn't a thing was that Dana Altman might be one of the biggest. He comes off as this aw shucks guy.
Yeah.
He and Phil had a little arrangement.
Yeah.
And Oregon's dropped off since the NIL. Everybody else is able to get on the basketball side. Dana's not quite the guy he thought he might be. I think the money was propping him up pretty good.
When people were knocking him, and he's like, look, I'll just go. I was happier coaching junior college. I'll just go coach junior college. I don't think you're going to do that.
No, you like the money too, Dana.
Yeah.
And
we all do.
Attention.
Yes. That's a dude that was wired pretty tight too.
Oh, I can't remember exactly the scenario. We drew them in the tournament. We played them in Milwaukee, but somehow, some way, there was an article written because we'd played them earlier in the year and actually played pretty well against them. So it was like an article written saying, "Hey, BYU's got a chance" or whatever. He was standing out in the hall when we came in, and he looked at our staff, and he's like, "Oh, so you want the Ducks, huh?"
Oh, geez.
Something like that.
Oh, jeez.
He might have been one of the bigger idiots that I had to deal with through all the years. I'm just letting that uncork now. Dana Altman's, Dana's about Dana.
Yeah. Well, there was a game where they played an NIT game in Logan against Utah State. That was Ryan Odom's first year. And you could tell he was just horrifically appalled that they had to come to Logan to play a first-round NIT game. And there was a moment in that first half. I know Ashworth was playing, and Ashworth hit a couple big shots. And Utah State had them. They were up by like 6 or 7 with about 5 minutes left to go in the first half. And there was that moment when you can break a team, and they didn't break him, and then Oregon comes back and just overwhelms them with talent in the second half. But, just watching him roam the sidelines, it's like, okay. You learn a lot about coaches on how they handle themselves in the course of a game.
Yeah, you do. You actually do. And I'm sure you've got a list of guys that you're like, hey, those guys seem like pretty good dudes. And then a whole nother list of, whoa.
There's some guys that actually surprise you a little bit. And I was really fascinated by watching Rick Pitino coach because you would think, and this is when he was with, was it Iona? What was it? Small.
Yep.
Okay. He was at Iona, and it was that Diamond Head Classic, and Utah State had finished a game, and then they were playing, and I just sat right behind their bench because, as you mentioned, in some of these tournaments, you can walk and get any seat you want in the building, and so I just sat behind his bench just to watch him coach, and I was fascinated by how hands-on of a coach he was. Like, I mean, he would get after guys, but I would think he would be a guy that would just sit down and let the assistants handle everything. Dude, he was all over the place. And so I'm like, okay, he may not be a particularly good human being, but he's coaching hard.
Oh, he coaches really, really hard. Former Ute, Ricky Johns, Garfield Ricky Johns played for us during the Ray Giacoletti era. He's from Long Island, but he's one of Rick's assistants now, one of his main assistants. So, he's got a big job because he's like Rick Majerus. He's definitely into detail and leaves no stone unturned.
All right, take a break. High noon. Dan Walken joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Wow, this is the time of year when the temperatures are off the chart, and it's not the time for us to go into our backyards where it is so warm, fire up the hot grill, and then slap on a steak, and then stand there and try to make it taste as good as Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, it's impossible. So why not just go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the best meal you have had all summer long? The steaks cooked to perfection, other wonderful entrees as well, from seafood to poultry, you name it, the side dishes, the desserts. You don't have to do the cleanup. You don't have to stand there over the hot grill. You just sit back in that air-conditioned comfort with the people you love, and you have a dining experience that you're going to remember. Hotel Park City up in Summit County, there's a Ruth's Chris there, and downtown Salt Lake City, 275 Southwest Temple.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah! 1, 2, 3, go!
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. Hope you're having a tremendous Wednesday. Time to talk a little college football. Dan Wolken, kind enough to hang out with us from Yahoo Sports. Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. So is our congressional bill, is it on life support? Does it have a pulse? If it was in the ambulance, what condition would it be in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to hang on every word that's coming out of the congressional staffers, and certainly a lot of my colleagues are in regular communication, getting sort of the minute-by-minute updates. I'm more of a tell me when you have the baby, because I don't really trust, deadlines create pressure for sure, but they also create a lot of fake urgency. It is true that the Senate is going on recess soon, and so, if they don't get it done, it creates a whole domino effect of timing issues, and obviously the election in November is one where, you really, as you get closer to that, it's really difficult. So they feel like they're under a time commitment. The SEC and the Big Ten have been stringing it along. I don't really know, what's going to happen. And even if they do get it on the floor, and even if they vote for it in the Senate, then it's got to go to the House. And I don't know. I try to be a little removed from all the machinations of it.
Dan, you've been doing this a long time, and we've been talking about this era that we've been in the last few years, and just trying to figure out a way to get out of it and kind of stabilize things. What do you feel like the ultimate end game is here? I mean, do you feel like it's inevitable we're headed toward a major, big super conference that the big players kind of dictate? Or do you feel like, college football can survive as it is?
Well, it's a really complicated question because it depends so much on what happens in the media rights part of the business. And it's really unpredictable because every 5-6 years things change so much. And you look at 2030, that's kind of a year people have circled where some of the big deals start to come up for renegotiation, so the Big Ten and the SEC, if you look at the last 2 times they've been through TV rights negotiations, that's when they've expanded because expansion drives more value, drives more money. And you look at what's happening in the congressional bill right now, and there's been a lot of concern with the SEC and the Big Ten about a provision in the bill that limits their ability to expand. So that's been sort of one of the big issues that they've had. So I don't know where all that's going to come out in the wash. I don't think anything's inevitable, but I do think at some point in the future, and it may be, after we're all retired and not doing this anymore, I don't really know. The biggest brands in college sports and college football are going to look at the lesser brands they're in the conferences with and say, why are we sharing the money with you? We're Ohio State. Why should we be subsidizing Purdue's value? That kind of thing. And, maybe they do join up and there's a, 40-team league or whatever. I don't know. I just know media rights and television money dictate so much of it.
So when you have a guy like, and I call games for Utah State, so I've been around Josh Pastner a little bit over the last year, and the dude is Barnum and Bailey. Like, I love him. I love interviewing him because that dude is a salesman. He's always in sales mode. And what he said about UNLV being for sale, and I know that they had to walk it back a little bit, but what he said, if you just listen to what he said, he's not that far off, and it's not that bad of an idea. I actually kind of applaud the way he, put him and his university and his basketball team out there.
Yeah, well, I think everybody understood when he said that, or at least everybody who follows college sports super close, that when he said buy a team, he wasn't literally saying we're selling UNLV basketball to the highest bidder. He's talking about they need a sugar daddy. They need somebody to come in and write him a big check so they can get players. And everybody's in that position. And if you have one person who does that, one person who's capable of, for a program at UNLV's level, spending $10 to $12 million on a roster, well, that person is essentially the owner. They're the de facto owner, and they're going to have a say in a lot of the decisions. They're going to be sitting front row. They're going to be, in that space. And you come to find out, because I talked to Josh on Monday, there's a lot of people who have a lot of money who would love to be in that position because I don't know if it's ego. I don't know if they expect some kind of return on investment. But there's a lot of people who, maybe they can't quite afford to get in the game, or they, for whatever reason, it's not like you can just go buy an NBA team or whatever. Like it's hard to do. But, if you can go stroke a check for $15 million and sort of be the main guy who's in charge of one of these college programs, maybe that's just something you really enjoy, a really fun and expensive hobby for somebody who's got way more money than they could spend.
Dan, do you think the expanded playoff has made the regular season more interesting, or do you think it's diminished some of the urgency that we were used to every Saturday?
Well, I think so far it hasn't really diminished it very much at 12. I don't know what would happen if we go to 24. And I do think, there's a number where it does start to impact how people look at the regular season, how we talk about the regular season, maybe even how some teams approach the regular season. And like, for instance, if you go to 24, some of these games that hit, like Ohio State, Michigan, just as an example, that's always been Thanksgiving, right? The Saturday after Thanksgiving. Well, in a 2014 playoff era, you really have to think, is that game best positioned at the end of the season when, often both teams would already be, in the playoffs or have clinched their playoff berth? Or would you rather play a game like that early when it feels like it has more meaning? That's just one example of the kind of maybe reimagining of the regular season that I think would have to happen if it goes to 24, because realistically, just so many games are not going to have the same punch that they do now at 12.
Looking at actual football games and actual football season coming up, the Sorsby thing, I don't know if anybody really anticipated that he'd play before the judge then said he could. And then, of course, obviously that thing went away. But Texas Tech was considered to be the forefront of the Big 12, especially if Sorsby was playing. Now that he's not, and everybody's kind of waiting on Will Hammond to see how well he'll perform and how healthy he is at the start of the season. Where would you put BYU as your number one in the Big 12, or still keep Texas Tech there?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know that Texas Tech, especially on defense, is going to be quite as robust as they were a year ago when they were really, really very good.
Yeah.
I mean, their talent was unbelievable on that side of the ball. I think they're probably downgraded a bit there. The quarterback situation, I just don't know. We've seen a little bit of Hammond, not enough for me to make a definitive statement about what anybody should expect, although I do think they're comfortable with him as the starter. And, I was maybe not quite as high individually on Sorsby as some other people. So I'd maybe default a little bit to Texas Tech. I just have a hard time these days getting my arms around what to expect from almost any team because of the transfer portal and the newness that you tend to get. I mean, yeah, there's some carryover year to year, but it just really feels like everything's up for grabs. And, you look a couple years ago, just as an example, in the Big 12, Arizona State comes out of absolute nowhere to win the conference. Nobody saw it coming, but they did a great job in the portal. And there's always going to be teams like that, that especially in a league like the Big 12 where, maybe the high end is not dominant. It's maybe a little bit more parity in that league. Like, you could see some crazy results. And so, yeah, I mean, BYU, Texas Tech, you put them in the bucket up top with maybe a couple other teams. I do think Arizona State's got a chance to be good. Arizona should be good again. But yeah, I don't know that Sorsby is a total game changer for me.
Obviously around here, we got used to rinse, repeat Kyle Whittingham at Utah, 21 years, loaded team up and go do it. And we've got a new coach here, and obviously Kyle's got a new job. Comments on, I guess, first Utah, your thoughts on Utah with Morgan Scalley taking over, and then, what you've seen and heard from Kyle Whittingham out there at Michigan thus far.
Well, I would say to start with, the overriding thing about Utah is it's just going to be strange, I think, to experience Utah without Kyle on the sideline. And he'd been there for so long, and certainly for me, almost my whole time in the business, really. I mean, I remember covering a game during Urban's, last year there, when I was really, really young, and now I'm not so young anymore. So
join the club, dude. It happens.
Yeah, and Kyle's been there the whole time, right? So it's kind of weird. Obviously, Utah's got a lot of confidence in Morgan Scalley. I mean, we'll see, right? This guy's never been a head coach before, so hard to predict. But interesting times in Utah. A lot of changes. The private equity piece that's kind of transforming the department. Like they're on the radar for a lot of different reasons at this point. And then as far as Kyle, I haven't heard much, really. I mean, it's been quiet. There's been a lot of other things going on in Michigan over the last few months, and really he's probably, kind of enjoyed laying low a little bit. I think they've sort of been the beneficiary of not having the spotlight specifically on football. Now, obviously that starts to change because we're at Big Ten Media Days, or I'm not physically there, but that's the point in the calendar this week, and so we'll have more expectation on Michigan and sort of what to think. But I thought it was a good move overall by Michigan to kind of bring in a steady, experienced guy. I don't necessarily expect him to be in the job for 7-8 years or anything like that. But why would Kyle Whittingham not do a good job in Michigan? It would shock me.
So, Dan, I mentioned my connection to Utah State. They're part of this newfangled Pac-12, which is, essentially Mountain West 2.0. And I've been talking to a lot of guys, New Mexico, UNLV, guys that stayed put. And the thought is, it's like, okay, we're going to go through the motions on this, but ultimately we're probably all going to be together again here very soon. In this whole reshuffling thing that I think we all anticipate 2030, 2031, do you feel like we're going to, at least a little bit of common sense will prevail and we'll get a little bit back to more geographical sense?
Common sense in college sports. That's a tough bet to make.
I know.
I think you've heard more coming out lately as people have tried to reimagine and rethink what college sports should look like to try to get back to a semblance of normalcy. You have heard a lot more about geographically based conferences for non-revenue sports, kind of decoupling everything from football, which honestly would be great. There's no reason why volleyball teams and softball teams and in these mega conferences where everybody should be flying 3 time zones. That doesn't make a lot of sense for sports that don't really make a lot of money. I don't know where it's all going to lead. I thought the Pac-12 raiding the Mountain West and kind of only taking the parts they wanted. I thought it was kind of silly, to be honest with you, because it's basically just the Mountain West, right?
Yeah.
It's the Mountain West with Washington State and Oregon State. So what have you really accomplished? There's not been very good transparency on the media deals, to figure out if it's really significantly more money for these schools. So we don't really know that yet. I don't know. I honestly believe a lot of administrators at a school like Utah State, and a lot of these Mountain West schools looked at it like a branding thing.
Yes,
like going to the
100%.
Pac-12 is better for branding because people remember the Pac-12 as from the way it was. I don't necessarily believe that. I think people look at the collection of schools and say it's the same. So good luck, right? I don't know. I don't know what to say. Just good luck, right?
Well, no, I wasn't necessarily talking about just, the Mountain West in general, but, you feel like there is kind of this surge, and maybe it's just me wishful thinking that, we get back to UCLA and USC not playing in Rutgers, something that makes a little bit more sense.
Well,
but you're right. Common sense doesn't seem to reign supreme these days.
Well, like USC and UCLA are not going back to the Pac-12.
No. I get that.
You know what I mean? So maybe if the Big Ten expands, they bring in a Stanford or whatever to try to, balance it a little bit more geographically. But I just think with these mega conferences, the hay's kind of out of the barn, and they're going to be what they are for the most part. And it's stupid to have these conferences going all the way across the country, but this is the result of bad planning, bad leadership, greed. You can just throw every bad thing in there, and we sort of end up with this Frankenstein system.
The fact that a Tennessee player has to miss the first 2 games because of a $490 flight, it almost feels like the NCAA is like, hey, we're still here. We can still do things. And they're taking it out on this dude for, probably a Southwest flight paid by his agent, which just, that Coach mentioned earlier in the show, this is why we are where we're at today, is because of dumb things like this.
Well, I saw that headline, and I was thinking, did I just wake up in a time machine to go back to 2012?
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing you would see regularly back then. Somebody, a guy named Gene Marsh, who was on the Committee on Infractions for quite a long time, he always had a great analogy that NCAA enforcement is, it's like Goldilocks. The pudding is either a little bit too hot or it's a little too cold, and it's never quite just right. And that has always kind of been the case with the NCAA and some of these punishments. They've been so, they got bullied into not enforcing any rules for the last several years. And now they maybe feel like they can enforce some rules, so maybe they're going over the top again, and the pendulum's swinging back to, the porridge is too hot. That's my only explanation, because it does not seem like the punishment fits the crime, given the context of what's going on in the real world of college athletics right now.
So back to the field, is there a team that is either being talked about a bunch or not talked about enough that you got your eye on for the upcoming season?
Interesting question. I was just at SEC Media Days last week, and I was kind of taken aback by just how little buzz there was around Alabama. I remember back in the day, you would go cover SEC Media Days, and Alabama Day was, there was a little extra energy in the air, and, it always felt big. And Kalen DeBoer has kind of made it feel small. And not because he's a bad coach or whatever, but, he's more like low key, and he's not the big personality. And, his first 2 years, they've been okay. And, last year they kind of stumble into the playoffs. And so I'm just curious, like, what is Alabama football now? And what's it going to be going forward? And is Kalen DeBoer the guy? And, like, all of these things. And I feel like this is it's a big year in terms of trajectory and, the way fans are going to react to him. And obviously he just got a contract extension, and the school's trying to protect him from the pressure of all that. But it can take on a life of its own. Like, it's going to be really interesting to see, because I don't know what to expect from them.
Mm. Well, Dan, appreciate your time. Good stuff as always. Looking forward to catching up with you down the line.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
You got it. Dan Wolken. He does a tremendous job at Yahoo Sports.
Was at USA Today for a long time. I've read him forever, so it was awesome to have him on the show. Be able to talk to him.
So my grandpa, when he would yell at you, he'd always go, "You crazy yahoos, knock it off." So every time I reintroduce somebody with Yahoo, I almost say Yahoo, just because that's what my grandpa would say. Like when he's coming at you with his belt, like, "Get over here, you Yahoo." I'm like, that always gets me a little PTSD there. But Yahoo Sports.
Now I know how to get your attention when you're not paying attention to me.
Yahoo! You bunch of yahoos.
Grandpa was a good dude, though.
Grandpa, you know what? Grandpa could come from the grave right now and walk through the door, and he would still scare the bejeebers out of me.
Is this Richard's father?
Yes.
What's his first name?
Melvin.
Love the name.
Yes. Yeah.
I have a Melvin in my lineage.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm. I do. I have a Melvin. My father, actually, who is no longer with us, but he was given the name Harvey, but his middle name was Keith.
Yeah.
So he went with that.
Well,
he left the Harv alone.
Oh, my oldest brother is actually Melvin, but his middle name is Kurt, and nobody calls him Melvin.
Well, yeah. Just get me in front of him, and we'll give it a crack.
I don't know if that probably is such
I'll
a
walk
good
in
idea.
and say, "Dick, Melvin, how we doing?" No?
Okay. I'd probably avoid that one. All right, 12:25. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started.
Hall of Fame or bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no. We should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in summer league either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have, and if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in summer league and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone, 12:31. Lloyd Cole on vacation, so he has forfeited his right to create the playlist. He actually did send one in, but
he had the guile.
Yeah. You're like,
I'm not going to be there at the party, but
I still want my music played.
You guys could save me some of the pizza and just put it in the microwave when I get back.
Yeah, I won't help you move, but if they do give you some pizza for helping everybody move, then if you could bring that back, that would be awesome.
We give our guy a hard time. We love him. Don't get us wrong. And I did see some really cool pictures you posted yesterday with the boys.
Yep.
Looks like they're having a ball.
At his cabin, his palatial estate.
Is it in Wyoming?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah. Well, he's
boys were in full Western regalia.
Yeah, even wearing the gloves.
Got work to do out. I'm sure he's got them out there like fixing fences or something on vacation.
I would hope so, because you got to put those kids to work, man.
Well, if they don't, they'll end up like him, because he never works.
With zero work ethic.
Zero work ethic and high expectations.
Oh man! All right, so. By the way, we had a chance, and I want to replay some of this. I know I'm putting Alex on the spot, but we had a chance to chat with Tony Jones a little bit yesterday. And I want to replay that conversation, at least a portion of that, because Tony Jones just got thrown right to the wolves, man. Just absolutely, his world turned upside down, and LeBron James is now part of Philadelphia 76ers. Tony Jones, the beat writer for the Athletic for the Philadelphia 76ers, took that job and thinking, okay, look, I'm going to deal with Paul George in a bad contract, and I'm going to deal with Joel Embiid in the 20 games he plays, and that'll be it. No. All of a sudden, now he's got a title contender on his hands, and LeBron and the circus that comes along with it. I'm very fascinated to see how this team is out of the gate and how they're playing come March, April, because I got to imagine they'll ramp up to the end of the season.
I'm excited that we have a relationship with Tony, that we have him on, and he will be able to give us stuff on this on how all this goes down all year long. So that will be awesome. He talked about it yesterday, told his wife, not going to be there for Christmas, be really busy, but it's awesome we have an inside line to what is the biggest story in the NBA, since LeBron made the decision.
There's our conversation with the great Tony Jones. Philadelphia had a good roster. They had, I think Mike Gansey might be the executive of the year, and he hasn't even been with the team for a single regular season game yet.
Executive of the year off of
Paul George
1 month. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
If you look at this, if you look at this off season, and you look at what Gansey and Jameer Nelson, because Jameer Nelson's had a really big part in this. If you look at what those two guys have done, not only did they get the big stuff right, like obviously the Jaylen Brown trade, and then, LeBron, I don't want to say falls in their laps because they really worked on the recruitment of him. But they got the small stuff right. They got, they kind of stole Anthony Simons from the Miami Heat. That he was supposed to go to Miami, and Jameer pulled off a really, really good recruiting job to get Anthony to sign with the Sixers. And, and Dean Wade, that was Gansey all the way because those two had a relationship headed back to Cleveland. KCP is LeBron, so we got to get a look at LeBron credit KCP. But if you look at those two ways, Gansey and Jamil signed Caleb Love and Ryan Rupert, both the two ways. Both of those guys played real NBA minutes last year. Caleb Love for Portland. We know Caleb Love because he played for Arizona. And Ryan Rupert from Memphis. He had a 30-point triple-double in Memphis back in March. So, all up and down the roster, they weren't real. There was a dearth of real NBA players through the depth parts of the roster last year when it came to the Sixers, and they've got real NBA players and real NBA rotation players up and down the roster this year.
What have you been able to glean from the recruiting process and kind of what it went into it? I know LeBron had made comments about things that were important to him, but the way I look at this, this was his best chance to win for sure.
Well, Joel Embiid promised LeBron that he'd be in shape.
There you go.
That happened. And I'm sure the Sixers fans are now like, so what about the other 11 years? But, that's neither here nor there. That's a conversation for another day.
Yeah. We had it yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So there was that. But listen, LeBron has been long fond of Tyrese Maxey and vice versa. Those two guys, have worked out for a long time with the same trainer, Chris Johnson. They actually got a workout in yesterday together. And, they have been, not really talking about playing together because it really didn't seem like it was an obvious thing that would happen. But, there's the clutch connection with them as well as with Nick Nurse, obviously KCP. But Tyrese Maxey has been somebody that LeBron has admired for a long time. And I can see LeBron, using Maxey the way that he did, 10 years ago with Kyrie Irving when they were with Cleveland. So, I think that LeBron will be good for Tyrese, and I think that Tyrese will be good for LeBron. And I think that, when you look at Tyrese last year and you watched him last year, yeah, he had a great season, but he was doing it with, teams, really keyed into stopping him. And he's going to have space in, people drawing gravity away from him this year, kind of like he hasn't had in a few years.
So Miami's Miami. It's, a gorgeous place to play, especially if you're wealthy. You got the weather, the city of Miami. You've got the nostalgia factor of Cleveland. Philadelphia look, it's not the best city to live in terms of weather. It has no real emotional connection. It's, I guess, somewhat close to New York, so I guess you can talk about some ties to the Big Apple. But other than that, this seems like it was just about winning for LeBron.
Yeah, the Sixers had the best roster and the best chance for him to win. The only other roster that gave him that kind of chance to win, in my opinion, would have been Minnesota. We all know he wasn't going.
No.
He is not dragging that documentary crew to Minneapolis. So, I think we all said it, and we were still surprised, but we all said it. Like, listen, LeBron is actually serious about winning a championship. He's saying this is about winning a championship and about what his best chance of winning is. It's Philadelphia. Miami's roster is incomplete. Davion Mitchell is the point guard. I love Off Night like a brother, but he's a middling starting point guard. They have a lack of shooting, and then Cleveland has James Harden. And I know LeBron ain't trying to hitch his wagon to James Harden. So if it were about winning, it was Philadelphia. And even under that, guys, I think we were all still shocked that he actually chose Philadelphia because we really underestimated just how much it was about winning. Turned out to be 100% about winning. I thought it was like, 50, 60% winning, couple of percentages where your family wants to live, nostalgia, maybe the opportunity to play with Giannis and, maybe get that roster in enough shape to win in year two. No, it was about winning. And LeBron put his money where his mouth is because he went to Philadelphia because I think that this is by far the most volatile choice that he could have made. There is a really, really, really high ceiling with the fan base and LeBron about how this can go, but there is a low floor if this doesn't go well.
So back to the elephant in the room, and the elephant would be the 7-foot, 270-pound Joel Embiid, who has played 96 of a possible 246 games in the last 3 years. And, he has had some bad luck with injuries, but I have been one that said he's never been in shape, and I don't know how much he cares. Do you think LeBron can impact that?
Let's put it this way. If Joel doesn't have his body and, as good a shape as he can possibly get it in this year, is never going to happen. And, this is his best chance to win. Like, the Sixers have this roster has a real chance to win. And I would be surprised if LeBron doesn't play 2 years. I think, I know that the second year is a player option, but I think he's going to give himself 2 years and give himself a chance to really win one. And, this is a roster that is capable of winning it all. I think it's one of the 4 most talented rosters in the league, and that 4 being, the Knicks, the Sixers, the Thunder, and the Spurs, no particular order. And Joel, I don't think that this team needs Joel Embiid in the regular season. I think that Joel Embiid can play 0 games in the regular season, and this roster can still win 50 games. But I 100% absolutely believe that this team needs Joel Embiid to win a championship. They need him to be a 16-game player and not an 82-game player. Watching him and covering him last year, he is an incredible offensive talent. I mean, he does things for a 7-footer that no 7-footer should ever in a million years be able to do. Yet his body consistently breaks down. There are the lower body injuries. There's, all sorts of health scares. There was an appendectomy, which is just like kind of crazy in terms of how unlucky he has been as well. But this is his chance to really, buckle down, get in shape, stay in shape. He's not going to play 65 games. He's probably not going to play 55 games. But if you can get 50 games out of him, play 50 games and be in as good a shape as humanly possible for a 16-game run, he has a chance to take this roster to the stratosphere just because of how unique he is offensively. His problem right now is defensively because the lower body injuries have, really robbed him of his lateral movement. And that's really hurt him in pick and roll coverage. And the Knicks really honed in on that in the second round last year and just kind of put him in a blender at any chance that they could get. So, that's going to be something that, the Sixers are going to have to figure out, especially if they get the Knicks at some point in the playoffs, or they get a team that has 5 players like the Knicks who can, just kind of all dribble, pass, and shoot and put you in a blender. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Joel approaches this season.
Relatively healthy Joel Embiid with this 76er team against the Knicks in a 7-game series. How do you feel like that goes?
So last year was a sweep.
Yeah.
I would still probably go Knicks in 7. I think that the Sixers do have some advantages this year, which is mainly like last year, the Knicks could hide Jalen Brunson on Kelly Oubre Jr. and mainly get away with it. And they can't do that this year because of just how many great players are in that lineup. That matchup becomes VJ Eskam, and VJ will cook them. So that becomes a little bit different. There's no Mitch Robinson, and that becomes a little that's going to hurt the Knicks some because them not having Mitch Robinson coming in off the bench, grabbing every single offensive rebound, blocking shots, playing above the rim. And you're replacing that with Andre Drummond. And, I covered Andre last year. Really, really, really nice guy. He's not Mitch Robinson. So a lot more onus is going to go on the Karl Anthony Towns. I would still favor the Knicks and say the Knicks in 7, but that's a much, much, much closer series this year than it was last year.
I've been talking about the problem that Maxey and Edgecombe are for the league, their ability. They're a dynamic crew. You add Jaylen Brown to that. As about as good a guard trio as exists, I think, in the NBA. Yeah. Your thought?
Yeah. I mean, you can go San Antonio with Fox and Harper and Stephen Castle. But outside of that, I mean, Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey and VJ Eskam, that's as good and athletic and dynamic a perimeter trio as you're probably going to get. And I think there's going to be some onus in my opinion, on LeBron to just be a playmaker. I think that this is going to be the first time in his NBA life that he does not average 20 points a game in a season. And I think that it's on Joel Embiid to kind of fill in the blanks where needed and let those three guys go. Like, let them run, let them cook off the dribble on the perimeter, let them, those guys are durable guys. Let them be regular season innings eaters. And, LeBron and Joel both kind of, fill in the blanks when needed, where needed. And then, those guys can be ready to kind of assert themselves once you get to the playoffs because, Maxey and Jaylen Brown are both in their primes. They're 28-point-per-game scorers last season. VJ Etchcom is somebody who I think has a chance to be an all-star in this league. And, and I think it's going to be really incumbent on Nick Nurse to figure out VJ Etchcom from the standpoint of, blending him in with, the older guys, but also getting him on-ball reps so that he can develop. Because I always thought that, watching him, he has a chance to one day be Anthony Edwards. And, he's not going to have that kind of runway in terms of on-ball usage, obviously. But they still need to get him enough on-ball usage that, he stays on his development path, that he set for himself in his rookie season.
The great Tony Jones with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You've had a chance to watch some Summer League. You saw A.J. DeBonsa. You saw Darren Peterson. You saw some of these other guys. Obviously, people love to overreact over what they saw in the middle of July. But were there some things that you can take away that you can project into the regular season from some of these guys?
Yeah, with Darren, I thought that he was put in a tough spot because he didn't have as many NBA players around him as A.J. DeBonsa and Cameron Boozer. Cameron Boozer had a full lineup of NBA players around him, and at least for that first game, so did A.J. DeBonsa, and Darren Peterson had Cody Williams. So, I think that a lot of people talked about, Darren's turnovers and all of that stuff, but it was just a different deal for him than it's going to be in the regular season. He's obviously going to be surrounded by NBA players in the regular season. He's going to have NBA spacing, and he wasn't afforded that in Summer League. That being said, I thought that Darren showed an amazing ability to get to his spots, real ability to handle the basketball. He showed some passing chops, obviously, in the Salt Lake Summer League. He did some really, really good things this summer. A.J. DeBonsa, I don't think that, we've seen a physical force come into the league from the small forward spot in a while. I mean, he's even more of a physical force than Cooper Flagg is in terms of, rim pressure, playing above the rim and just doing things 6'9", 6'10", that guys his size should not be doing. And Cameron Boozer is as advertised, just a really great intellectual thinker on the floor, terrific rebounder, really skilled, had one of the best summer leagues out of anybody in the NBA. So, it's quite the top three, and I really, I'm really looking forward to seeing them translate to the regular season.
There he is, Tony Jones, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Fun conversation with him. And he, by the way, just for the record, he did say he's still going to come on with us throughout the season.
Yes, he did, and he will be giving us, updates from the goings-on of Philly with LeBron, and everybody's super excited about it. And I think the biggest thing that came out of that, he agreed with me, Embiid's got to be good. Embiid's got to play. Embiid's got to be in shape. And he's promised LeBron he will.
Oh, I'm sure. Everybody can make big promises in July. What happens when everybody shows up in late September for camp?
There's some, it was like my first day when you're like, dude, you're going to do on the streaming thing. You got to drop 20. So I've gotten in line.
12:52. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, and Beehive Mills. That's right, Beehive Mills. We love it. The flat top menu, they've got a new one coming out for August. And it's making its triumphant return. The jalapeno cheddar smash burger is my absolute favorite. The steak fajitas on that menu as well. If you want the Beehive Mill experience, the ease and the convenience and the taste from Beehive Mills, but you still want to do a little cooking on the flat top, boom, you got it right there.
Well, we're a sports show, right? And we talk sports all the time. One thing I know is championship teams know how to prepare to win games, and dinner's no different. Beehive Meals does all the work, so when the final whistle blows, you've got a great meal waiting. No scrambling, no takeout, no 20 seconds, no quick timeouts, just an easy win for your family. That's why Beehive Meals is on my roster.
Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alex is patiently waiting for me to give away tickets. He's asked me like 5 times, and I keep forgetting. And that's my bad, because really, Coach and I were just kind of hoping that everybody would forget, and we would take those tickets to go see the Black Crows. But no, we got to give them away to you, the listener.
Fine, Alex.
Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Will win 2 tickets to the Black Crows. Hey, little thing, let me light your candle, because I'm so hot to handle now. Yes, I am. With special guest Whiskey Myers to the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Thursday, August 13th. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. You can get your tickets right now, or you can also be caller number 12 and get tickets. Again, 801-575-ZONE.
Remedy. That's my tune.
Yeah? Such a great band. Great band. I can't, look, if they have any amount of the juice that they had in the late 80s and early 90s, that's going to be one hell of a show.
I guarantee they will. I'm going to be there. I'm going to find a way there. Point me in the direction.
Yeah.
Of the amphitheater.
Look, get off your cell phone. You can't be caller 12.
Oh, gosh. I thought I'd change my voice like I did the other day with Bo Nix is a bum.
Bo Nix is a bum.
I will call one time and win and say to Lloyd, tell me where the tickets are first.
Oh, yeah. Lloyd loves that. He's always a big fan.
Yeah, just take your tickets.
He's like, you're caller number 12. Congratulations. Before you give me the tickets, are they lower bowl or upper bowl?
And he's like,
all right, you're done. Yeah. Yeah, that's no go. All right, 1 o'clock coming up next. We'll get a preview of the Kansas Jayhawks. Henry Greenstein will join us. We'll chat with him about KU, what to expect from the Jayhawks in the upcoming season, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-0RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't know what to believe. They say it's better to give than receive. Hear it over again and again. Don't give up, don't you ever give in. Don't give up, don't you ever give in.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off hour number 4 of the program, just past the 1 o'clock hour here on a Wednesday. Your week's half over. Now, as we prepare for the start of the college football season, we take a look at some upcoming opponents for BYU, Utah State as well. And the Kansas Jayhawks are under the spotlight today. Henry Greenstein, kind enough to join us, covers KU. Henry, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure. It's always good to be on a KSL program. I'm happy to join you guys. And, man, football season's finally around the corner. It's been a long wait. Last year, KU started fall camp in the third week of July because they had a week 0 game, so it's been a long off season.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of like those week 0 games. Kind of gets us there a little quicker. But Kansas, you know, it's an interesting situation. They showed so much excitement there early on in the Lance Leipold era, and then have kind of come back down to earth. What do you expect out of this squad this year?
Yeah, I feel like the pressure has ratcheted up a little bit, given, you know, that Leipold and his team showed what they were capable of pretty early on, probably earlier than anyone expected in terms of going to bowl games in his second and third seasons at the helm when they previously hadn't been since 2007 and 2008. That was a great accomplishment, but it also set a higher standard. And the fact that, you know, in 2024, when, of course, they went to BYU and won that ridiculous game with the pooch punt. But that was supposed to be their best team. That was the one that was supposed to contend for a conference crown. It goes 5-7. Last year, expectations a little more moderate. Well, they start out 4-2 and then proceed to finish 1-5. So it's been 2 consecutive seasons of disappointment with the same result of falling just short of a bowl game. And now they must proceed forward without Jalen Daniels, who started at least 3 games in each of the last 6 seasons at KU, which has turned the quarterback competition and into the dominant storyline of this offseason, which is interesting because I think KU's better at most other positions than it's been in recent years. But the most important one on the field continues to loom large and will undoubtedly receive a lot of attention in the weeks ahead.
So, knowing the program as you do, where do you feel like Kansas perhaps could be better this year? What part of the game can they be better in?
Well, there's a few ways to go with that. One of them, I feel like with the secondary, there's really nowhere to go but up. Last year was DK McDonald's first as a defensive coordinator, and they changed schemes a little bit. They were more multiple in terms of the fronts they used, but I actually thought the defensive line was pretty solid last year. The real weakness was in the secondary. At cornerbacks, they started a true sophomore and a redshirt freshman in Jalen Todd and Austin Alexander. And while Todd was pretty solid overall throughout the year, Alexander was quite vulnerable against a lot of different teams that KU went up against. The hope is that both of them, with another year under their belt, will look much more capable and be consistent. And KU didn't have a cornerback intercept a pass all of last season, which is just crazy to think about. And so the ability to generate more mistakes from a secondary will be huge. Also last year, part of that scheme change with McDonald was moving to a 5 defensive back look more often. They used to run more of a 4-3 when Brian Borland was the defensive coordinator. They kind of segued into a 4-2-5. Well, the fifth spot, the nickel, the main players they had in mind for it were injured all year, which meant that Todd had to slide inside to play there, which meant they had to put another cornerback who was below the caliber of those two on the outside as well. So tough injury situation there. I think they'll be better at safety this year as well. They've totally revamped that position group with the additions of transfers like Corey Gordon, who previously played at Louisville and Baylor, in addition to Keyshawn Cummings-Coleman from Iowa State, Jaden Harris, who previously played at Miami and Georgia. He was a starter for Miami in 2024. So there's a lot of reason to think they've upgraded there. The other primary position that comes to mind is running back. KU's had a lot of good running backs. Obviously, last time they were out there in Provo, they had Devin Neal, who's the all-time leading rusher. Last year, they had sort of a two-headed monster of Daniel Highshaw and Le'Shawn Williams. And those guys were pretty effective against Utah in that finale. But what they didn't have was a complementary duo. They were very similar kinds of backs. They were bruisers who ran between the tackles. Williams had a little more breakaway speed, but they've never had kind of a thunder and lightning deal like they do this year with Dylan Edwards from K-State and Yasin Willis from Syracuse. So I'm really excited to see how that goes because especially with Andy Koldnicki back in the fold as the associate head coach and the offensive play caller, he has a lot of new toys to work with on offense, and I think that can help take some of the pressure off whoever wins the quarterback battle.
I remember Big 12 Media Days a couple of years ago. Jalen Daniels shows up with the chain that has the Apple Watch face with playing his highlights. And it just felt like that he was ready to just take that next step. When you look back at his era, is it, and Kansas fans look back at that era, is it a question of what if or what could have been, or do they still appreciate the career that he had? What are the feelings on him as he departs?
Yeah, the problem is he left such a sour final impression with that Utah game and the 2 interceptions in that one that just totally derailed a chance at a big victory and a bowl win. And I think that really had a large impact on how he'll ultimately be viewed, the fact that he couldn't get them over the hump. You know, early in his career, the story was the injuries. He burst onto the scene with that win over Texas at the end of 2021. Early 2022, when College Game Day came to Lawrence for the first time, he was a borderline Heisman candidate before he got hurt against TCU. Came back at the end of that year, obviously had a great performance in the Liberty Bowl, which they ended up losing in triple overtime to Arkansas. And then, 2023 preseason Offensive Player of the Year. He had the Apple Watch chain, and that's when you get the back tightness. He ended up only playing 3 games that year, and Jason Bean was the hero as KU went on to its best modern era season. And then the last 2 years, beginning of 2024, Jalen comes out incredibly rusty. Second half, he plays great. And then last year, first half, he plays incredibly well. Second half, he kind of declines. So ultimately, he's a top 3 quarterback in KU history, probably. But he's going to be all over the record books and a great team leader who was well regarded here. But I think it absolutely puts a damper on everything.
So Leopold takes over in 2021 after Les Miles was there and won the donut, 0 games in 21. So, or excuse me, in 20. So when Leopold comes in, he goes 2-6-9, and then he's had 2 years of 5. What is the temperature around him? Definitely as successful as Kansas has been since arguably the Mangino days, but what is the pulse around Leopold right now?
Well, frankly, just because of bigger picture factors, I don't know that it's really possible for Leipold to see. I think just because, first of all, because of how terrible the program was for the 15 years or so prior to his arrival, but also with the amount he's getting paid, with the amount of money they're having to spend on the stadium, with all the other factors that are requiring additional expenses out of college athletic department now, I don't think there's realistically a world where KU can fire a highly paid coach in basically any sport. That being said, I don't know. I think the fans are getting antsy, and justifiably so, because the last 2 years fell short of expectations. At the same time, I also think there's an understanding that KU could take a step forward this year in some ways, but it could not entirely be reflected in the final record because of how horrific, frankly, their schedule is. They have very few. They only have 3 conference home games because they forewent one of them to play in London against Arizona State in the Union Jack Classic. And the Middle Tennessee game that they originally had scheduled for that date, they tried to move it to week 0, but ended up having to move it to a random time in early October. So the result is they start out Long Island, Missouri, and then Arizona State and London. And then after a bye week, they play 9 consecutive games to conclude the year, including the entire rest of their Big 12 schedule. So I think there's a very real possibility that this team could be better, but it could be held back by the way the year is laid out. And also, I don't know, there are some inopportune matchups out there. They play some of the new coaches, but they play Oklahoma State in the last week of the year. By the time you have to feel their identity will be settled in more. They play K-State in late October and obviously haven't won there in 17 straight years or whatever it is. Haven't beaten them in Lawrence either, obviously. But the schedule does not shake out very well. And so I can see a little bit of wiggle room in that respect, or a little bit of forgiveness. And also the fact that the quarterback situation is so unsettled, I expect that will hang over the year in some way. So while I don't think the temperature is up in terms of an actual job security standpoint, high as it was a short time ago.
If you had to Brandon Sorsby this thing and put money on, I'm just joking. Sorry, bad joke. If you had to pick a starter who you think will be the guy day one for Kansas as quarterback, who would you go with?
I'd give a slight edge to Cole Ballard over Isaiah Marshall, who's his primary competition. I think it really is even and will go well into training camp. Basically, the way it's been described to me is this. Cole Ballard is kind of like a quarterback from a movie. He's like a rah-rah leader sort of guy. He's very well respected in that regard. And he has a good arm. But he's not as good of a processor in terms of on-field situations. He has slower reactions. Marshall's a better athlete. He averaged more than 10 yards per carry as a designed runner in select packages last year. And, even though he's not kind of, like I said, the same kind of rah-rah leader, he's still well respected by his teammates, but he also doesn't have the same level of arm talent, and that can hold him back considerably. He can't maybe make all the same throws that Ballard can. There was a third guy, Chase Jenkins, who was a Rice transfer, but he's kind of maybe not even really a dark horse, just sort of an outside guy who they'll probably find some way to use because of his talent. But in any case, Ballard and Marshall are the 2 primary contenders. Ballard's a year older. He's been in more games. He had to start against K-State as a freshman, and they almost pulled that one off. I just feel like his experience and his arm talent will give him a very slight edge, but it's very much still up in the air. And a lot of fans are in the Marshall camp and want to see him ultimately win out because he kind of resembles Daniels more in a lot of ways.
Talk about Calvin Clements. Saw him strutting around Big 12 media days. That's a big dude getting a lot of attention on the offensive line. How good can he be?
Yeah, he's kind of hard to miss, right?
Yeah, he's massive. He's massive.
6'7" and 315, or maybe heavier than that. I don't know what they have him listed at right now, but he's very well liked around these parts. He's a Lawrence native who went to Free State High School here in town, and he got playing time earlier in his career, but sort of bided his time until he was able to take over as the full-time left tackle last season. And frankly, there were some bumps and bruises. I mean, he had a tough time early in the season. Everyone had a tough time against Texas Tech's defensive ends, but Calvin Clements and Enrique Cruz, KU's tackles, were absolutely devastated in that game. It was probably the worst pass protection performance of Leipold's tenure as head coach. So Clements took his lumps. I think he came out of it a better player. He showed an upward trajectory at the end of the season. And now there's more of an onus on him to be a vocal leader in the offensive line room because guys like Bryce Foster and Kobe Baines aren't there anymore. The offensive line is going to be interesting to watch. The left side of it, I think, can be really good with Clements, who, we talked about the body. He's probably a future pro in some form, especially if he continues to grow. And then left guard Amir Herring, a Michigan transfer, he kind of seized a starting spot right at the end of camp last year and didn't let it go. That's a good start. And then everyone else is kind of new. The center will be Kason Carpenter, an Oklahoma State transfer. He used to play at Tulsa. Right tackle will be Nick Morrow, a Cal transfer who spent 2 years at left tackle for the Bears. Right guard will be a position battle between probably the second most prominent position battle behind quarterback. That'll be Tavake Tuikolovatu and Texas transfer Connor Stroh battling it out. So all that is to say, on the blind side, Clements really needs to offer a level of stability, probably to a greater degree than he even did last year. So absolutely one of the most important players for KU reaching his potential this season.
I've always been a huge fan of that Lance Leipold offense and the misdirection, the play, the read options, everything that goes into it. It's just been fascinating to watch. How much difficulty does that put on offensive linemen, and how difficult is that, especially when you got transfers coming in to adjust to that kind of an offense where you're never really sure if you're an illegal man downfield, if it's a run, if it's a pass, or what's going on behind you?
Yeah, Trey Lathan, the middle linebacker who will be the captain of that defense, said something like that at media days where he was like, sometimes they come out in formations I didn't even know were legal.
Yeah.
And so you can only imagine what it's like for an opposing defense who's never seen them before. I definitely think with Kotelnicki returning and once again reunited with Matt Lubick, who is now KU's co-offensive coordinator and tight ends coach. When he was in his first stint at KU, he was an analyst, and he was actually working remotely while battling leukemia, but he was a big factor in a lot of the option game that KU ran to such a success. So the fact that they now have Kotelnicki, Lubick, and Jim Zabrowski, who was kind of demoted to passing game coordinator after being the OC last year, the fact that they're now all back in the same place provides some optimism they can recapture the offensive magic of the 22 and 23 seasons before Kotelnicki left for Penn State. But in terms of the strain it puts on the players, I kind of asked Andy about that in the spring because towards the end of his tenure, the narrative was, well, these guys are so experienced, they've been around so long, you can afford to layer more and more wrinkles because to them, they fully understand it. Well, it's not really like that now. To a lot of these guys, this will be the first time they've dealt with Andy Kotelnicki, and the scheme, while similar to what Zabrowski is running, is not exactly the same. So I almost kind of wonder if earlier in the season they might have to be a bit more vanilla than we're used to as they settle in and get people more acclimated before they can kind of bring out a fully realized version of what Kotelnicki's scheme is supposed to look like.
So just quick thoughts on the Big 12. Texas Tech obviously was unbelievable last year. I think you could have said that against every line they played. I mean, I watched Utah and BYU struggle mightily against that front. But with Sorsby not being there and all of the drama, what's your take on the Big 12? How do you believe it plays out this year?
Yeah, I'm still pretty high on them. I mean, I think they can replicate that kind of pass rush with the transfers they brought in Adam Trick and Trey White. I still picked them first we did an unofficial media poll. The Tulsa World ran it. I was one of the voters in that. I still picked them first in there. I think assuming Hammond is healthy, with his ability to run, he gives them a dimension they didn't really have last year with Morton. I assume they'll have to ease him in to some extent. But they bring back a lot of good playmakers like Carter, the tight end, and the running backs. and they've only gotten better at a lot of positions, which is hard to imagine. And it's not like they have to play the hardest schedule in the world either. I think BYU will absolutely be up there once again, but Tech is still my pick to win the conference. Beyond that upper echelon, though, it's anybody's guess. I continue to be high on Arizona, even though they lost all the players from their best position group last year to the draft. I'm uncertain about some of the other teams people are putting high up. I think obviously getting Dampier back will help Utah a lot. But there's a lot of new coaches. Like K-State theoretically looks more talented than it was when it had a down year, but it's also got a new coach and new scheme and a guy that KU fans are familiar with, Jordan Peterson, as the defensive coordinator. There are some teams where I'm higher on them than most, like Colorado. I actually think they can bounce back a little bit this year. And there are some teams where I find myself a little lower. Honestly, KU's one of them sometimes, and I usually have Iowa State down pretty low as well in the first year under Rodgers. But the Big 12 these days is such a black box. You open it up and you have no idea what's going to come out. And I feel like this is going to be another year very much like that for just about any team.
Well, I mean, when a conference looks so bad because Arizona State picked to finish last, ends up winning the thing, that they just completely eliminate the preseason poll because it was so horribly done. Not that anybody was to blame. We all would have done it. With hindsight, this conference is a little upside down. Give me your thoughts, though, on Arizona State. Do you have them kind of positioning up or down?
Yeah, I think I've got them. I'll have to look back at exactly what I did. I think they had them maybe around 6th. They've got quarterback uncertainty as well, but the options they're choosing between are more experienced when you think about Cutter Boley, Mikey Keene, and then, of course, they've got a highly touted recruit as well. I like the Miller kid, who's the transfer from Colorado at receiver. They obviously brought in a former KU safety, Lyric Rawls, which is honestly one of the bigger transfer portal departures KU has had. Not that he was incredible last year, but he played a huge amount of snaps and was kind of a leader on that end. And usually KU hasn't lost a lot to the transfer portal in terms of veteran guys. So that was interesting. But yeah, that game in London will be a tipping point for both teams' seasons. When you look at the level of influence that playing in the Aer Lingus Classic has had on teams in recent years, I think, it's a little different because they play in the week 3 or whatever it is as opposed to week 0. But whatever happens, the team that loses will be judged. The rest, as Lance Leipold said at Big 12 Media Days, the rest of their season will be seen as a consequence of whatever happens in that game, kind of like it was with K-State last year or Florida State the year before that, and so on. So I actually think that'll be a pretty even matchup. I think ASU may have a little more talent at this point. The game 2 years ago in Tempe, the year that ASU was really good, was a thriller, and I'm excited to see how that goes and be over there for that one.
Look, I know you're all about football, but you are here on the air in Salt Lake City. So let's pretend I give you a microphone. You walk on the street there in Lawrence, and you put a microphone in somebody's face that's wearing just some Kansas memorabilia or, paraphernalia, and you say, Darren Peterson, give me your thoughts. What do you think that fan's going to say?
I think it'll be a little bit of disappointment, not just that KU fans didn't get to see him at his best. And I don't think anyone doubts he's going to go on to great things there in Utah. And I think everyone thinks it's a great fit for him. But I think it's going to be a what could have been kind of situation. Because honestly, the best part of the year for KU last season was the part where he was playing halves of games. They went on that huge 8-game winning streak. The one that included the big win over BYU on the 31st and the win over number 1 Arizona. That was during the time where his availability was inconsistent. When he came back, the rest of the team got worse, not through his fault, but the other guys didn't know how to play with him in a complementary fashion. So I think it'll be regret and a what if, and probably, it may have surpassed Joel Embiid's lack of availability in his 1 year at KU is kind of the biggest what if the Bill Self era. What if Darren Pete, if they had gotten gotten a hold on his creatine levels or whatever. Yeah. So not that people are bitter necessarily, but I think just sad about how it all turned out. I certainly am sad that I only got to see him play 9 home games here in Lawrence.
Well, if he doesn't do it here, we're going to hold it against you, and we're coming for you.
Yeah.
So we got you a number, dude.
Although we have gone to every supplement store and banned the sale of creatine. So we hope that there's no creatine available at any place here in Salt Lake City, and just to try to keep our guy off of it as much as possible. So
very smart.
Yeah. Hey, we appreciate your time. Great conversation. Let's do this again a little bit later on the year, okay?
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Fun conversation. Talking Kansas football as we get a little bit closer, as you mentioned, to the start of the season. That's Henry Greenstein, covers Kansas for the Lawrence Journal-World.
He was great. Loved him. And
good get, Alex.
Yeah, very, very good get. Kansas, obviously, I said it, like I was looking through their wins, and Leopold's taken them, he got them those 9 wins, and everybody was excited.
Oh, yeah.
It's dropped to 5 a couple times.
I was too. I was fully on that Kansas bandwagon because, I'm not even going to lie. I would watch when I was coaching my son's football team. I would watch Kansas games and steal plays because my kids were not very fast. They weren't very athletic, and so what I would do on my team is it was all about misdirection. And so I would sit there and I'd watch Kansas games. I'd be like, okay, we could do that. We could do that. And doggone it, we only had 1 loss that year because nobody knew where the ball was because I was running Lance Leipold plays on my.
I love that.
My kids' 7th grade team. Yeah,
I would have paid to have been there back in the day. You're not coaching anymore, are you?
No. Once the games actually matter, those parents are crazy. I want no part of that. 0 part of that nonsense.
Yeah, look at what it does to you.
I know.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
That's called parentdom.
Oh, man. I mean, I'll be watching games, and look, 9th grade frosh games that mean nothing, and these parents are just horrific. I'm like, nope.
You could have given the ball to Billy there instead of Bobby.
Yeah. My kid would have scored. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you think it's fun. You think it's fun standing on the sideline, thinking you got all the answers. This is what you look like afterwards.
There you go. Case in point. Are you kidding me? You look fantastic for what you've been through.
Yeah, thank you. But it's definitely taken a toll.
All right. We'll spin the wheel. Sports Roulette next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessel's and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Less be here for you.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Kia is a proud recipient of the 2025 Global Best Dealer Award. Come see why at our Linden location.
Hey, Doug.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it is time for another edition of Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, we put it on a roulette wheel, we spin it. Wherever that little ball lands is what we end up talking about. Alex Napolis doing a tremendous job filling in for Lloyd Cole. In fact, let's be honest, he's exceeding the job done usually by... I'm kidding.
Oh, of course he is.
But no. Lloyd's not listening. Lloyd's somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming.
He's resting on his laurels like Joel Embiid. He got his MVP.
Lloyd Pip over there.
He's being pipped.
Getting pipped as we speak.
And we're not talking about Gladys Knight and said pips. We're talking about Wallace.
No, not taking that midnight train to Georgia. No, sir.
Not anytime soon.
By the way, all right, don't look at him. You and I are going to wager if Alex Napolis knows who Wally Pip is. Are you going to say yes or no?
No.
I'm going to say yes.
I do know who Wally Pip is. Yeah. Well, and funny enough, it came from Lloyd, who told me who Wally Pip was and all that.
Well, so why? So Wally Pip just Wally Pipped himself. He's like, yeah, I guess I am Wally Pip.
That's called foreshadowing.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's go ahead and spin that wheel.
Cousins over Mendoza.
Oh, your guy Fernando can't even win the job.
What are you talking about?
Clint Kubiak makes a big announcement opening up Raiders camp.
There's battles everywhere on the roster, so it's important for me to be fair to the players is to put the best player out there. When we go out to practice tomorrow, Kirk Cousins is the starting quarterback. He's the guy, and he's going to get a ton of reps, and he deserves them because he's played really good football. But I want Fernando and I want Aiden to push him.
Oh, Fernando!
You don't take the number one pick. Sit him.
Can you say bust already? Can we say that?
He must have been horrible in OTAs.
Where's Lloyd? Oh, I want Lloyd here. I want Lloyd here so bad. It's the only time I'm going to say this all week. I want Lloyd here.
Should we call him?
Look how, he didn't even let this thing go into camp. He's like, nope. Kirk Cousins is our starter. Wow.
That actually, I'm just a new Raider fan, but that one hurts. That one, I'm not going to lie. I can't imagine how Lloyd would react, but come on, Clint. Think bigger, bro.
And the interesting thing too is, he's the son of Gary Kubiak, and Gary.
He's holding the Broncos down. He's still got Broncos on his mind.
I think that's what he's doing. He's like, okay, what can I do to mess with to help out the Broncos here?
I watched Gary Kubiak play. That's how old I am.
Oh, I watched him play too. And in fact, there's a couple of games. I mean, he was always in Elway's shadow, but every now and then he'd come in and help you win a big game.
He's usually just had a big old chaw in his mouth.
Oh yeah, no, he did. Well, he's a Texas A&M guy.
That's right.
All right, spin it.
Asiata DUI.
We talked about this is the time of year where, unfortunately, those things kind of happen. And right now, BYU backup linebacker, according to Jay Drew, who reported on this in the Deseret News, BYU backup, I'll just read it verbatim from Jay's piece. BYU backup linebacker Ephraim Asiata arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence, producing a fake California driver's license, and was booked into the Utah County Jail earlier this month. He was on BYU spring roster as of March. They had not published the fall roster as of yet today, but apparently, and BYU puts out, by the way, this is such the boilerplate thing when somebody does something bad. BYU football program aware of the situation and currently under evaluation by the university. And that's, look, there's not much else to say. But a tough deal, if true. It's a rough deal, and he's got some work to do.
So I will just add that I think the biggest thing here is, we've talked about it the last 3 days. I mean, you gotta think about this stuff. I mean, the hard part about this one is he was in such a tough deal he was the kid that got shot at Hunter High School. So I just pray for him. I hope he can figure it out. But it's not the end of the world unless you make it the end of the world. And so we'll see how things kind of rectify. But I'm with you, BYU. The boilerplate statement until we hear more.
Yeah. By the way, remember, he's still a minor, too. So he's got possession, consumption of a controlled substance by a minor. And again, driving without a license and failure to operate within a single lane. So, tough deal for him. All right, let's go ahead and spin it.
Cole Bishop, the most interesting man in the world.
All right, so this video coming out of Buffalo training camp. So all these guys come back from their summer vacations, if you will, their time off, and they're asked what they did during the offseason. Well, apparently former Ute safety Cole Bishop is, as I think it's well put by Alex, maybe the most interesting man most interesting man in the NFL.
What'd you do this summer?
I went base jumping with Cole Bishop in Moab, Utah.
All right, what'd you do this summer?
Actually, Cole Bishop invited me to bungee jump in Iceland.
Cole Bishop had me on his yacht. It was a great time.
Party with Cole on his yacht.
Me and Cole, we went on the golf course. He took me on a boat. He even put me on his private jet one time. He told me not to tell nobody.
I didn't know Cole had a private jet. Had Rio, he had his own spot out there. He got his own villa. I think it's like 6 houses. I think he's trying to buy a beach out there. I didn't know he was balling like that, but hey.
Did some humanitarian work with Cole Bishop over in Uganda. We built some schools.
Cole, he FaceTimed me. He's like, hey man, let's hang this afternoon. One of the best days of my life.
Cole's in the Netherlands, and Cole's DJing, and he did this whole set where he was going. And Cole cut his hair. Fine dining.
And on the third tee box, guy passed out in the woods. Cole in his bag has smelling salts, cracks it, and then the guy gets up and finishes the round with us. Like, Bishop is a hero.
2v1 basketball with Cole versus Aiden Cole. Cole Bishop came, flew in, picked me up on his private jet. We went to the white party together, and I was just thinking, damn, God forbid a white boy get a little bit emotional.
Hey, what'd you do this summer?
Nothing.
By the way, that was to Cole Bishop there at the end.
Nothing. That was well done.
That was very well done. Very well done. Yes, Cole Bishop, the most interesting man in the National Football League. Who knew the former Ute was the man like that? Humanitarian missions.
Smelling salts in a golf bag.
On a golf bag.
I gotta think bigger.
That's awesome.
I do keep like a EpiPen. No, I don't.
All right, let's spin it.
An update from KC.
Yeah, we talked about this story yesterday, and it's certainly a sad and a horrific story, but a positive update. Chiefs coach Andy Reid updating the condition of Mia Bieniemy, the wife of offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, who was allegedly shot multiple times by the couple's son on Sunday night. Andy Reid said, quote, "She's doing great. She's doing better and great from where she was. She's out of the ICU. She's making progress, so we're very, very happy about that." Reid asked if there's any timetable on Bieniemy's return. He said the important part that's taking place here, Eric's a big part of this. We love having him here, but it's important that he takes care of his business, and everybody knows that. Eric will be back soon enough to jump in there and do his thing, but he's got to take care of his family first, which obviously is 1,000% accurate. So, again, an ugly situation could have been far, far worse, and fortunately, Eric Bieniemy's wife is doing much better and out of the ICU and expected to get back on the path of recovery.
Will you roll that one more time? Bless her, too. Bless her.
All right. Again, spin it.
NCAA is feckless.
They are, and we talked about
the word
this
of
one.
the day is feckless.
But if it's so bad and it's so stupid, I feel like we should talk about it twice.
Yeah.
With all the millions of dollars being transferred from one guy to the next.
Yes.
Guys asking if university programs actually could be for sale. And we're going to, as an NCAA, suspend a linebacker over a $427 flight. You just can't get out of your own way, can you?
Arian Carter will miss the first 2 games of the season for accepting a $470 flight from an agent after he declared for the NFL draft. So he declared for the draft, aggravated the injury, needed surgery, so he then decided to return to Tennessee for another season instead of hurting his draft stock. So he decides to go back to Tennessee. While he had declared for the draft, he did accept a flight that was paid for by an agent, and because of all of that, he will miss the first 2 games of the year. Josh Heupel said, look, he disengaged from the agent, repaid him for the flight back in January, but the NCAA finally saying, we can do something now, guys. We can do it. Let's do this. They make this poor kid miss the first 2 games of the year, which is
I would
just
love
ridiculous.
if he went and got an injunction.
Oh, I would too. Go find Sorsby's lawyer, find Sorsby's judge, and just go sue the crap out of the NCAA.
Is that the camera? I think that's the camera. Let me just
that's your
I'm
camera.
going to look right into the camera.
All right. Here we go.
NCAA, you're spineless, and you're feckless, and you're idiots, and you're the reason we are where we are right now in college sports. So thank you guys for taking all the money all these years, building the big buildings, and doing absolutely jack.
What he said. I concur. There you go. Yeah, that's one thing that brings everybody together. NCAA. What did remember Brian Bosworth when he was in college and he wore that shirt on the sideline that said National Communist against athletes?
That was it. I was so into Boz that I kept
Did you
those.
do the hair?
Oh, yeah. I'll show you my
nice.
senior picture. I got a line in it.
Nice.
And on certain days, I'd paint it.
Brian Bosworth, the Boz, just took the world by storm, and then he got dump trucked in Seattle by the greatest running back, or maybe the greatest athlete of all time, Bo Jackson, and then we never heard from him since. Until, by the way, and you know who Brian Bosworth is, Alex, right?
I do not know.
Okay, all right.
Yes, you know.
You will know here in a second. He's the sheriff in those Dr. Pepper ads in the fan things. Fan Nation, whatever spots I do. He's the sheriff. That's one of the greatest college linebackers of all time, Brian Bosworth. And people don't understand how good he was. He played at Oklahoma. He was an absolute menace. Went to the NFL, and then played for the Seahawks, and injuries, and then got embarrassed by Bo Jackson on national TV on a Monday night game. And then the next thing you see him is he's showing up in commercials for Dr. Pepper.
I thought that was just like a random actor.
I know, right?
I didn't realize it was a player.
He actually he does a pretty good job.
Do you realize he went in the supplemental draft?
Yeah, because the NCAA was going to suspend him.
That's right. So, born in 1965, Brian Keith Bosworth, and he was a bad mamma jamma.
That was the first autobiography I ever read of an athlete, and let's just say that he went into very distinct details of what went on there in Oklahoma, and there was a good time to be had by those Oklahoma players back in the 80s.
He was a throwback to Jim McMahon, kind of that renegade. Yep. Jim said his favorite day in Provo was when he saw it in the rearview mirror. He literally said it.
Oh boy!
And I don't know that I argue too hard now that I'm in Salt Lake. Nothing against you down there, folks, but this is a good spot to be.
Well, I mean, look, it's the commute. It's all about the commute.
Yeah, just ease of my life.
Yeah. All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not. Yeah. So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and of course the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today, and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today, and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Try this combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
That's a fun show today. Good stuff.
Covered a lot of ground. Talked NFL. NBA.
Yes.
College football, even down to the level of Kansas in the Big 12. And we had Dan Wolken on. I love that. I was going to talk to him like his name was Christopher Walken. So what do you think of the season this year? Do you feel like it's going to be a good one, do you?
What's your dad did to give you this watch to you?
One of the greats. He just does it his way.
Yeah. His cameo. Well, I guess not a cameo, but his spot in Pulp Fiction kills me.
Unbelievable.
Just unreal.
I loved his Saturday Night Live appearances because he's just so awkward and good at the same time. So not, Dan, don't call me Christopher Walken.
All right, so back at it tomorrow. We got another busy show as our guy Alex is already putting in the work. We will hear from Stuart Mandel. Also, the Hammer, John Wilner, will join us as well. Nice. I like John Wilner. Have you had a chance to chat with him yet?
I think we did. I did one time over at Dally when you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At the Mazda.
Yeah, John's a guy that he's got great info. And he's got opinions as well.
The Hammer.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around. Stuart Mandel, great conversation. And these guys can really break down what we're looking like in the Big 12, too, because there's one thing about this conference that we know is that we don't really know anything. Like Texas Tech could just win the thing and go 12-0. They could go 7-5 without a quarterback. Utah could win the whole thing. Arizona State could win the whole thing. BYU could go 11-1. I don't think BYU has it in him to go 6-6, but BYU, if there's injuries, somebody's expected to be good, won't be good, and somebody who's expected to be bad will be good, and it's just trying to figure out who those teams are going to be.
And that's the beauty of a season. It's awful when you're in the midst of it, but there's lots of variables. Guys getting hurt, and guys not playing up to the par, and so guys that surprise you, that find a way onto the field. So 30 days, man. Tomorrow when we take the air, we'll be in the 20s. And we'll be down in Provo tomorrow.
Yes. BYU, kind of their football kickoff. We'll have a bunch of interviews as well. So we're excited to hear from, I'm sure Kalani Sitake will join us. We'll have a chance to catch up with other players and coaches throughout the day. So we'll be down there starting with DJ and PK all throughout the day. And so get your BYU fix coming up tomorrow.
Love you, B.
Love you, B. Coming up next, it is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Before we wrap up, any final thoughts, Coach?
Are you getting your lumber today?
I might submit my request for lumber. I am building a shed in my backyard, and I think I'm getting close. We've been negotiating. I'm trying to get the cost of lumber down. Apparently, trees are in demand. I don't know if that's because we ticked off Canada. I don't know what's going on, but lumber prices are exorbitant. We got to stop this. It really matters when it affects me and my pocketbook.
I mean, not until. I will just add that if you need a stooge, just somebody to balance, like if you need to lean lumber up against me or something while you work, just know you've got a day out of me when you need me.
You know, it's interesting when you think like, some people are like, I'm going to build like my daughter a dollhouse, or I'm going to build a doghouse I'm like, no, I'm going to build a 160 square foot shed in my backyard.
For the most important things in my life, my gardening tools, because without them, there would be no yard.
Exactly. This is all just trying to keep the legend of the yard going. I can't imagine this is that hard, though. Really, like there's nothing YouTube and some online plans. Like I can, I got a circular saw. I can cut and drill and hammer with the best of them. Like it shouldn't be that hard.
I just hope the wood doesn't end up like that Wang Chung cassette you bought earlier that you had to throw away. You know. Wang Chung in town tonight with Howard Jones, by the way.
Wang Chung
and Modern English. So it's a 80s fest out there at Maverick.
I had no idea that Wang Chung was still with us, but yep, everybody Wang Chung tonight. All right, that wraps it up for us. Jake and Ben coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love you, B.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates,
analysis,
and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on
on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everlasting summer, you can see it fading fast. So you grab a piece of something that you think is gonna last. Well, you wouldn't even know a diamond if you held it in your hand. The things you think are precious, I can't understand. Are you reeling in the years? Stowing away the time.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there. However you may be, whatever we're calling it.
Absorbing?
The show. Online. That's all I'm going to say. On the internet.
Yeah.
In a variety of fashions. Shout out to our friends from the future on the podcast. And our old-fashioned listeners over the airwaves. I can come up with a better nickname for our airwaves listeners. I'll work on it.
Okay. OGs, whatever.
OGs would be better than old-fashioned. I don't know. Does anybody like being called old-fashioned? I guess some people do.
Christian, what's your most old-fashioned thing that you do?
Give me a minute. I'll get back to you.
I do all sorts of.
Oh yeah, you are
things.
old-fashioned, and I don't mean that in a mean way, but you're pretty old-fashioned.
No, I lean into my old-fashioned nature.
Mm-hmm. You're not in a hurry to update everything that can be updated.
I'm not out to prove that I'm hip and young. I've never really been out to prove that I'm hip.
Correct.
Oh, I still use Facebook. That's my most old-fashioned.
Okay.
Thing. Yeah, still use Facebook.
I still play bridge, and Christian's answer is I still play Facebook.
Yeah, right. You don't play Facebook, old-timer, but yeah, you. Yeah.
We're a bridge family.
Yeah.
And my daughter is learning now, so we're going to pass that down the line.
Great.
You?
You know, the things that you might say about me that are old-fashioned are hipster things that have come back, like listening to vinyl. You know, it's like, I don't have an Apple Watch. Now, I did have one and I broke it, so I just didn't replace it, so I will wear an analog wristwatch.
Some of us never stopped listening to vinyl. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Well, I would throw that in the old-fashioned category, listening to vinyl.
But even then, it's like it's because, for whatever reason, it's become cool again.
You were probably too young for this, but when I was in high school, swing dancing made a serious
Cottonwood Mall
comeback.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, who was the Zoot Suit Riot guy and like a couple of other bands all of a sudden are playing swing music.
The Cherry Poppin' Daddies, there were.
And it turned into this whole thing. Like if you were going to go on a date at Skyline High School in 1997, you were going swing dancing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Such a weird thing. I wouldn't hate it if Zoot Suits came back.
I would. I mean, that's what we were making fun of Cam Newton for wearing.
True. No, that's a good point.
Yesterday.
That's a good point.
So I don't need that.
Give me an excuse to bust out my tux.
You should just wear it every once a month. Just pick a random Thursday.
Have you ever tried to put something into the culture? Like tried to start a trend or something like that?
Like that?
I think that should be Christian's attempt.
Just
like walk around town
tux?
in that tux.
Tux
I
guy?
mean, yeah, like wear it over to Crownburger. You know, wherever you go, oh, that's the tux guy. Kind of like the weird elf guy at the Jazz games.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could maybe pull it off.
How long until other people start catching on?
You mean start mimicking you, or see that you're wearing a tux?
Mimic is like
emulating.
Yeah. How long until I could get other people to wear tuxedos to Crownburger?
It wouldn't happen.
You'd have to really keep it up.
And then you turn into the elf guy at the Jazz games. Like, there's not other people wearing elf costumes at the Jazz game.
You guys know that story, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you know that story where
Do you know who the elf guy is at Jazz games? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I saw that dude at brunch once a few years ago, just brunch, you know, hanging out with the fam, having a little brunch. And the elf guy walked in dressed as the elf guy. I wouldn't have known who he was, but he's dressed as the elf guy. And I was like, oh, he's really leaning into this character he created.
We've been doing this time slot since April 20th. We're going on, what is that, 4 months? May, June, July. 3 months.
Uh-huh.
One of our earliest bits, I think people have been listening to us now long enough in this time slot, recognizes be careful what you get famous for. And again, the elf costume is the ultimate Gene Simmons. Like, congrats, now you got to paint your face and have the long tongue every time you go out. I actually think that was just Gene Simmons' tongue. I don't think he's wearing a prosthetic.
He's a rock star.
He is.
This is like a super fan. He could easily take the elf thing off.
Correct.
At brunch, for example.
Right. Yes.
Like there's known fans out there. I get it. People are out there to get some attention. Clipper Darrell, does he have a costume? I don't think, does he?
Yeah, he wears weird suits, right? He wears weird, like Clippers themed, like Clippers lining in some of his suits. Not always, but.
Who was the famous Donks fan, Christian?
Wore a barrel?
Yeah,
the barrel guy?
The barrel guy?
Yeah.
Or what, Fireman Clark in New York, the fireman, whatever it is. When those guys go to brunch, like barrel guy goes to brunch, is he rocking the barrel?
Yeah, I hope he takes the barrel off. Pretty impractical to sit anywhere with the barrel on.
I mean, I don't. Would he have the impulse though?
Who was the first guy who thought I can't afford clothes, but if I strap some suspenders on this barrel, it'll be just fine.
Oh no, I'm sure that was a prove how tough you are thing, right?
You think that was always a gag?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think anybody. Dolce & Gabbana wasn't throwing out their latest barrel.
I was literally talking to my mother this morning about the Depression and how her grandmother used potato sacks to make dresses out of. There weren't textiles around. You didn't have a lot of access to fabric. So people in the Depression, because people are amazing, just made do with what you had. You had to get whatever delivered in your burlap sack, and then you turned your burlap sack. You found a second use for it. We don't think the barrel was someone aging whiskey or whatever.
Doubled up his pants? No.
Well, I can't afford clothes, but I got a couple of leather straps I can put on this barrel and wear it out.
No, I mean, if you really want to go down that angle, I could see it as no.
Did you see what Dale wore to work today?
No, I don't think so. I think it always had to
barrel on.
It's always had to be a gag.
A pair of suspenders.
But I don't think he was wearing that at brunch. I don't think Clipper Darrell is. Maybe Clipper Darrell's wearing the suit at brunch. I don't. Is he really? I wonder if he signs autographs.
Mm-hmm.
The Jazz #1, I would say, celebrity fan, not Wilford Brimley, like celebrity who's a fan, but celebrity fan was the Doctor, and he has since passed, I believe. I don't know. Oh, then there was the grandmas.
Mm-hmm.
Remember them in the pink?
They have both passed.
They have both passed.
There was also the guy who always wore the pink shirt, sat at the mid-court line, 50-yard line, like 13 rows up.
Now, are we stuck with either the elf guy or the two idiots in the two small uniforms that dance around? Is that what we're left with now?
I do think, it's funny, I got asked this on my podcast yesterday.
About weird fans?
Do you know have you ever seen the Utah Jazz history girl on social media, on Twitter? She has some connection to somebody. She's a big Jazz fan. She has collected a bunch of memorabilia. She knew the old Jazz barrel, so has recently passed away, John. She just has like some connection. And their question in the mailbag was like, are those fans serving a purpose? Do they fill a value for the team? And I said, I guess in a sense, because you know who Clipper Darrell is. You know who the fireman is. You know who Christian's barrel friend is who watches the donkeys. The donks, as you like to say. There is some inherent value, I guess. The doc had some value. I mean, we just talked about Ben Stiller for 2.5 months instead of doing playoff coverage. We argued whether Ben Stiller was famous or not.
The answer to your question is undeniably yes. Yes. Those people, those two, listen, the fans matter more than everybody else. We forget about it. The fans actually matter more than the players.
They're the reason they
believe
exist.
it or not.
Yeah.
The fans matter. And so often the fans are treated like they don't. But hey, it's not my responsibility to elect their standout fans or whatever, you know. But they create the environment and the character that actually is the team.
You're right.
Does that make any sense?
100%.
Players come and go, front offices come and go, owners come and go. But the fans always remain consistent. And Utah Jazz basketball wouldn't be Utah Jazz basketball without the environment created at Delta Center by Weird Elf Guy and the two small jerseys and the grandmas and the doctor and everybody else. Absolutely. And shout out to John, the bear, 1,000%.
Yeah.
And as hokey as I find a lot of it, do you remember the cameraman that used to put the horse head on? You know, as I just find it silly, but it is what makes that environment. I mean, you can put in a zillion lights and boards and all these things to create a fan experience, but the actual people are the ones who create it. And I think the Mammoth are proving that concept from like ground level, you know, like the Jazz in 1985. It's the Mammoth. They're creating the environment. They're going to have their idiot standout fan surface soon enough. And the Zammoth, Zamboni, what is it? The Mamboni? The
Mamboni.
What are we calling it?
It's the Zammoth.
The Zammoth?
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it, right?
Absolutely.
And so yes, those people do matter. As weird as it is that I think that the elf guy, that I think it is that the elf guy went to brunch in the elf costume. Whatever, he's got value. Absolutely.
I said the same thing. I couldn't put a dollar amount on it, and I think that's kind of the question. You know, Jazz Nation News, who aggregates every piece of Jazz news that comes out anywhere, comes out from KSLSports.com, Trib, Dez, whatever we do, the podcast, whatever, fans. They aggregate everything. They put it on their social media. That is a role. It does expose a lot of casual fans who don't have the time or money to be able to invest their entire life into following the Utah Jazz. That gives them a touch point. I said that does have value. And this is not to degrade anybody, including Utah Jazz History Girl, Jazz Nation News, the Doc, whoever, all these fans we're talking about. I said the one thing that you have to realize, which I think you certainly have a very good sense of, not everyone in the media does, I think you and I both do recognize it, is those fans, just like us, are infinitely replaceable. That doesn't mean what you're doing is not of value. But Jake, if you leave, the Jazz will get somebody else to do a pre-half and post-game show.
I would assume they wouldn't retire the job. No.
But when the Doc, rest his soul, was the Jazz fan, he passed away, and the next year somebody sat in that seat and the team played another season. So while there is value, and they do certainly craft the culture, shape the culture of the team, nobody is irreplaceable. I mean, the players aren't irreplaceable. The coaches aren't irreplaceable. So in that sense, while there is certain value, it doesn't mean irreplaceability.
But fans, and this is the big fear of teams, right? Fans as a whole are not replaceable. Correct. And there is a certain mob mentality to it in a positive and a negative. See the New York Jets, that it can really spin out either way on you, and that's why franchises have to be uberly careful, because fans are important and they are what matter. Those people that you're mentioning, us for that matter, we have an audience because of the team. Now, what do we do with that? Or not audience, that's not even what I'm looking for. Audience is something a little bit more personal, but we have interest because of the team, or because of the Mammoth, or because of of sports in general, and then I guess it is what you do with it. But is anybody bigger than in radio? Is anybody bigger than the topic?
No,
Nobody.
Absolutely not.
Rush Limbaugh was not bigger than politics.
Correct. He was a gateway.
Right, and he used it, and it was the reason he had an audience, which is why I'm saying it's a little more.
Yes.
There's next level to it, but he was never bigger than the subject, than what was the reality of what you were covering. New York Times is not bigger than the news.
Correct. It exists because of the news.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a delicate relationship. That's why I think that credibility is, as far as we're talking about our radio audience, I would like to think that our audience doesn't expect you or me to be right all the time, probably not even close, but we have credibility in our honesty.
Certainly not listener from the future, Jared, who listens at the gym now.
I mean,
says it's crazy how often you guys are wrong.
Yeah, it happens.
Apologies.
But I'm not coming on and being dishonest.
No.
I mean, I'm coming on and putting on a show. But I'm not out to, to represent anybody but you, Christian, myself, and to a lesser extent, Salazar, But we are not bigger than the Jazz, as much as I'd like to think that, or bigger than the Mammoth or RSL or the sports culture here in Utah. There would be another afternoon drive show after we somehow get fired.
Our mutual friend and my former mutual co-host, Kyle Gunther, who was in a lot of ways a star. He was kind of a radio star. He was a big personality. He was unique. At times I don't want to say shtick, that sounds demeaning, but his opinions were by themselves a draw. He was the first person to instill in me, remember, the team is the star. Whether you're talking about BYU football, Utah football, the Utah Jazz, the NFL, whatever it is, that is the star of the show. Even though Kyle himself was such a big personality and unique, he certainly recognized this doesn't exist without that, the sport. And certainly I think that, going back to our conversation about the value of fans, the fans have to be there. The fans are still not bigger than the team as individuals, but certainly the fan base as a whole is the reason the team does exist.
Yeah, and the connection that fans have with sports and with their teams is the ultimate free marketing tool. It really is. Coming back to, do the talk snap people have value? Yes. Do the other fans have value? Yes. Here, I'll give you a funny example. In the Outer Banks, there's this drive-through convenience store. So you don't get out of your car, you just drive through it. You can buy beer, wine, soda, whatever, like a drive-through 7-Eleven. It's called the Brew-Through. And every year they do a new T-shirt. And they market themselves as the world's coolest convenience store. And I have bought a Brew-Through T-shirt for 30 years. Every single year for 30 years, to the point that before my wife and I got married and we were just dating, she's like, "All you have is Brew-Through shirts." It's like, yeah, kind of. Do you know, I often wonder how much interest has me wearing a stupid shirt created in this convenience store? Not much, but some. I'll give you a couple examples. At least a dozen times. Here in Utah and across the country, I have had somebody come up to me and say, "You know about the Brew-Through?"
Yeah.
My other example, we went out there with some friends a couple of years ago. First thing they wanted to do?
Go to the Brew-Through.
Know what they went home with? Brew-Through T-shirts.
Yep.
And you're just a fan of the concept, and it becomes cool or whatever, and all of a sudden I'm wearing T-shirts marketing a stupid convenience store.
Yeah.
But sports is the ultimate of that.
And the perfect example.
And to the Jets, they have treated their fans like garbage. Garbage for years. And somehow there are still Jets fans. Somehow. Now, there could be way more Jets fans if they happen to be a little better. But somehow Kevin Graham is still rooting for the Jets.
Right.
It's a wild thing. And it's the reason that sports franchises are so valuable. And unfortunately, it's the reason the college football teams are so valuable. Because there's just not another product in the world that commands that kind of loyalty from large groups of people. There's just not. Maybe soda companies come close. But I mean, we could think of some other products out there. Politics is a different animal because
it is.
this is my bleeding. It shouldn't be that way in politics,
sure.
and it certainly ends up that way. But other brands out there that just command, like if PlayStation, here's my old-fashioned take for you.
Mm-hmm.
If PlayStation creates a bad product, you're just going to buy an Xbox.
Yeah, and that actually is exactly what happened. Xbox briefly took the lead. Their latest generation stunk. The PlayStation 5 is very good, and PlayStation 5 just won. It's where everyone went.
And I'm sure there are some weirdos out there, because I remember this with the, what was after the Sega Genesis? It's like the Sega CD or something.
The Saturn.
And people were just like, no, I'm staying with my Sega. But the rest of the world went over to Nintendo. Yeah, right. And it just, in sports, it's just so much more loyalty and so much more passion and so much more willingness to spend gobs of dollars and spend hours of time consuming in a variety of different ways. And God bless it. I love it.
It's a great product.
It is a great product.
Yeah.
It's a unifier.
Win or lose, it's a great product.
For the most part, it's positive, unless you're talking about Draymond Green or something. Everybody, it gives you, I mean, I've talked about this a million times, but do you know how many weird lawyer events I've had to go to where the only thing I have in common with the people I'm talking to is
sports.
Oh, yeah. You saw that the other day? Oh,
yeah.
People, honestly, I don't often like talking what I do for a living, but in those types of events, I'm excited when people find out what I do for a living, because all of a sudden, instead of like, well, the weather was pretty hot today, we at least are talking about something that I can pass the time. At least I could be like, oh, yeah, I didn't see that third down. Oh, really oh, you're a Weber State fan. Oh, how that Eric Kerr, he's really changing things up. Whatever it is. I told you at the Women Lawyers of Utah event, I ran into Big Con, who was Robert Conley, whose wife is she's a big deal attorney.
Oh, is she?
And so it was fun. Speaking of our friend Kyle Gunther, we just swapped Gunther stories the whole night. But it was funny to see him in the same boat I was. Just out on like where you'd picture us to be too, like out on the patio.
Yeah, right. Leaning against the wall,
away from everything.
Yeah, we're out on the balcony.
Slightly intimidated by everybody in the room.
Yeah.
That was us.
That's great.
It's like, hey, Big Con, you want to talk some football? Kyle Gunther was an interesting guy. Huh?
Yeah.
Like, what time is it?
Yep. No, I'm totally with you.
But no, shout out to those fans. And hey, listen, I'm not a social media talk snap person, but lots of people are, and it's a way to communicate. And every time one of those person talk snaps something about the Jazz, because they are such big fans, the Jazz benefit 100%. That weird elf guy has value.
They spend a fortune. The Utah Jazz spend a fortune to exist and get so much free advertising. Still, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Good for them. Sports
absolutely.
is great.
Sports is one of the great things about the world, and everyone participates in some type of sport, but our country.
I guess long story short, I wish people would pay more attention to the fans. Maybe not the elf guy, but maybe, your normal fan could get a break once in a while.
Yeah.
Because people are mining that passion. And if we could find a way to get people in the building sometimes for, a reasonable
Less
amount of
than
money,
$95
which they do.
per ticket.
By the way,
They
they do plenty of community programs and all that. Our guy Nate Martinez in the Junior Jazz program, they told me how many tickets they give away every year, and it's wild. So it's
they do.
It's not like they don't put an effort into it, but I do think the fan gets priced out of it a lot, and it stinks.
Yeah.
I mean, heaven forbid you just try to watch your NFL on TV. How many different streaming services do we remember?
No, it's crazy. I mean, the NBA, Prime, NBC, Peacock. I know those are tied together, but sometimes they're not on both. But some are on NBC and some are not on NBC, and you have to watch on Peacock specifically. ESPN. I think there's one more that I'm missing.
Did you say Prime?
I said Prime first, but there's at least four, and I think, plus NBA TV, and then maybe whatever if you have a regional sports network.
Jazz Plus.
Sure. Yeah, it's a lot. That's tasking people with a lot.
But they will pull out their wallets. Last example. During every single dispute for DirecTV or Dish Network, what do they rally the sports fans?
Yes, they do.
They're like, you're not going to get to watch your team.
No one's like, can you believe you're not going to watch Real Housewives?
Dude,
give us a call. It's always your sports team.
Your Matlock fans aren't picking up the phone and hollering. They are passionate, though.
They are, but there's so few.
Isn't there a Matlock reboot?
I believe there is. No, there's a Murder, She Wrote reboot.
I think there's a Matlock one, too.
Yeah.
Hollywood has totally run out of ideas.
Out of ideas.
Although the Perry Mason reboot on HBO was pretty good.
It was good. It was dark, but it was good.
It was. We've been all over the place here. Shout out to the fans. Shout out to our great listeners.
So I shouldn't wear the tux to Crown Burger?
You should.
Oh, okay.
If you're trying to get it to catch on. Jamie Lee Curtis will be the new Angela Lansbury in Murder, She Wrote.
Wow, well cast.
That's a good get. I bet it's a miniseries, I would suspect.
No.
Oh, it's a movie. It's not even a TV show. It's a movie.
Okay. It's What You Got Wednesday. Movie stars transition to TV roles.
Okay. Not the other way around.
No, because it's way more common now. TV used to be taboo. Nobody,
right.
No big stars were doing TV. Now big stars are doing TV constantly. We were talking about Christian's favorite Annette Bening the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, 98. Annette Bening's not being caught dead on a TV show.
Ed Harris. Now we may never catch Ed Harris on another TV show because they're writing him out of his performances.
But like Kevin Costner's transition to the Yellowstone guy, pretty good.
Yes. Oh, it's glamorous. It's a pretty glamorous role now.
Yeah.
You can do glamour TV.
All right. We'll chop that up.
Matlock reboot is a gender-swapped legal drama starring Kathy Bates.
Another one.
Yeah.
Her name's not Ben, though. Because that was
Ben
his
Matlock.
name. Ben Matlock,
No,
wasn't that his name?
Yeah, it was his name.
Good pull by me. I haven't thought about Ben Matlock in years.
You know who had a good career was that Andy Griffith.
You think?
Because he went from the Andy Griffith show, and then he did Matlock forever.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an episode of Matlock, Christian?
No.
Do you know the concept?
No.
Oh, it's great. It's a courtroom drama.
It's kind of a courtroom drama, and he's also, for whatever reason, does a little investigative work. He's like also kind of.
Isn't he a small town attorney?
It's a small town attorney, but he's also like solving crimes while he's doing the Law and Order thing.
It's great.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's like kind of a private investigator.
Dude, the old Perry Mason was good too.
Yeah, it was.
Shout out to Raymond Burr.
Yeah.
My mom still watches that because it comes on some channel. You know, all the zillion channels.
One day we should just draft old TV shows.
Oh man, we could do that.
Yeah.
Do enough people know though?
Well, Christian
and
doesn't. Apparently, Christian's not heard of Magnum PI.
Yeah, what constitutes old?
Well, yeah, I don't think it can have been on TV with new episodes like in the last 15 years.
Oh, that's basically new. That's like fresh produced.
Well,
you're throwing like I don't even. You're throwing like The Office in there.
Sure, right. That's too new. Maybe
Right.
it has to be pre-2000.
Something.
Yeah,
Like
that was 26 years ago.
Yeah,
I mean, I was born in 1986. If you said 26 years before that, that would have been every TV show before 1960, which yes,
I know.
feels very old to me.
It should.
So if we go back to the 90s, I think that counts.
Ben, you're 40.
I know.
I hate to
I'm
bring
washed.
it to you. Yeah,
I'm washed.
You're not washed. Listen, you're just you are who you are. It's okay. It's all right. No 20-year-old ever looked at any 40-year-old and said, God, that guy's cool.
That's cool.
That never happened ever.
You know who's cool? That guy, that 40-year-old.
So the sooner people of our age, and yes, we are in our 40s, start realizing that, the better.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Christian can still pretend to be cool.
He is.
I don't know if Christian's ever been cool, but he can at least pretend. He's young enough to pretend.
He wears that tuxedo all the time, trying to look cool.
I was 20 and looked at a 25-year-old and was like, that dude's pretty cool.
Yeah. But there is a line where you're like,
yeah,
someone X amount of years older than you is no longer cool.
Dude, we crossed it. And it doesn't mean that we can't communicate with the younger people.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't be a phony. They can spot it from a mile away.
Yep.
Stay tuned. More next. Most random segment in radio. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCote.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugar Land. Tony Parks has the call at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Royals host Washington at America First Field. Listen to the game at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Thursday night, the Bees and Sugar Land play again at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 and 1280 The KSL Sports Zone, your home for live local sports.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, what have you curated for us today?
Number 1, BYU's Ephraim Asiata was charged with DUI, among other things, this morning.
Reading right from the report, suspicion of drunk driving under the influence and providing false identification to a police officer. Let's see here. Quote, BYU had a statement, said, quote, "We are aware of the situation and it is currently under evaluation by the university." He was pulled over. Apparently, Ben, this happened a while ago, July 2nd. 2 other people were in the vehicle. He identified himself by JF, apparently at some point handing over documents that were not his. A deputy reported smelling alcohol in the car, noticed his red glassy eyes. He took a sobriety test and failed. And a portable breath test was administered showing a blood alcohol content of 0.087.
Okay. So he was over the legal limit. This was not just an underage person drinking. Yes. How old he is.
After his arrest, deputies obtained a warrant for blood and urine samples, and a urine sample came back positive for alcohol and for THC. So that is what we know.
Okay, not great for BYU. Somebody who they could probably love to see step up. Not that linebackers have ever really been an issue for BYU. Finding the right linebackers to step in, though. And, I mean, what do I need to get up here and tell you? Don't drink and drive, don't smoke weed and drive, or whatever his issues allegedly are. And, yeah, this stinks. This is too bad for him. Crummy for BYU. I do think the linebacker room is going to be interesting for BYU without Jack Kelly now, and which direction they go and where they find success and how that looks. That's one of the areas where things could look significantly different, because the defense will feel different because Jay Hill is no longer there, and we will see how your guy going to be golden, K-Pop does.
Always with these stories, Christian and I were talking off the air about how fans of opposing schools or whatever will take these kind of stories and spike the football, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And I think it's always healthy to remind people that Ephraim Asiata has made a really bad decision, and he's going to pay the consequences for that bad decision. And I feel for him because he's going through it, and he has a lot to lose, and now we'll suffer those consequences. So I just use these as a reminder to remind people we got to make good decisions, but people do fall short. And this isn't good. I'm not excusing anything. I'm not trying to anyway. But I do feel for people who make mistakes.
It's a young person making a mistake that not just young people make. Lots of people make this mistake. And, yeah, obviously don't do it. And obviously Ephraim Asiata kind of came into the spotlight after getting shot when he was 15 years old in that horrendous shooting where 2 of his friends died. I mean, this has been a tough life for this kid. So I'm rooting for him to be okay.
BYU's linebacker room will be fine because BYU's linebacker room is always fine, and whatever. I would guess if we talked to the coaches today about Ephraim Asiata, they would be concerned for him as a person. So let's just remind, we talked about the passion fans have for sports. It's because fans often view it as a TV show and forget that they're real people. Yeah, he played for BYU, but let's not be celebrating a bad situation.
Again, because of what has happened to him and happened to him when he was still in high school, this is not the worst day of his life, but this is certainly not a moment he's proud of.
No.
And yes, to your point, what do we need to spike the football on him, dunk on him?
No.
That's not going to do anything. You know who I suspect is extraordinarily well equipped to help in this situation? Mr. Kalani Sitake. That is a very good person. That's a good man. That's like a guy who's going to know how to probably show you some tough love, but also some tenderness when you need it, because it seems like Kalani's done that with every single person he's ever come across in his life. So I hope this has a good ending.
Yeah.
This stinks for this kid. Too. It stinks for BYU. It would stink if it was at any school. So hope things turn out well for him as a person in general.
Agreed.
And then this situation, and he can move past it. And also, I hope he gets room to move past it.
Yep.
I hope people give him space to grow up.
Totally. Yeah. And on a day like today where the news breaks, and I'm sure he's doing his best to avoid it all, but tough.
Yep.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, The Athletic put out an article yesterday ranking college football teams by their valuation. He has Utah as the most valuable team in the Big 12.
Yeah, so this is kind of an interesting article.
So I purposely didn't read this, and I can explain. I could explain to you why, but explain it to me, because maybe I'm wrong.
Essentially, is if you had NCAA football teams on the market the way you could an NFL team or an NBA team or whatever, how much would they be worth? What would they sell for based on market, ticket sales, all the things that we know go into why the Dallas Cowboys are more valuable than the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
And the most valuable team is the Texas Longhorns. And per The Athletic, the estimation is about $2.46 billion. I think it surprised some people here that Utah is apparently the most valuable Big 12 team. I think it comes in at number 26 on the list, and the Utes are valued at $638 million.
Can you be, maybe you can't, more specific about the criteria?
Let me pull up, because the first paragraphs here, the article here doesn't explain exactly the criteria.
The reason that I ignore these things is because it's just some guy or gal making it up. I mean, think about it how many clickbaity, where does your state rank in terms of livability? And then you open it up because, wow, I want to find out where Utah ranks.
Yeah.
And then you see it, and most people see it and go, well, this is just a dang fact. But then you look at the criteria, even when it comes to numbers, what you're weighting, and you look through the criteria and you go, well, this is just something that somebody made up. And maybe sometimes the stats have some weight, but how do you weigh the stats and what do you put it into? And most of the time it's just some idiot writer who needs something to write about who throws it together, and it really doesn't mean anything, but everybody wants to click on it because what is my school worth? So I have no idea what these schools are worth. I mean, even people who are supposed to know such things, like the Utah professor who knew how much the Pac-12 was worth in a media rights negotiation, even people who are like a professor on the subject are really just talking out their rear end.
Yeah.
So I ignore that sort of thing on purpose because people get all bent out of shape about it, and you know what it means? Nothing.
Utah's not going to go up for sale.
Do you think this athletic writer knows the intricacies of BYU and its relationship with the church and how much that would be worth or how much comes along with that? You think this person has a clue?
Right.
No. Or has a clue about Utah and what the Ocho capital injection and what all that stuff could possibly mean. Do they have a clue about any of that? No. So I don't know. What is some guy's objective to make a ranking? Well, I think it would sell for this much.
Part of this is due to the idea of how much money could you get from a private equity company.
Okay.
Which is kind of, now this is not the first year they've done this article, but it's partly inspired by that concept. Utah is at the top of the list now because in the Big 12, they're the only one who's done this private equity deal. So to your point, as of today, it might have more value because they've done private equity. They have this investment. Today, that makes them more valuable than BYU. If BYU were to take itself to market for private equity, or any of the other Big 12 schools, maybe somewhere in Texas, could get more money than Utah, or Arizona could get more money than Utah, all of a sudden they become more valuable. So to your point, I'm with you. I saw this floating around all over social media, people bragging about Utah having this value. Some of that's also, it's like, is it because you own, several hundred acres in Salt Lake City and the value that actually exists there? Just like the actual land you own has a certain amount of value. To your point, I'm not taking this for anything. None of these schools are ever actually for sale. It's not a thing. I don't mind the hypothetical concept of it, but if you were talking about sales price of it, I guess it's kind of interesting, but it's not going to do a whole lot for you.
You know what? A Ute fan listener went up to a BYU fan listener at the water cooler today and said, "Did you see that our program is worth way more than yours?"
You guys are pathetic.
That was the point. That guy's editor is out of ideas. And he knows that money is a big story in college sports.
Gotta get
so he pulled this writer aside and he said, "Write me something about values of universities." And this is what that guy came up with. And surprisingly, as you note, lacking specificity. Color me surprised.
Yeah. Also, it has to do with the amount of revenue you bring in. Hence, Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame being the top 3 teams.
I wonder if this writer came up with the ranking or the criteria first.
Yeah.
Well, Texas has got to be number 1, right? So we'll just scratch that in there.
Figure out how to get there.
Texas, and then Ohio State's got to be number 2.
By the way, quickly, I'll read you. This is what they said about Texas. The Longhorns, somewhat surprisingly, didn't report the most football revenue in 2024-25's fiscal year, but Texas's 3-year average of $190 million is number 1 in the country and enough to stay number 1 on this list. The valuation puts Texas on par with the 2020 sale of the New York Mets of $2.4 billion, not adjusted for inflation. So even to the point, though, of what you're saying is, well, the year we're looking at, 2024-25, when they started to build this valuation, actually doesn't mean they're the most valuable. But if we zoom out long enough, it does fit with Texas being number 1.
You look into that writer's background, they wrote it, or they graduated from
Texas
at some point.
Yeah,
right. Somewhere on there, Texas A&M is coming in at like 25th.
Yeah, right.
Christian, where'd SUU come in?
Well, this school only lists the top. I think this list only lists the top 100. So
These
I think SUU's
it's just P4.
Okay,
it's just P4.
So SUU's probably right there, 135,
yeah, right
136.
Right
should be.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, the SEC and Big Ten were supposed to make a decision on the Protect College Sports Act this morning, but shocker, no news.
They were saying the deadline was because they're going to have August recess, right? And so if it was to get done now, it would have to get done now. And I think that was a long shot. I don't know if this means it's dead, though. It may take some of the urgency off it, which, of course, is how anything ever gets done.
I think the hard part about this is the rules change seemingly every summer. So the bill that you laid out with the design of implementing this year, or at least attacking some of the problems we've run into this year, may not apply to what we find out is the biggest problem next year, because that's how quickly things are changing. For a while, the biggest problem seemed to be, well, how do you limit the transfer portal? Do you need to have a year off in between transferring from one school to another? Or is it okay to just go, one season to the next with a totally different program? That seemed to be the big issue. And then it was, oh, well, these players need to get paid something. So let's find a way to get them fair NIL deals. And then, of course, as you projected, and a lot of people projected, oh, you're not getting actually paid for your services. Or you're not getting paid for your name, image, and likeness.
No.
You're getting paid for play. But they're just not calling it that. But you're not raking in $3 million because you went and did an ad for the local car wash. But there is some donor willing to give you $5 million to be the starting quarterback at his school, a la Cody Campbell. So that was the big problem. And then it's expansion. And then it's playoff. And next year it could be something totally different. But in the brief time, we've been talking about regulating college football, every single one of those has had its time in the spotlight as the single biggest problem we're facing. The BCS. Is the college football fair? Do we need a new system, et cetera? All of those things we've run into. This bill designed to tackle certain things now, and I know it's vast. It's not trying to just accomplish one thing. It's trying to accomplish many. I suspect it will not feel all that up to date if it doesn't get pushed through now, which it's not going to. So next year, I don't know how it's going to apply to anything.
Well, I mean, they could do it in the fall.
Hope so.
They need to get it done. Honestly, they should get it done before the election because you'd think they want to run on it. But so if it might be dead in the water after the election because then you get a new Congress next year and different priorities emerge depending on what's going on in the world, to your point. So maybe there should be more urgency because this feels like the most momentum it's had. But you know what? Can I tell you? I think I'm starting to side more with your guy, Tommy Tuberville, out of Alabama, where so Cruz and what's the other senator's name? The Democrat Cantwell. What they're doing is this big monster. It's limiting the size of conferences. It's got all these other wonky rules. They're trying to tackle it all at once. And Tuberville's is just 5 to play 5 and 1 transfer. That's all that he wants to put in there. I'm starting to think, start somewhere. And I happen to think eligibility is the most urgent problem. Out of all the lists, who can play? Who is eligible to play? And what are the rules for being at schools? Because signing 2-year contracts doesn't mean anything. So how long do you have to be at a school? How long are you eligibility? Back to our Caitlin Clark thing. She should have sued to stay at Iowa. Sued for more eligibility. Right. She would have made way more money. And would have been a bigger deal, but she went to the WNBA. They got to fix that. They got to figure out who is eligible. That's the very basic. And then throw in the transfer rule. And then you know what? Maybe you tackle the rest down the line. Because nobody's going to agree on the NIL stuff. The SEC and the Big Ten aren't going to agree on anything, let alone have the Big 12 and the rest of the college come along. We need something basic. Maybe you just pass that basic. We get that laid down, and then we can proceed. But all these people playing 8 years of college sports because it's extremely lucrative is, I think, the most unsustainable of the unsustainable.
I agree with you. Cruz and Cantwell are trying to eat the elephant.
Yeah.
And Tuberville, you're right. I swear by everything he does.
You donated to his campaign?
I actively, every paycheck, there's just some comes out.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. Well, I'm a big believer. But he is saying, like, let's start with a bite. Let's start with one thing first and then solve the problems that come off of that, or then tackle the next thing. But trying to get it all done in one huge bill is obviously going to be impossible.
But the fear is that you have the votes now. We don't know if he has the votes, but if you have the votes to pass it, you may never have the votes.
You may never get them again.
You may never get the votes again. Right. That's why they jam a zillion things into every bill that actually has the votes to pass, because they're like, we may never get the votes again.
Right. There's some popularity for this now. Let's put everything we can into whatever.
Because that is the fear.
The big, beautiful bill, or Obamacare, or whatever. Every party does it.
Oh, have you ever looked at what's actually included in the farm bill?
No.
It's far from just
everything.
Agriculture.
Yeah.
It's just how it works. So that's the big fear, is like you can strip it down and get it over the hump for a couple of rules, but man, the rest may never get there. But that's the risk you got to run, I think. Yeah. Because they gotta figure out eligibility. That's true.
I'm with you. That might be the best place to start.
All right, more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. David Pagnotta joins us, NHL insider, for the fourth period.
Perception-wise, what is the rep of the Mammoth as an organization in the league to players?
With respect to the rep of the Mammoth, it is on an incline and has been since the end of last season, when player stock, family stock, wife stock, girlfriend stock, that has spread over the course of the last 12 to 18 months here. And the reputation of the organization is immaculate based on a number of players and other hockey personalities that I've talked to. So I think without question, it's becoming, and I say becoming because it's just in its second season here, but becoming a very desirable destination for a lot of players. That's certainly going to be impactful come free agency, but at the same time, when players are putting together their no-trade lists, I can't imagine that too many are going to be looking negatively with respect to the Mammoth.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey, Doug.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob and 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've got one of our very favorites, Keith Smith of Spa Track, is going to join us right around the corner. We'll talk to him about LeBron going to Philly and everything else going on in the NBA. Super excited to talk to him. Always super excited to talk to him. We've got a LeBron song battle coming up during the Audio Vault today. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. And we've got a Jay Hill reaction segment that we're going to do. Jay Hill was on the station earlier today with PK and Riley Jensen, who was filling in. I love Riley. Great dude. Have you met Riley much?
Yeah, I've filled in on the DJ and PK show a couple times when Riley was co-hosting. So he's a really cool guy. He's done a lot of really cool things.
Coach Phillip Rivers.
That one's towards the bottom of the list, honestly.
You didn't ask him about coaching Phil?
No, I'm not a Phillip Rivers guy.
Oh, you're a huge Phil guy. He was an assistant coach under Norm Chow. Pretty interesting. He walked on under Norm at BYU. He was Kevin Curtis's quarterback at Utah State.
All that stuff is infinitely cooler than coaching the biggest crybaby to ever play football.
You know that's nice Phil Rivers shot there. You know what's cool about Riley? He will admit to you that it was all Kevin Curtis. Like he was like, that was thrown to him was the easiest thing ever. All right, Keith Smith's going to join us next. Stay tuned, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-0RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. We've got some NBA stuff we can get to later. I told you we have dueling LeBron songs we're going to play coming up in
This
the
isn't your
audio
band.
wall. No, not my band. This is a couple of fans putting together LeBron songs. So we will get to that coming up a little bit later on in the show. But joining us now is our good friend, covers the NBA for Spa Track. He's Keith Smith with us back on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Keith?
Consider it's late July, still quite a bit in the NBA. Normally we're headed off in the summertime now, but, we still got quite a bit to resolve itself here.
Yeah, Keith, this has been one of the crazier summers. I mean, you look at LeBron's the most famous basketball player on the planet. He's not the best player anymore, but among, top 10 players, I can't remember a lot of years when this much talent switched teams, moved around, or even just the most famous names in the league. I mean, the fact that Luka moved within the last 18 months, but Giannis, this has been a ton of turnover. The NBA feels like it's going to look a lot different next season.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. And I think what happens in the NBA, especially now, contracts generally run about 4 years in length, maybe 5 for some of the better players. But with the way the aprons are and all that, we're going to see the league reset itself almost every probably 3 to 4 years. And this feels like one of those big reset times, like you said, LeBron and Jaylen Brown, and then we had the Thunder move on from some key rotation players. LaMelo Ball was traded, Giannis, I could go on, but yeah, absolutely one of those massive summers of movement around the league.
So how do you think it's going to work in Philly? Think it's does it vault them into contender status?
I think it's really interesting. I think the kind of way I've been looking at it is, if we remember back when the Heat first came together with LeBron and Wade and Bosh, I think there was something like 10-10 in that first year, and they weren't, looking all that good, and everybody's kind of wondering, all right, I guess this isn't going to work, and then they eventually figured it out. I think this group's probably going to have similar bumpiness early on. I don't know that they'll be 500, but I don't know that they're going to come right out of the gates and just beating the pants off everybody, because I think there are real questions that they're going to have to figure out. And really the only way to do it will be on court in meaningful games where you have guys like LeBron and Brown and Embiid and Maxey and Edgecombe. And then even off the bench, a guy like Anthony Simons. These are all guys who are used to having the ball a lot. They're high-usage players. And it's going to take a little bit for them to figure it out. And that's ultimately probably that, and figuring out if they can cobble together even a league average kind of defense. That'll ultimately be the measure of success for the team with how they win games. But, yeah, it's going to be a really interesting experiment to see how this all comes together. But I think eventually, after the early bumpiness, it'll probably be okay.
Keith, I don't know where I fall on this. But as we cover the NBA, I look at this Knicks team that just won the title, and I think this is probably, and maybe I'm just not far enough away from it, this is probably one of the more flawed champions I remember in a while. And now I start to ask myself, with how difficult it is to build a great team because of the restrictions with the tax aprons, with so much turnover, do you think we're going to start to see less or fewer perfect teams win titles going forward, considering we've had 8 different champions in 8 years?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think, San Antonio and Oklahoma City are going to do their best to kind of break that there and just kind of, pull out of it where they can get into a place where those teams are really just sustainable winners, maybe, you know, can pull off multiple championships in a period of time. And when you have all the talent the Thunder has, and they seem very willing to kind of replace those mid-tier guys, and when you have a million draft picks to go out and get the next group of guys, it becomes that much easier. But and then San Antonio obviously has Wembanyama. He already left potentially some money on the table to ease the Spurs roster building issues. I think those teams are set up to really make a run at being there year over year over year. But I think we're going, if we go all the way back, I think it's back to the early 1980s, that even in the Western Conference that we've seen back-to-back Western Conference Finals matchups against the same teams in back-to-back years. That tells you even the parity that exists just within that conference. So I think the system is set up to, all right, you can be on top for a year or two, but then unless you're willing to really pay and go deep into this apron, you're going to have to break things up eventually. And I think that's kind of where we'll ultimately see this. And I think to your point of, I don't think we're going to see many teams that come in where like, boy, that team was really flawless. Now I say that, and the Thunder were pretty awesome 2 years ago. The Celtics were pretty great the year before that. So it's, let's see how it all plays out.
You know, kind of in the Jazz conversation, and I think they will be better. They will be a team that has taken a step forward in the West. What other Western Conference teams do you think have gotten better this offseason?
Yeah, I think let's see where it goes with Minnesota. I'm not fully sold that moving everything out that they did to bring in LaMelo Ball is going to make them necessarily better. So we'll see. I think the Jazz, if we go back to the trade deadline to now, I think they're better. They're certainly a deeper team than they were, and the feeling, at least from everyone I've talked to and around the league, is they're going to go for it this year. There's not going to be any of this, well, we're playing pretty good, but let's kind of pull the rug out from underneath everybody and just kind of pivot. I think they're ready to go. I'm not entirely sure about the Lakers either. Like, I think they're very different. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be a lot better. I think they'll probably be a fairly similar team. So it's kind of a weird year, and for the first time in maybe decades, it feels like the East may be just as strong at the top, and then maybe the deeper overall conference and real quality teams, which is, like I said, it's been a very, very long time since we could say that.
Keith, so you were talking about windows being shorter than they used to be, and they've really always kind of been probably shorter than people recognize, but there were dynastic teams, whether it was the Bulls in the 90s or the Lakers and Celtics or the Warriors in the teens. When you have a team like the Jazz lose Walker Kessler, who, had they had Walker, invested in him, you've got Jaren Jackson Jr., you've got Lowry Markkanen, you've got these young players in Ace Bailey and now Darren Peterson, it felt like that was the beginning of this window opening. Until they replace, and we're fans of him on the show, Yusuf Nurkic, with a better center, I don't think you can really say the Jazz are serious contenders. And what I've tried to warn Jazz fans is, if they don't make a move quickly, getting a Jared Allen or somebody else to step in and fill Walker Kessler's shoes, the window of this era with Lowry and Jaren Jackson Jr. could close, and they could just pivot to the next group of, well, let's wait till Ace Bailey and Darren Peterson and Keontae George are all ready to play together and win. That can come a lot quicker, I think, in today's NBA than people remember from the Stockton and Malone era. Do you think there is risk of that if you continue to wait and put off, of saying, hey, maybe the next generation or the next group, that you kind of just never actually arrive, you never even try to open the window?
It's absolutely the way it works. When I've talked to multiple GMs around the NBA, they tell you the hardest thing in their job, it's not rebuilding a team, it's not building back up, it's knowing when to go all in and make that move. Because if you go too early, maybe you never quite get there because your guys weren't ready and you made the all-in move. They didn't have this stuff left to kind of supplement and rebuild, on the fly around it if it didn't really work. And if you wait too long, like you said, maybe that window never opens the way you thought it would. Now, I think the Jazz are in a really interesting place where I think for them, with the team they have, I think they've got a chance to be pretty good in the West right now, but I think they're holding back purposely, making the all-in move. Let's see what we have in a guy like Darren Peterson and Ace Bailey, and can Keontae George, can he repeat last year's success? what does it look like when we have all these guys together and we're really trying to win games before we start saying, all right, we're ready to not only beat the Thunder and the Spurs of the world, but can we get past the Nuggets and the Timberwolves and the teams that have kind of been there in front of them for a little bit. So I think they're certainly going to take that approach. But you're absolutely right where, if it's another 2-3 years from now, we may be sitting here saying, all right, well, they never got there. But now here's the good news. You have Peterson, you have Bailey, you have George. You've got, I don't know, a bunch of eighth graders we don't even know about yet that might be on this team. So I think they are set up to really, really have a pretty good run of success here. It just may not be with the guys that everybody kind of knows and loves from the team right now.
So my new favorite nickname in sports, Keith, is El Cheapo for Tom Dundon there in Portland. I think that's incredible. What is he doing? What's his end game behaving the way that he is with that negotiation with the city?
Yeah, I really don't know. If we kind of separate it into chunks, when you look at it, he's doing exactly what he did when he bought the Carolina Hurricanes, which is kind of take all the money out of the off ice, off court stuff. One of my favorite movies, it's not a great movie, but I love it, is Moneyball. And I love when they ask you, why are you going to pay for soda? Billy wants to keep the money on the field. Well, he's done a little bit of that. He has paid for players in Carolina, and they worked out pretty good because they won the Stanley Cup last year. So we'll see if that goes. But then you have the other part where he's now in this very public, messy fight with the city of Portland. And that's, Portland is I know they have MLS teams and whatnot, but they're a one major league team city, much like Orlando, where I've relocated to. And I know if the Magic were ever on the move, what it would do to the city. And I know people in Portland are starting to get a little bit worried about it, but they're also saying, hey, why should we as, taxpayers pay to build a new stadium or renovate our stadium for a billionaire? He's got all the money. Why shouldn't he do it? And if he says he doesn't have all the money, maybe he shouldn't be owning an NBA team. So none of this is good for Portland, which, they should be gearing up to celebrate their 50th anniversary of their one NBA title, which was in 1977. That should be a big deal for them, and they should be having a lot of fun. And instead, they're sitting here wondering, are we still going to have the Blazers in a few years?
An article came out today, Keith, about the potential for the investigation between the NBA, the Clippers, and Kawhi Leonard and aspiration could potentially, if they don't agree to a settlement or the punishment and they want to appeal, that this could stretch into 2027, which would, obviously surpass or go the beginning of this year. With this trade pending, with the Clippers seemingly trying to start a rebuild, the Raptors wanting to maybe win a championship in a wide open East, what do you think Kawhi wants? Which is, I know he's maybe the biggest mystery we've had in the NBA in the last 20 years. What do you think his goal is? What do you think his motivations are?
It does seem to be that he's excited about returning to Toronto within a couple days of that trade being, announced, even though it wasn't, ultimately finalized. He was in Toronto for Kyle Lowry's kind of ceremonial one-day contract to retire as a Raptor, and then he was at Summer League, where we haven't seen him in years, rooting on the young Raptors players that were there. So I think he is committed to, hey, let me get to Toronto. And I think there's got to be some sense with him, and I wouldn't presume to know this because, Kawhi doesn't talk to anybody, and anybody who says they know what he's thinking is, they're guessing as much as I am, but it does seem like he is in a place where it is, hey, I just want to focus on basketball. I just want to play hoops. And I think, he knows in Toronto he can do that. He was very kind of insulated there. They really made sure it was just about basketball. It obviously worked out great as they won a title. So I think that's where we're at. But, yeah, it's, much like everybody else, I'll add to the chorus of how are we still doing this at the end of July, a year later on this whole thing, and, where are we at? And I know Adam Silver said, soon, and I guess the investigation portion is wrapped up, and now we're moving into whatever. But, yeah, now it's a question of, all right, if we're going to have all these appeals and everything else, and that stretches into 2027, are we just going to, is this trade just never going to happen? Or are we just going to, go back? And that could cause messes for a guy like Brandon Ingram. It's certainly a situation I don't think the Raptors or the Clippers, and really, quite frankly, a lot of the rest of the league are very happy to be, even tangentially involved in.
Keith, you are always so generous with your time. We really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Keith.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. That's Keith Smith, our friend, makes the magic happen for Spa Track.
You and I have both been critical is a word I think people take as being negative, when really I think what we're just trying to do is observe the decisions made and then, I don't know, grade them or discuss the moves that were made by the Jazz in the past. And we have been, quote, critical of the decision to go all in on Mike Conley. Ended up being the wrong move.
Yeah.
And maybe Bojan Bogdanovic too, but Mike specifically did not address what became the Jazz's biggest need, which was poor perimeter defense in a too small backcourt. And Mike's actually a pretty good defensive player. You can also, criticize Quinn Snyder for his method of believing Rudy Gobert needs to be involved in every defensive play and nobody else has responsibility to play defense on the perimeter.
I think there are several reasons that team didn't succeed, but Mike Conley did not fix it.
And once they gave up, 2 first-round draft picks, some minor salaries, the young players they had on their roster, to go out and get him, they really did not have flexibility elsewhere to address their issues.
No, they were capped out.
And then Quinn wouldn't play my guy Jared Butler, and how were you going to win if you didn't play Jared Butler?
The disaster, really.
That was the big mistake. So where the Jazz are right now, I really feel for fans who have been waiting for 4 years to get to this point where you trade for Jaren Jackson Jr., you've got Ace Bailey and Darren Peterson on the roster. One of your young draft picks has broken out, it seems, in Keontae George, and it feels like the team is ready to take a step forward, and you have your starting 5, and then because you're trying to control time, which is not really possible in the NBA, and Walker Kessler says, the Lakers want to pay me $39 million, but I'll sign for $32.5. The Jazz say, well, we're not going to give you $39 million to match that contract or whatever. I know, again, there's some nuance in why I'm saying this number 39 and when he ended up signing for 32.5. But how you get to that point, I feel for Jazz fans if the Jazz are not going to go all in now to try and start winning after losing Walker Kessler and just saying, well, we got to get a center somewhere. Let's throw all of our assets at the problem. And on the flip side, the Jazz can't repeat the mistake they made with Mike Conley, like Keith Smith just said, of going all in too early, because then you've just capped yourself in your ability to win, and you waste the fact that you just went through a 4-year rebuild.
I don't think they went all in too early with Mike Conley.
Okay.
They made the wrong trade.
Made the wrong trade, sure.
They acquired the wrong player. I know what you're saying on all in, but I'm trying to decide, is it ever smart to go all in?
Right.
I mean, honestly, you look at Oklahoma City, they win a title. Are they all in?
No, they have several draft picks still going forward. They have an ability to at least stay afloat.
All in feels like what the Lakers did over and over again with LeBron, and it never really worked.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? I guess maybe I'm trying to find a working definition of all in.
No, I think you're totally fair.
And what that means. Now, the Jazz went all in because they didn't have any more resources, and they didn't have flexibility under the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ever a good idea?
Probably not. And I'm trying to think of teams that went all in that also had success. The teams that sold out everything to say we're going for it this year, and it worked out.
The Raptors with Kawhi.
The Raptors with Kawhi is probably the best example.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up DeMar DeRozan and Jakob Poeltl and whatever draft picks they had to go out and get it.
For a 1-year contract.
For a 1-year contract, and it worked. I don't know what the Knicks' future draft pick situation looks like, to be honest with you. They went pretty all in.
They're pretty capped out.
And have since, they sold off Mitch Robinson already. They just didn't sign him. Boston went so all in with Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday and all these things that right after they won their title, the steady drip of erosion has seen Porzingis leave, Drew Holiday leave, now Jaylen Brown's gone. Clearly they felt like they had committed to a point that was unsustainable even for a championship roster, that they've started selling things off. So again, how all in are the Jazz? How much of that is sustainable? Because to your point, you know what? You could probably go out and get a starting center, and you still have 2 future Lakers picks. You still have picks from Minnesota. You still have picks from the Cavaliers. You still have swaps. It would actually be difficult for the Jazz to go, quote, all in and give up all their assets, because you're not getting Wemby, and there's no other player worth going all in for that addresses your needs. So I'm not sure how all in the Jazz could go, even if they wanted to.
I think I follow.
Sorry, that was probably
There's a lot of ins there, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous.
Yeah.
Whatever all in is, I certainly don't think now is the time the Jazz need to do that.
If you wait too
young
long,
players,
and you pay Keontae, and Lowry's being paid, and Jaron is being paid, and eventually Ace is going to come up or whatever, then you can't even keep those guys. You're some of those guys, and so when are you all in?
I think the key is you have to go all in on one player and then be flexible around that. This is a working theory. But what did the Patriots do to stay relevant for 20
Went all in
years?
on Tom.
Tom was the guy, and then everybody else was expendable.
Yeah.
I think maybe the Nuggets problem, why they haven't been able to refit it, is they went in on two guys.
Or maybe three with Aaron Gordon.
Or maybe three with Aaron Gordon, and you just can't do that because it limits all of your flexibility.
No, I think it's a very good theory. Boston may be saying, we're all in on Jason Tatum.
Right, and we're going to flip the rest around because you can only afford really to go all in on one player. I don't know. Working
no, it's
theory
interesting. No,
there.
I think it's a really smart point.
And I don't think the Jazz have that player yet. Maybe they do, but they haven't emerged as.
Yes.
They
don't have that. Maybe he is on the roster.
Uh-huh.
He's not proven he's him quite yet.
No, not THT.
He's not to THT's level
He's
yet.
not there.
It could be Ace. It could be Darren.
Uh-huh.
It could be Keontae. Who knows? But I mean, I don't think it's Keontae, to be honest with you.
Maybe Lowry turns into a 32-10 guy overnight. I don't know.
Sure.
But he's not that now.
He has not been that yet.
And Jaren Jackson really hasn't been that yet either.
So, yeah, who is going to be that person? And maybe it is Darren Peterson. And then everyone else is just deck chairs that you're rearranging to find the right guys.
I mean, even Randy Moss was expendable to the New England Patriots.
Yep.
All their fan favorites all were traded or cut early because it was Tom and everybody else.
And you know what? That has actually, while we think of an old school NBA where you did have this ability to keep rosters together longer, and that is certainly true, the first Tim Duncan title team in San Antonio and the last Tim Duncan title team in San Antonio have nothing in common other than Tim Duncan and Greg Popovich.
That's it.
But it was
Tim Duncan. I'd even take Pop
it could
out
have
of
been
there.
any coach.
Yep.
You could have flipped Pop out. He never had to be there in the first place. The first one was what? Avery Johnson and Sean Elliott and David Robinson and whoever. And the last one.
And Jaren Jackson Sr., I think.
Yeah. And the last one was, of course, Kawhi and Tony Parker and Manu.
But Tony and Manu were barely factors at that point. I mean,
Kawhi won the MVP.
To your point. Yeah, right. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole big three or big two, maybe it's really just a big one.
Maybe it's a one.
But I think the key is, the key is always overspending. Right, because Shea is the one in Oklahoma City, but they're paying three people like they're the one.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they love Chester, and I'm sure they love Jalen Williams. But maybe that has to be the fodder.
When
you know
push
what I mean?
comes to shove, they're going to have to pick one. And it ain't going to be Chester, and it's probably not going to be J-Dub. It's going to be Shea.
Right.
I think you're right. They're going to run into the same problem the Celtics just ran into. The problem that the Nuggets have probably been too unwilling to address, where they've been too romantic about winning a title with Gordon, Murray, and Jokic, and not been willing to make enough changes around it to give Jokic opportunities to win.
Everybody loves Murray, but maybe what is he making? Like $50 million a year could be used on three different players that would be helpful to get Jokic back over the hump.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
But you fall in love with your players, and Jamal Murray's great. You know, Jalen Williams is great. But I think I don't know if you can pick two. And maybe that's the concept that Boston is proving. Honestly, maybe they're back on top and they refit it and the boy wonder makes everybody look stupid. But
or maybe it doesn't work and they become the Milwaukee Bucks who also won one title with Giannis and then tried to say, like, what if we flip Drew for Dame? And it failed.
But see, there's a different issue. That is incompetence.
Sure.
That does not prove the theory wrong.
Correct.
That is incompetence.
Correct. It's poor execution.
Trading for Mike Conley, I don't think falls in the incompetence category because it honestly didn't fail that badly, and he played well here and made an All-Star, and they had some potential. So I'm not going to say it's incompetence, but you know what it was? It was the wrong move.
Right.
It wasn't what that team needed at that price point, and that proved to be correct.
Right.
So it's more nuanced than just, Bill Belichick had to cut Randy Moss, but he had to sign the next right player.
Right. And he
did.
He
had to
they
move
won
on
after.
From Mike Vrabel, and they had to find the next linebacker or whatever. Vrabel played linebacker, didn't he? Pretty sure.
But they did find the next guy.
they made the right moves until the end when they didn't. And that's when Bill clowned himself after Tom left and couldn't make the right move if he tried. After 20 years of they made the right move. They moved off of Wes Welker at the right time and moved on to Julian Edelman at the right time. Moved off of, God, who was the Utah Tech running back? Well, I guess at the time, Dixie College. Who played for the Bengals for a long time and then was Corey Dillon.
Okay.
You know, they moved off of Corey Dillon and they moved on. I think they moved on to a new running back every 2 years.
Yeah.
And that proved to be sustainable winning. Now, the Jazz back in the day had two, right? And they made the playoffs for 20-plus years straight. But the rules were different then. For most of John and Carl's career, there really wasn't any such thing as a salary cap.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, and then to your point earlier, you can't keep John and Carl together forever anymore. It just doesn't work that way. Terry Porter and Clyde Drexler aren't going to play together forever in Portland and make the playoffs for 20 years.
So to that point, which I think is actually an optimistic one, is it doesn't matter that you moved off of Walker. You're always going to be moving around the guys who aren't THT, he's him. You've got one guy to signify or designate as the guy, and everyone else has to be movable.
Is that an old enough joke we have to reset that?
THT being him?
THT, that's Hot Dog, Taylor Horton Tucker. And when he was on the Lakers, he was quite literally the only asset the Lakers had to trade.
The last piece they had to trade.
That's it. It was. And so as a result, or to prop up Hot Dog's value,
GM LeBron
sent out a tweet with was it a video of Hot Dog
it was a highlight
picture
clip.
or
It was just
something?
a highlight clip of THT getting like a poke away steal and a pick six dunk.
And it said, he's him.
He's him. Like clearly LeBron advertising this trade piece. Like, I don't think we'll ever win another game if we trade him. Imagine how good he'd be on X, Y, and Z teams. He's all caps him.
I remember you and I clowning that at the time.
We had a good laugh about that.
We did.
One.
Really? That guy?
Him?
That was pre his nickname Hot Dog.
Yeah.
But all right, more next. Thanks to Keith Smith for jumping on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
College football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. There are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to this show. Jake and Ben, for the winner, it's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Ben, did you see this report out there? Your guy, McMiniman, Dave McMiniman, for the Mouse, is reporting. Ready? Luka Doncic is hosting the entire Los Angeles Lakers roster in Slovenia for a 4-day minicamp in August. The itinerary will include workouts, golf, and some tourism and bonding ahead of training camp. Any initial thoughts before I give you my my take on this?
Yeah, I hope I'm not jumping on yours, but here, I'm trying to look through this roster right now.
No, feel free. Jump away.
So, I bet you Adu Thiero, who did they draft this year? Lakers have a draft pick this year? I think they might have had one. They drafted the kid from Baylor, Cameron Carr.
Or no, he played at Michigan State, didn't he?
I must be thinking of somebody else.
Yeah.
But the kid who...
Carr played at Michigan State.
There was a kid who played at Baylor, who I think they drafted.
Oh, it was Baylor?
Cameron Carr.
Who am I thinking of?
You are thinking about the dunker, the kid who can really jump out of the gym, who I think is also a Carr, but is a different player altogether. I bet you those kids, first and second year players, are like, I'm going to go hang out with Luka. I'm being invited to Lithuania. Where's he? Slovenia, excuse me, pardon me. I can't wait. I'm in the NBA, this is the big time. I guarantee you, Kayvon Looney, Quentin Grimes, Jared Vanderbilt are just like, as soon as they saw this email hit or the group chat, like chucked their phone across. Like, I have to do this because it's Luka.
Uh-huh.
He's the star of the team. But I have to fly there to spend a week. I have to cancel my other late summer plans. And I have to do it because I have to be in Luka's good graces.
Uh-huh.
But I have to go to where he is. Not where there is a common meeting spot for every single one of these people. It's Los Angeles. They have to be there.
Uh-huh.
There's no reason for any of them to go to Slovenia other than one person. And it's Luka. And Luka, while this sounds nice, is actually flexing the muscle of, you have to come to me.
Uh-huh.
That's the problem here.
No, I really do. I agree with all of that. I'm sure even Walker Kessler was rolling his eyes because it's a long plane flight. And yeah, you got to go kiss the ring because it's now Luka's team.
Jake, if you said,
funny.
I want to host everyone for dinner, I want to take care of the company, it's a good team building experience, and I'm like, cool, let's do it at the building because we all work at the building. And you were like, I want to try somewhere I've never been before. I want to go down to Panguitch because there's a restaurant I want to go to. I'm throwing my phone across the room. I'm saying, no, Jake, we're picking up some pizzas and we're meeting at Triad.
Hey, Panguitch is lovely.
Sure,
Yeah.
I bet.
No, I like your point, but I do think it is funny that Rob Pelinka is still letting a player make all the decisions. That my first reaction was yours. I bet the veterans are rolling their eyes. My second thought was, wow, the Lakers will just make or let these players do anything because there's no way this is a good idea. Going to Eastern Europe, they're going to be playing golf. They're going to be bonging vodka off the top of the top of the golf cart. Half the team is going to come back smoking unfiltered cigarettes.
Uh-huh.
Do you really want your young players or any players picking up habits from Luka Doncic?
My other thought
They're
here,
going to eat the whole time.
Yeah.
They're going to be vaping and smoking and drinking and
Everyone
doing
came back
Lord knows
with
what.
New vape flavor.
They're going to be going to the Eastern European clubs. It's going to be unsupervised. You know, it's really like it is a romantic thing in a way. The story last year of Keontae George flying all the young players down to Dallas, right? And doing a bonding experience and probably trying to create some good habits. I think it was a step in the leadership of Keontae George as he becomes a player that you would want your other young players to follow. I know for a fact that Jazz like Keontae's charisma. That's why they wanted him to grow up so they could put that charisma to some good use. And I actually do think flying players to Dallas was probably pretty productive for the Utah Jazz last year.
And again, young players showing some initiative to buy in.
And I'm sure that there was some recreational activity.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure they had a good time. And I'm sure they didn't get on the phone and tell their mom about everything that they were doing down in Dallas.
True.
I don't have unrealistic expectations. That said, you fly the whole team to Eastern Europe to hang out with Luka Doncic. What good habits are they going to learn over there?
What's being learned?
What are they going to? And I'll tell you what. I'm sure that Slovenia is awesome. I would actually love to visit there someday. Yeah. I'm sure it's incredible. But I mean, Luka's like, I'm gonna tell you all the local haunts where we can really get into some trouble.
Yeah.
You know.
My other fear here is that we are seeing GM LeBron being replaced by GM Luka.
No, that's why they're going to fire GM Rob Pelinka.
Rob Pelinka. I mean, it's why they were like Walker Kessler at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Jazz know Walker better than anybody. And again, I don't think the Jazz played the Walker card perfectly. Clearly they didn't. Like I think the Jazz would have preferred to just have Walker on the team on a good contract. They don't have that. They got some pretty good draft picks and, they got some good capital out of it. I don't think it was ideally played by the Jazz, but the Jazz know Walker better than any other team in the world. And the Jazz said, oh, we don't need him. We don't need him at that price. We don't need that. We don't need him that badly. And the Lakers said, at any cost, Walker Kessler either at $39 million a year or $32.5 million and 2 draft picks and 2 swaps. Like at any cost, we have to have Walker. That screams to me Luka makes that decision because Luka doesn't care about the Lakers draft picks in 2032 or 2033 and 2031, whatever the years are. That's GM Luka. And yes, you will fly to me is GM Luka. That's the boss Luka. When you meet with your boss, you go to your boss's office to have your meeting, or the conference room your boss picks. You don't say, hey, boss, come where it's convenient for me. That's not how the order of business works, and you're seeing that already with the Lakers.
Do you know what Slovenia's most popular cigarette brand is?
I have no idea.
Boss.
Boss.
That's the name.
Okay.
Now
BOSS?
The BOSS.
Okay.
Now their most iconic historical Slovenian brand is called Filter 57.
Okay.
So, dude, Walker's going to get back to L.A. and he's going to go to 7. He's going to be like, I need a pack of those Filter 57s.
Pack of 57s.
I need a pack of 57s.
What are you talking about?
I tried them out in Slovenia and they're
the best.
magic.
They're unfiltered. Yeah.
Incredible.
Incredible.
What? No 57s? Come on. What good habits are you going to get into over there? Maybe some bonding.
People would be surprised at how many European players do smoke.
Oh, like all of them?
Probably not all of them, but enough that you would be surprised that, like, Bojan Bogdanovic was smoking cigarets.
I know the bar that Kirilla Fasenko liked when he was here because the owner let him smoke in his office.
First of all, Kirilla was like 19 when he was here. By the way, not just the European players, I'm sure, that are smoking. Lots of players are smoking, lots of different things, whatever. But then, it's up to them. The NBA doesn't test for it. You do whatever you want to do. But yeah, I think people would be surprised. While it seems like a joke, what you're saying, it's like there's a very real chance Luka gets home and is just ripping cigarettes the whole time,
hitting Filter 57s the whole time. Yeah.
Hey, this stuff works though.
Cigarettes?
Well, Luka.
Or team bonding.
Luka's team bonding.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and Google. Do you guys know which international team Jackson Hayes is eligible to play for?
Jamaica? No clue.
No, it's Luka's. Yeah.
Slovenia.
Is it Slovenia?
Yeah, it is.
Jackson Hayes is not Slovenian
at all.
But he petitioned to become eligible to play for the Slovenian national team because he's such close friends with Luka.
Okay.
I'm sure because of these bonding activities. So Walker Kessler is probably done representing Team USA.
Yeah.
All these Lakers players are going to be Team Slovenia, 2028 Olympics.
Yeah, the 2028 Olympics, you're going to see Walker and Jared Vanderbilt and Dalton Knecht are all on Team Slovenia.
AR.
Have a pack of 57s.
57s. The Slovenia 57s.
More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
This is Colin Curie from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Subaru is a proud recipient of the 2026 Subaru Love Promise Heart Award. Come find out why at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Win Ticket Wednesday. That means caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win 2 tickets to go see the Black Crows with special guest Whiskey Myers, the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Thursday, August 13th. For additional chances to win, sign up for your shot to win the tickets at kslsports.com/contest or be caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. I have not made it out to Utah First Amphitheater yet this year.
Oh, this year, okay.
No, I've been out there many times. I don't know, what would my favorite show I've ever seen at that amphitheater? It's a long list, actually. I saw Fish there, which was a pretty good show.
It's a long show, too.
I've seen the Dead End Company there.
Also long. You jam band guy.
I saw Black Sabbath.
Not a jam band.
I've seen 311 countless times. Bob Dylan there countless times. Poison there countless times.
Does 311 get jammy? Do they start jamming?
No.
They stick to their songs
They're
pretty tight.
Yeah, they're pretty.
I saw them at Warped Tour or something here also, but
I'm going to miss them this year. Usually I see them. They're coming to the Sandy Amphitheater, but I'm not going to get a chance to see them. Man, what else? That's a great venue.
It's a good venue.
I've seen Dave Matthews there.
Okay.
Ben Harper.
Okay. You know Maddie's a huge Dave Matthews fan.
Is she?
That's
Well, I know she loves the Dead.
She will go. She's traveled to go see Dave Matthews. You'll have to talk to her about. She and Dave.
I saw the Insane in the Membrane people there.
Oh, Cypress Hill. Cool.
Snoop Dogg.
Very cool.
Yeah, I've seen a ton of bands out there. It's a great venue. I remember when they opened it. We needed that venue for that outdoor, take advantage of it. I know they're doing a new outdoor venue downtown that's going to be a little smaller, right? So
I don't think it's outdoor. I think it's indoor.
Is that indoor?
I think the idea is to have a mid-size indoor venue.
Well, the Sandy Amphitheater is rad. It's great, yeah. It's really great. I love Red Butte. Deer Valley's concerts are always great. I told you the best time I ever saw Bob Dylan was at Deer Valley. Mm-hmm. He was actually in a good mood. I was shocked.
I also like the amphitheater you were talking about, Utah First.
Uh-huh.
I like Red Butte. I worked up there for a long time. So, like, the Black Crows, I've met the Black Crows because they came through playing up at Red Butte, and they just, like, had to walk through the main room, and they were like, we're the Black Crows. Where do we go? And, like, just past the orangery, brother. But we could use a good year-round, indoor, mid-size venue.
I honestly
think that's a good idea.
I don't think the East Center is a bad place to see a show.
Enjoy it.
I've seen Guns N' Roses at the East Center.
They're just not designed for it, despite the fact that I think they host very well, Maverick Center. But yeah.
Did I say the East Center?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
But it does. It serves its purpose quite well.
Saw the Bare Naked Ladies at the Maverick Center.
Okay.
Saw the Moody Blues at the Maverick Center with a full orchestra background, which was pretty...
Just play Nights in White Satin!
They played their...
Stop playing other songs!
they did play that song.
I would hope so.
The only time I've sat front and center for a concert, James Taylor was at the Maverick Center.
It's a good venue.
I've been ejected from the Maverick Center, but that's a different story.
Okay.
Part of my
Were you heckling the goalie?
Pass.
I didn't
get thrown out for that.
Okay. Were you at a concert?
No, it was a Grizzlies game.
It was a Grizzlies game.
But we don't need to.
Yeah,
we don't
delve into that.
Man, I've been thrown out of more places than I realized.
Sounds like it.
Well, it's bound to happen.
Yeah.
When was the last time you were asked to leave?
Used to get kicked out of everything skateboarding. So that was very common. So, and then since that's just different, that's just like kind of minor trespassing. It usually wasn't my individual behavior that got me kicked out of somewhere. Oh, I mean, I went to a concert and a guy put me in the headlock. And he was not asking me to leave. He was forcing me out. And then the rest of the security guards came and apologized to me. And then I told you he wanted to fight me after, and vice versa. But there was no fight. So that was a few years ago now. I haven't since, thankfully.
I bet you Christian has never been thrown out of anything ever.
Nope.
You don't have the personality of somebody who gets asked to leave.
No, I'm too nice.
Took a laser pointer to like the Hanson Planetarium or something, wherever they used to do like the light show or whatever it was. And my friends and I were playing with the laser pointer, and they came up and were like, "We're going to ask you to leave if you don't turn it off." And I said, "What if we didn't?" And they said, they just let us stay. But we had to put the laser pointer away. Got kicked out of Aaron Brockovich. I tried to sneak into the movie Aaron Brockovich at Movies 10 when I was little.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why. Why that movie? I don't know.
Yeah, how old were you?
It's probably 12 or 13. I don't know why I wanted to go see Union, the movie about fighting. Was it the mines?
No, it was
PG&E. Poisoning water.
No, yeah. It was,
I actually was kicked out of a movie theater when I was like 13, 14. I pulled the fire alarm.
Wow, that's illegal.
That's illegal. Yeah, that's worse than a laser pointer.
We should have Christian arrested.
We should.
Well, you don't need to punish me. I was kicked out of the movie theater already.
We should have you audited.
You're lucky.
Just make sure you're paying all your taxes.
I was a child.
Yeah, that's crazy. How old were you?
13 or 14.
Yeah.
Old
enough to know better.
You should have been clapped in irons, dude.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't
you should still be in.
I didn't do it as a joke.
What did you do it for?
Vandalism.
No. So sometimes there's like a plastic cover on the fire alarm. And then there's the actual handle that you pull, right? So I was like, I wonder what happens if I just lift the plastic cover, and the fire alarm went off anyways. I thought I would actually have to lift the cover.
You thought it was a two-step process.
Right. Why have the handle there if you don't need to pull the handle? The alarm's just going to go off anyway.
It's for emergencies, and they don't want people who are trying to keep themselves alive to have to go through a multi-step process to pull an alarm to warn others that this building's on fire and you need to get out. Actually, extraordinarily reasonable by the engineer who designed the fire alarm to not make it difficult.
I'm just trying to imagine what the Brigham City jail looks like.
Yeah.
I bet it's rough.
I bet it's tough.
It's pretty rough.
Tough kids.
I bet it's rough.
And they just kicked you out?
Yeah, they were like,
cops didn't come or anything?
Yeah, they didn't let me watch Superman, Man of Steel.
Okay. Is that what you were there for?
Yeah.
Okay. Never pulled a fire alarm. Dangerous.
Steven Soderbergh was nominated for that for Aaron Brockovich.
Mm-hmm.
He was also nominated for Best Picture. Had another movie that same year.
That was after Traffic, right?
No, it was Traffic.
It was Traffic?
They were the same year.
He won Best Director for Traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's like Spielberg doing Jurassic Park and Schindler's List in the same year. We don't do that so much anymore.
Traffic, another good movie for that game. 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Traffic rules. What a movie.
Yeah, everybody's in it.
Yeah, everyone's in it, and it just rocks.
Which do you like better, Brockovich or Traffic?
I never saw Brockovich. I got kicked out.
You never went back to watch it?
I never went back.
Oh, it's a good movie.
But Traffic. Benicio.
Oh,
and,
but
yeah.
Brockovich has that actor you hate.
Julia Roberts?
No, Two-Face.
Oh, I don't mind Aaron Eckhart. I just don't think he's good as Two-Face in Batman or Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. I just don't think he's good in that movie. But I don't mind Aaron Eckhart.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think he's very well cast as Two-Face.
Oh, I see. All right. Stay tuned. Joining us in studio coming up next, Mitch Harper covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. We'll talk to Mitch straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, have you put much thought into retirement? Have you put much thought into the long-term financial health of yourself and your family? Well, if you're anything like me, you put it off for a very, very long time. And frankly, part of the reason was I didn't feel qualified to make the right decision. So I just ignored it. Maybe you're one of those good folks out there who have sought out counsel in the past or a little help and gotten some bad advice. Well, there's a lot of that out there. But let me tell you, the good folks at Trajan are great. I have sat down with them. I've gone through the process. I always talk about they are very nice. They put things very simple. You can understand everything, and they make sure you've got your mind in the right place for your long-term strategy. So give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. They have 2 locations, one in Draper, one in Farmington, so there's one close to you. Sit down with them. Let them show you exactly what they can do for you. They want to get to know you so you can form a strategy that is custom to you. 855-TRAJAN-1, or you can go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com. The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugar Land. Tony Parks has the call at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Royals host Washington at America First Field. Listen to the game at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Thursday night, the Bees and Sugar Land play again at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 and 1280 The KSL Sports Zone. Your home for live local sports.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now in studio. He covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. He is our buddy, Mitch Harper. Mitch, we can see you. You're on camera.
That's right.
Yeah.
In studio.
Looking good, pal. How are you?
Doing good. Getting ready for another season. Getting to kind of the unofficial start tomorrow for the season with the BYU football media event, golf tournament at the old East Bay course. So ready to kick off another year of Cougar football. Can't wait.
Well, as you go in and get ready for the season, what feels like the centrifugal force? What is everything revolving around?
It all revolves around Kalani and how he stayed at BYU and how he can maybe take this thing to a higher level. I think that's going to be kind of a fascinating angle to see where Kalani takes this with the program, because that Penn State search, that was as real as it gets. Where it gets,
crazy.
It's that UCF press conference post game, that final Saturday in the regular season. I really look back on that and think that Big 12 championship game might have been, from a timing perspective, one of the best things ever for BYU, because if he's got another week to just kind of let things marinate behind the scenes and not get much spotlight and not have to go to a mic, maybe he's not feeling the public pressures, and maybe it's a different era. Yeah. So all the timing worked out, and Kalani is BYU football, and I think his early message of wanting to be the Polynesian Lavelle Edwards, he's got that opportunity. Yeah. Even Brian Santiago told me at Big 12 Media Day that he's seeing some things from Kalani that put him now in the conversation with Lavelle, and that would have been unthinkable, really from any coach, but the way that Kalani's doing it in a league like the Big 12 and a stage, like, he's just doing some really great things, but he's got to take it to a higher level. Hasn't really won anything from a championship, hang a banner type perspective. He's got that opportunity with this year's team.
All right, I bring this up more because I want to get it out of the way, and then we can go on and talk about camp, because I hate talking about this stuff, but it is news. Linebacker Ephraim Asiata been charged with DUI. Give us, just fill us in what we know about the situation.
Yeah, he was arrested earlier this month, and BYU was he also presented like a fake name initially to investigators or to police officers initially. As far as the status with the team, that's still under review, and it's been framed with the university having that decision. So probably get more insight tomorrow with Kalani Sitake getting a comment officially from him. But Asiata, talented player, was defensive end, arrived at BYU, switched over to Rover linebacker last season, and probably was going to be more of a second team guy, third team. I say was, not like it's past tense, but if he's not playing, it doesn't make a dent in terms of the linebacking unit, which is a really deep group for BYU, but still, he's a guy that's faced so much adversity from, that shooting at Hunter High and just, the road that, to become a D1 recruit after that. I mean, you hope that this all works out, and hopefully that this can be a positive story in the end. You look back on it and go, it's, is something that made him a better person, and hopefully he can work his way back to the football field. And there's been stories and examples in the past under Kalani of guys that have off-field issues that do work their way back to BYU. It's not always a Jake Retzloff situation or a Kingston situation where they're done immediately. But they're kind of waiting on a formal decision, I guess, from the university at this time.
What are the expectations, speaking of the linebacker room, for Kate Uluave and how good that group can be now that Jack Kelly's gone?
Yeah, he could be, one of the best linebackers potentially in the Big 12, and I think his speed too. I think it's just real difference in that linebacking unit, and he was really good in spring ball, even dealing with a thumb injury where he's wearing a club, and Uluave, it just is a really good fit for BYU, and I'm really excited to see what BYU does with him, and having Kelly Papinga working with the linebackers. I just think he's going to be an excellent fit. And I just think the way that he gets downhill, just makes plays, he's just so productive, and that him and Isaiah Glasker is going to be a great tandem. I don't think it's a situation where you just completely forget about Jack Kelly, but I just think BYU, they don't skip a beat. Yeah. They move forward, and they've even got depth at that linebacker unit with a guy like Jake Clifton, who came in from Kansas State off a mission. He transferred over to BYU. I think he's going to be a good player. They still got Ace Kafusi. It's a talented linebacking unit, and they've got those hybrid edge rushers with Nusi Taumaipeau, Hunter Clegg, who could play that defensive end, outside linebacker. They've also got a young guy in Braxton Lindsey, who was once a 4-star recruit, picked BYU over Oklahoma. He was one of the stars of the spring. I would not be surprised if we see him in the 2 deep. So that is going to be a loaded unit. But Uluave, I think, leads the group, and Glasker's right behind him. But Uluave is going to be he's going to be a captain type guy, leader of this program, face of the program. He's going to be huge for BYU this season.
So usually teams that have a lot of players back and upperclassmen are fun to cover, because usually those types of teams, win and are successful. Those types of teams, however, do not usually have interesting fall camps. Usually it's super boring, and writers like yourself are searching for any sort of storyline because there really isn't any in camp. The fun camps are when you don't know anybody and spots are all up in the air. So I guess with that in mind, what is interesting about camp? What is going to be the top stuff that you're going to be following?
I think that, how they honestly manage camp, because of all the players that were retained and decided to run it back. Do they have the physicality? Kalani will always say they need to spar, they need to hit, they need to be physical. But how physical do you really need to be when you know what LJ Martin can do, when you know what Keanu Tanavasa, when he's at his best, what he can do? You got so many of those type of guys. Even Uluave, who hasn't played a game at BYU, but you already know he's going to be an impactful guy, preseason first-team All-Big 12 guy. So do you create some more opportunities to really round out that depth and allow for some of those younger guys to get more snaps than you typically would give in a fall camp? Usually it's spring ball. I think I'm kind of curious to see how that's structured with BYU, to how much they balance the rest of the upperclassmen to then creating opportunities to really round out that roster. Because, this has been an interesting year with the roster where you've only got 105 spots again, but there's been no post-spring window. So any sort of spots or players that are no longer with the team, you couldn't just backfill. You just kind of continue to roll with the guys that you had in spring. So there hasn't been many buckets to pull from in terms of adding new faces to the roster. There will be a few new guys, some RMs, some kind of deep in the weeds type players, but for the most part, the core guys that you're going to see on Saturdays, it's the guys that were competing in spring. So having that health, and if you're a team like BYU that has high expectations to get to the playoff, you're envisioning a 15-game, maybe 16-game season. If it really stars align, you got to stay healthy and stay the course for this long grind. That's something I'm kind of curious to see how they manage in the next month or so.
Can BYU win the Big 12 if a star doesn't emerge at wide receiver?
No, I don't think they can. And I think that the wide receiver position is a big question mark. And that is a big story, too, to how they will fare at that spot. I think JoJo Phillips is probably the candidate you look at to be that number one guy. And this coaching staff really believes in him. They've recruited him since he was in 8th grade, even when all the the big programs like the LSUs of the world backed off because of COVID, BYU stayed true to him, and that's why they got him. So I think that JoJo Phillips is going to be viewed as that number one guy. He was that in spring. Fesi Satake even said as much. I think he'll have the pole position in fall camp starting out. Kyler Casper, 6'6" receiver from Oregon. He's intriguing, but there's just no, game film on him, really. It's 4 years of college football. It's just been injuries.
Yeah, you saw the high school dunk video, though, yeah?
There's something to that. I mean, he's got that ability.
He's a big-time athlete.
Yeah, he is. But does it carry over? I think that the Big 12, the secondaries in this league are much better this year. And I think that, I've seen many BYU receiver units of the past where, you think they're going to be good, and then they go up again. But when you don't have a clearly defined wide receiver one, it's how did you not get off the line of scrimmage all afternoon? Yeah. So I think that's something I'm really curious to see with this group. I do believe these freshmen, though, are going to be wild cards that could really elevate the potential floor and ceiling of this receiver unit, most notably Legend Glasker. But I'd also say 4-star Lone Peak prospect in Jaron Pula. I think he's the type of guy that maybe you could say he has the ceiling to maybe be that wide receiver one, but he could also be a guy that maybe doesn't pan out at all this season or have an impact this year. They've also got Tay Nakua, too, who kind of a mixed bag on him. He hasn't really made a dent at all during his BYU career, but he's got flashes, and he's shown in spring balls of the past, but can it materialize in the fall? Kind of waiting to see on that. So that is open season for whoever to establish themselves as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's all up for grabs, and I think that's the way they're approaching it going into camp.
Mitch Harper is with us, covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. So they really slow played the offense for Bear last year. They rolled it out slowly. You can see it in the numbers. And by the end of the year, obviously, he was doing a lot more things than he was doing at the beginning. What is fair to expect from him this year?
He's got to, I think, be able to have a higher completion rate, around 70%, I think is something that should be a goal for him. I know that's what, Aaron Roderick has pointed to as a reference point that they've looked at in past BYU quarterbacks that have been the most successful over the last 50 or so years. 70% is kind of the target. And in the Aaron Roderick tenure, Zach Wilson, Jaron Hall, 2 NFL guys, they did that in given seasons, and BYU was really good in those respective years. So if he can do that, BYU will probably be right in the hunt to be in that Big 12 championship race. I think, with him too, I'm curious to see how, his deep ball accuracy, if that can become something that's more unlocked in his game, and how much they utilize him in the ground attack. But I think the thing is with Bear is that he has an ability to find ways to win. And I think that's an impressive skill that not maybe all quarterbacks or players have. And, he showed a lot of that last year in some spots where BYU's facing big deficits. I think that's going to be something that's important for Bear and this offense this year, is to not dig yourself a 14-0 hole at a Colorado like they did last year. Get off to a fast start, because I think people are going to scrutinize BYU or any Big 12 team with a fine comb. Like, you got to aesthetically look the part, like the days of the Mountain West and the WAC, where you almost got to hammer teams by huge numbers, which I don't think's reasonable anymore because of how much parity there is in college football these days. But the narrative will be you got to hammer teams, so they got the chance. They got to get out to quick starts, and I think that's got to be something for Bear to get this offense rolling. And I think they got to move with more tempo too. Last year, like you said, it was kind of a slow rollout, very, holding his hand until about the last month of the season. As he noted, the playbook is unleashed this year for him. And even Aaron Roderick said they got 3 or 4 different looks in any given play for Bear. He's going to have the keys to really run this thing at the line of scrimmage, call the right plays if he needs to check out of it. So this is Bear's offense, and he's got the full command. And it's an important year for Bear because, again, we know with quarterbacks, fans and people can turn on you quick. Mm-hmm. And with BYU's pipeline of some promising signal callers in the future, always got to continue to level it up, and I think Bear will do that. And I think that there's going to be some high expectation. I think he's going to deliver on a lot of that this year.
You touched on the thing that I think matters the most, which is he's a winner. That dude just knows how to finish games. He can come from behind, whatever. Do you think he's ever going to be like big arm talent quarterback? Do you think he can evolve into that type of player, which everyone loves, even if they don't win as much?
I don't think so. I mean, I think he's got the ability to be more accurate and show that arm off more, but I think that he's going to be a unique, great college quarterback that can just do a lot on the ground. And I think he's someone that's got the potential to be an NFL QB. Like right now, I wouldn't say we're looking at the future first round pick. Mm-hmm. He's got to work his way up to be something more like that. But I just think that, Bear, he's got a unique build, is the number, the name, everything about him is just kind of like he's a great college quarterback, and he's a good fit at BYU. And keeping him healthy will be critical because that Big 12 championship game when he hurt his ankle, I think BYU was still lost that game, but I think it altered things a bit because then he couldn't go deep at all because he was hobbled in that game. So I think he's still going to run. I think he's still going to try to make plays. But I think also, too, Bear has kind of broken out his personality a little bit more. I mean, he's made a concerted effort to really win over that locker room, even though they already had the locker room behind him last year. But the new faces, like the Pocky Finaus of the world, they told me he's going to be the starting left tackle that, Bear, the moment he arrived on campus, Bear's getting to know him, knew everything about him, and basically taking care of his offensive line, the cliche things with a quarterback, but he's doing everything in his power to really make sure that this whole team is aligned, and I think he's done a really good job of that.
Is there any better? Well, does the Big 12 need to change how it schedules? And I don't even know if it's a bad thing, but Texas Tech doesn't play BYU or Utah. Texas Tech plays Houston out of the good teams in the league, and do they even play Arizona?
They got Arizona and Arizona State in Lubbock.
But nonetheless, a very easy schedule. And I don't know if that's even a problem, right? That's probably the easiest way to get a team into the college football playoff is with an easy schedule. I wish they would have done divisions. I mean, that establishes relationships. So I guess open-ended question, is there a better way they could do the schedule in the Big 12?
I think they got to have 3 permanent rivals for each of these teams. And, when I talked to the Big 12 football director, President Scott Draper, he even noted that they're going to be looking at that. They're already planning the 2028 scheduling opponents. A lot of it hinges on the playoff. If they go to the 2014 playoff, I think 10 conference games is right there. I think it makes all the sense in the world to go to 10 conference games and then have your one required Power 4 non-conference opponent, and then Group of 5 or Group of 6, FCS, whatever you want to go with that 12th game. That would make a lot of sense. But I think if you could get 3 permanent opponents, that would be, to me, the move because, in a situation with BYU, you have Utah, Arizona State, maybe Baylor as well, because that seems like a friendly rivalry. I don't know if you even call it a rivalry, but both faith-based institutions. I think that would make a lot of sense to me because the downside with the divisions is then you sometimes can not play teams home and away throughout your 4 or 5 years now in a college career, and that could be a downside. I think the Big 12 was just trying to figure out maybe if the schedule matrix, because there was just no history with any of these programs, really. So they were kind of throwing darts at a board and trying to hope it would stick and work. And unfortunately, it's created where last year we're hoping to see BYU and Arizona State. We don't get that last year. We get it now without Sam Leavitt and without all those guys that beat BYU in Tempe in 2024. And then this year we don't see BYU and Texas Tech, which everyone would want that game in Provo this year. So hopefully they can find a little bit better balance. And again, if they go to a 2014 playoff, I think then the 10 conference games makes all the sense. You add additional inventory for your TV partners, and then you maybe can create more opportunities where you're seeing these teams annually.
Mitch, we appreciate you coming in person. It's great to see you, pal.
You bet, guys.
You hit them straight tomorrow, huh?
I'll try. It will probably be pretty ugly, but I'm going to be hacking a little bit, but I'm going to have a good time doing it, so it'll be fun.
What's the best part of your game, Mitch? You a long irons guy? You good off the
drive?
Off the
I can get some big drives, but that second shot, if I get like a good 285-yard drive, that second shot's going to it's going to be a mess. So that's my problem with my game, but I can get some big drives. So that's my strength at times on the tee box.
My strength is I'm good in the clubhouse. I can order, I can order a beverage with the best of them.
Yes.
It's my specialty. Mitch, we would love all your work. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Mitch.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, What You Got Wednesday is next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got another vehicle fire involving a semi-truck westbound I-80 this afternoon, just like yesterday, but this one is between 700 East and State Street, and it's blocking a right lane in that area. Northbound traffic on the 215 West Belt is now bottled up from 201 up to I-80. Attention property managers. Customers judge your property in the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah right now. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Backpack Bonanza provides kids with the school supplies they need to learn and thrive. You can help by dropping off supplies at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make sure kids have everything they need to succeed. So please visit americafirst.com to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin. Jake rolls his eyes, lets out a sigh within.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for What You Got Wednesday. We do it every Wednesday. If you're new to the show, 2 5-selection drafts, 1 sports-related, 1 not. And then we put it out on the talk snap for a vote.
Christian, I didn't send you who won last week.
I'm glad you came on air and said that because as Jake was bringing us in a segment, I realized I didn't have that. And
so
I was
it didn't go up for a vote?
Oh, I went up for a vote. I did not send it to Christian yet who won.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man. Maybe I won't send it.
I think I won both. I felt like I had a pretty strong chance, but at least the LeBron one I thought I had nailed.
All right, do you want me to just read them,
Yeah,
Christian?
just
or do you want me
read it.
to
Just read it.
All right.
The National Weather Service in Salt Lake City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for north central Tooele County in northern Utah until 4:45 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 3:57 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Knowles, or 33 miles east of Wendover, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, weather station reported. At 3:50 Mountain Daylight Time, Interstate 80 at Dugway Weather Station reported a wind gust of 69 miles per hour. Impact, expects considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Knowles and Utah Test and Training Range North. This includes Interstate 80 in Utah between mile markers 29 and 62. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following county: Tooele, Utah.
That's a funny week. And then it just didn't matter ever.
Well, the reason he lost it is the best. The reason he lost it is because Carmelo Anthony was injured, and then Jeremy Lin blew up, and Carmelo Anthony got jealous, and then he came back from injury and said,
That was fun.
That was fun while it lasted,
Yeah,
but this is my team, bro.
Yeah. I'll take it back now.
And then they went nowhere.
Yeah.
No, but that absolutely qualifies. All right. This is the one. This is what I actually think is the answer, but is not going to give me any votes. Is Chuck Knobloch. He went from Major League Baseball's best second baseman.
Chuck Knobloch, KNO.
Look it up, Christian. He went from the best second baseman in baseball. Like the Yankees signed him away from the Twins with a bananas offer.
Yeah.
And then he literally forgot how to throw to first.
He got the yips. He's one of the most famous yips in all of sports.
And then never recovered.
Yeah.
And it was the dangest thing.
Yep.
It was not injury. It was not situation. He just forgot how to throw to first. I wonder how many All-Star games he made.
But he was a household name among American sports. He was just one of the guys. You were like, this guy's going to be one of the stars. And then just suddenly was nobody. Suddenly, truly couldn't play anymore. That's a very good pick.
He made 4 All-Star games.
And to the point where Christian says, who?
And won the World Series.
Rightfully so, kind of asked who. All right, good pick. I didn't have him on my list. I'm going to go with a guy we actually talked about recently. I didn't have him on my list until you just started saying Chuck Knobloch, though he doesn't play baseball. I don't know why this piqued my interest. Jordan Spieth. Jordan Spieth was the next Tiger, it felt like, for a minute. He's won 3 of the 4 majors.
Yeah.
Now he's like the 60th ranked golfer in the world. You never talk about him as like, does he have a chance to win this major? Like, he was it for a minute. And Jordan Spieth somewhat dropped off. He could get back, I guess. He's still in his early 30s, but for a while I felt like we talked about him all the time the way we talk about Scotty Scheffler or Rory or whatever. And then he didn't have any staying power.
I consider Jordan, the reason I took him off my list is because I don't think he's lost it.
Okay. That's very fair.
You know, I think we've seen a zillion Jordan Spieths, guys that were like, oh, look at this, and then don't turn out to be as great as we thought.
I think that's totally fair.
But, I mean, it certainly qualifies.
Yeah.
Not disqualifying. Okay, now this one has a little nuance, but I think actually is, honestly, maybe the second best answer behind Knobloch. Andre Agassi.
Okay, yeah.
But the key is Andre regained it.
He did. He brought it back.
He did bring it back, but he lost it. I mean, he went from number 1 to like number 500 seemingly overnight.
Mm-hmm.
He forgot how to play tennis. He had to get himself off crack, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
He dated Brooke Shields, married Brooke Shields, right?
Mm-hmm.
His life kind of fell apart, and then he's one of the great comeback stories in sports history. But he did go from on top of the world and did lose it.
It's a good pick. It's not the direction I would have gone, but I think it's a good pick. I think, again, totally qualifies. This is a list I thought was going to be difficult. Now I'm worried I'm not going to have enough names here. All right. Christian, I'm curious if you know this name, because Jake will. Do you know who Tim Lincecum is? Tim Lincecum, for, 3 years? Giants won, 3 World Series over 5 seasons? I can't remember what it was. It was like every other year.
Uh-huh.
Tim Lincecum was the most electric pitcher in baseball. He was so fun to watch. He had this long hair. He looked like the young kid from Dazed and Confused, the 15-year-old kid who's hanging out with the older kids. Wiry body, but just electric stuff. Was probably the best pitcher in baseball. I think he won 2 Cy Young Awards. And it disappeared overnight. And Tim Lincecum is this kind of like, was a lock Hall of Famer on his trajectory and is like not going to get anywhere close to it. But Tim Lincecum, I think, is one of the guys who for a minute there was one of the great athletes in the country and just kind of fell off.
You know what? I watched a TikTok on him a couple months ago.
Okay.
I do recognize the name now. The face, really, once I Googled it.
Yeah, once you saw him. Yeah. He was super unique, really fun to watch. Little. He's like 5'11", not a big kid. Electric, and then nothing. Weird.
It's funny, we have such diverging thoughts on this. I can't believe I have this one. I'm going to go with Cam Newton.
Yeah, good pick.
Cam Newton, you can pick the moment that his career ended. He was the MVP of the NFL. He was in the stinking Super Bowl, and he did not jump on that fumble, and his career was over after that.
Yep.
I mean, he went from the top of the league to out of the league in like 2 years after he decided not to jump on that fumble in the Super Bowl. Cam Newton.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Absolutely not quite on my list, but was a name that jumped out to me as soon as we started talking about it. Because, yeah, his fall off to where he was like a joke when he was with the Patriots. It's like easy to forget.
A joke.
He was the best college football player for a few seasons, including obviously the national championship year, an MVP, got to the Super Bowl, and a laughingstock by the time he was done, which was not that far apart from each other.
It was only one season in college, but yeah.
Okay, one season, yes. Let's see. How many picks do I have left, Christian? 2 left. Oh, man, I don't want to waste these. I'm going to go with Sean Alexander. And it was a little bit due to injuries. But Sean Alexander was so good. He was the cover of Madden. Now, he kind of had the Madden curse. He was a part of that run of the Madden curse. Sean Alexander was so famous as a football player that they talk about him in the sitcom The Office. Like, he was so relevant as a player that you could drop his name in to a sitcom and people would be like, yeah, I know who Sean Alexander is. I know who you're talking about. And went from 1,500-yard seasons to like 600 yards overnight and then just never he never did the Agassi. He never got it back, which is not super uncommon for running backs. There are other running backs you could put on this list, but Sean Alexander in Seattle in the early aughts, mid-aughts was so good, and then injuries and fell apart.
All right, I'm going to go with Anthony Hardaway.
Oh, okay, good pick.
Penny went from the next MJ when he was on the same team as Shaquille O'Neal, and they're going to the finals. And remember, it was it might not have been the best duo in the NBA at the time, but it was close, and it was definitely the coolest duo at the time. And Penny went from riding high to gone. Now, part of that was injury.
Injuries also.
But it wasn't one major injury per se. It was a few. But he was doing those Chris Rock commercials.
Had a little penny.
Yeah. I mean, truly. He did Blue Chips.
Yep.
Did that movie and then to gone. I mean, remember he tried to make a comeback with Phoenix and just wasn't going to happen.
He looked like the future face of the NBA. He and Shaq looked like they were going to be the best duo in the NBA for a long time, and it just fell apart. Shaq leaving and Penny getting hurt.
I mean, he was probably out of the league. I don't know, what, 2 years after Shaq left? 3 years after Shaq left, maybe?
But he should have been Kobe. He's
Yes.
more of a point guard than Kobe ever was, but should have been. You're right, the next Jordan.
And he was that high profile.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
He was really good. All right, my last pick. All right, I'm going to go with local because I do not understand the drop off here. Tavion Thomas was unstoppable for about 9 games. Now, because Kyle Whittingham loved to start the wrong guy at several positions throughout his career. That was kind of always his thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Tavion had some off the field issues and was a fumble, a walking fumble early in his career after transferring from Cincinnati. But his last 8 or 9 games of his first season in Utah were ridiculous. The dude was absurd. Looked like as good a running back as we'd ever seen at Utah, which is saying something. And then the next year came back and lost his job. In fact, I don't even know if he started the first game. He just completely fell off. And again, he had some off the field issues, but he was awesome. And you thought him coming back for, I think it was going to be his 4th year, his senior season. I can't remember with the COVID stuff, if it was actually his senior year. But you thought he was going to come back and just be unstoppable. And you basically never heard from him again. It was so strange. But he was really good.
All right. I've been so on the right answer. I'm probably going to lose the vote on this because nobody's ever heard of this guy, but this is part of my point.
Okay.
Have you ever looked up the players that have hit 50 home runs in a season?
It's not many.
It's probably more than you'd think, but it is the who's who of baseball.
Yeah,
and
great.
especially if you look pre 2005, I mean, you look at these names and it's like Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris. And then you get into Albert Bell and Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and all this stuff. And then wedged in the middle there in 1996, a center fielder who was a leadoff hitter for the Baltimore Orioles, Brady Anderson, hit 50 home runs out of freaking nowhere. Because he had a needle in his arm.
He had a needle in his arm.
And he decided he was just going to start jacking homers. And then disappeared.
Absolutely.
After 1996. Just disappeared. Have you ever heard of Brady Anderson? Exactly. And he was this squirrely, fast, base-stealing second baseman that blew up to 250 pounds and started blasting home runs out of nowhere. Everybody thinks Mark McGwire when they think the steroid era or Barry Bonds. They should think about Brady Anderson. That should be the number one example of why steroids are bad for baseball. Because some Weasley center fielder can go from hitting. Look, if you look up his career stats, he's like 15 to 20 home runs every year of his career until 1996.
Boom, 50 home runs. Yep. Oh, I remember him. I was 10 years old. Baseball was having the biggest moment of my life at that point because, yes, the home run chase was on.
The glut.
And he was this weird other guy in the conversation where a few guys out of nowhere jumped up to 40. He jumped up to 50. Yeah. Chris Davis, by the way, did the same thing for the Orioles. This was like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh, who was on my list. Oh, yeah, well, let's recap and then we'll talk about some of these other names.
Ben, you had the number 1 pick. You went Jeremy Lin, Jordan Spieth, Tin Lincecum, Sean Alexander, and Tavion Thomas. Jake went Chuck Knobloch, Andre Agassi, Cam Newton, Penny Hardaway, and Brady Anderson.
Cal Raleigh last year, big dumper for the Mariners, who went to the World Series. He can't hit at all this year. Vlad Guerrero Jr. has not hit a home run in Toronto this season.
He's batting like 210 or something like that.
Was just electric. There's actually a couple of weird common names right now in baseball that belong in that conversation.
Donovan McNabb.
Donovan McNabb's a very good one.
He got old, though.
He just got old. Do you remember Josh Hamilton?
Yeah.
Now, he actually just had like a crack problem.
He had substance abuse
Real
problems.
substance abuse issues, but was electric as a hitter. And pretty athletic in the outfield, and then totally fell off. Christian, do you know who Roy Hibbert is?
Yes.
Yeah, Roy Hibbert out of nowhere, almost won Defensive Player of the Year. I think
He was great with the Pacers. Yeah.
Went to the Lakers and just was a dog. Oh, he just totally fell off.
Andre Drummond was a little bit of that.
Drummond.
But see, this was the difficult part of the pick, though. Did those guys ever have it?
Correct.
At basketball, that gets tricky.
So this is the argument you picked. Who's the NBA player you picked? Not Penny. Somebody who. Cam Newton. I'm sorry, Cam Newton.
Cam Newton.
Who doesn't jump on a ball in the Super Bowl and his career changes. It's Ben Simmons not taking a layup against
Did he ever have it?
Did he ever have it?
Yeah.
Cam did have it. No question, Cam Newton had it. Did Ben Simmons ever really have it to the level he told people he had it?
My answer would be no, thus I didn't pick Ben Simmons. But...
Eric Gagne is why we did this draft. We talked about him last week. He was a needle in the arm guy, most likely.
Oh, I think the steroid era you could find, maybe not a bunch, but a few guys like Eric Gagne or Brady Anderson, which were just awesome, and then just garbage.
Tariq Evans.
All right.
Won the Rookie of the Year, averaging 25 and 5, and then never did anything good ever again.
Yep.
Beat James Harden for Rookie of the Year. Never did anything that mattered.
What's our not sports?
Best pump-up songs.
Hype songs.
Hype songs.
Hype songs.
This is in honor of my daughter, Sadie. I put together a playlist for her for the drive to soccer games to get hyped up. Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I think there might be, but maybe it's my inner millennial showing. I have the number 1 pick. I think it's Lose Yourself by Eminem. I think that has become an anthem for people believing in yourself, committing, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, it's what the entire movie is about. Writing that song so he will go to the rap battle and actually compete.
It's on my list, but it's a little too on the nose.
It is so on the nose.
All of these are going to be on the nose.
Probably, yeah.
My number 1 overall pick is going to be Thunderstruck.
Yeah, I've got it too.
AC/DC.
Yep.
Why are you laughing?
Not on the nose at all.
No, it is. It on the nose, for sure.
I think you're totally right. Yeah. I can probably save this one because I don't think you're going to pick it. All right, this is going to be my last, the most on-the-nose pick, and that's We Will Rock You by Queen, which, again, is so on the nose.
Oh, there's a reason Queen songs lend themselves so easily to...
they're anthemic. That's what Queen does. But, yeah, We Will Rock You by Queen. Again, everyone knows the song. It's easy to sing. It's loud. Conveys quickly. We Will Rock You.
All right, this is my Virginia Tech Hokie fan coming out. Enter Sandman.
Great. They do it in between the third and the fourth quarter?
No,
or
they
do it
do
before
it
the game?
Before the game.
Okay.
It started out as like a student thing to get everybody in their seats.
Yeah.
By the start of the game, and it's turned into this crazy tradition.
And it works.
That
That song rocks. It's great tradition. Yeah. Good pick. All right. I'm going to go with, this was the first one I put on my list. I love this song. X Gonna Give It To You by DMX. He also was weirdly anthemic for a rapper. Rest his soul. But X Gonna Give It To You by DMX. You could pick a lot of DMX songs.
Totally on the nose. Eye of the Tiger.
I have it number 2 on my list by Survivor.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. That's a good pick. It's just one of the
It goes with
songs.
Rocky, yeah. It is what it is.
It's easy, and everyone knows it, and it's smart. It's writing a hit that you know will be played at sports arenas forever. It's a really smart way to break through. Not to step on, well, we can talk about it, and maybe the also one. I'm not going to draft it, but there are other songs that would apply. I'm going to go with, I wonder if this is going to give me any votes. I'm going to go with War Pigs by Black Sabbath.
Okay.
Has a great intro also. The same way Eye of the Tiger has a better intro than the actual song for sports stuff. War Pigs, the song rules. But the open is so good for sporting events or a starting lineup or whatever to kind of get the energy going quickly if the whole song maybe doesn't quite fit the hype song vibe.
All right. I'll go more some. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. This may not give me votes, but it absolutely qualifies. Killing in the Name by Rage Against the Machine.
Great song. Yeah.
Man, Rage hit hard back in the day.
The lyrics are not a hype song lyrics, but the music is hype song music.
And the build-up is
great.
Is really hypey.
All right. I'm going to go with the best intro of any song probably of all time, and that's why you still hear it. And that will be Still Dre by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. Everyone knows that bass line and the synthesizer or whatever it is changed the way music sounded in the early 2000s with the Chronic 2000 and then kind of shifted rap into a modern era.
What now? Let's see, Ben. I feel like I'm heavy on the rock, but I feel like that's kind of where we are. But you know what? I'll go with All I Do Is Win. DJ Khaled.
No matter what, yeah.
Not my cup of tea, but I think it gets some votes.
One. Yeah. No, I think it's a big one. Christian, what did you have some hype songs?
You guys don't have anything newer than like 2005.
Correct.
I think probably Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
Yeah.
Definitely some. I'm not even a Drake guy, but I mean, you ask anybody in the NBA now, they'll all say Drake.
Yeah.
Well, good thing they're not voting on this poll, Christian.
I guess. Well, you asked me.
Sicko Mode. That song.
Yeah. Sicko Mode's great.
Welcome.
Mo Bamba by Sheck West is like a great hype song. That's a huge, wonderful hype song. Yeah.
Welcome to the Jungle, I thought.
Welcome to the Jungle, great. Yeah, very good pick. Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes. That gets played a ton. They've kind of broken through. So.
We're Not Going to Take It by Twisted Sister.
Yeah.
Seriously, the first pick was Lose Yourself, and I'm pretty sure that is the newest song on this list.
No, DJ Khaled was after that.
Yeah, DJ Khaled.
Oh, yeah, DJ Khaled. Right. Oh, that's right.
I thought of Thunder by Imagine Dragons, but I already had a song with Thunder in it.
Yeah, you can't have too much thunder.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
And we're millennials. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, we're 40.
Did we review? Do we need to review?
Ben, you had the first pick. You went Lose Yourself. We Will Rock You. X Gonna Give It To You. War Pigs. Still Dre. Jake went Thunderstruck. Enter Sandman. Eye of the Tiger. Killing in the Name. And All I Do Is Win.
You might win this one again. You might win both. This might be 4 straight losses for me and Drops.
I don't know, man.
Hey, voicemails? Call in. What did we miss?
Yeah, what did we miss? Download the KSL Sports app, hit the voicemail feature, let us know. We have a funny voicemail that we have to get to later in the show. I don't know if we wait. Maybe we'll wait till 5:50 to get to it. Christian, it's a mystery. I don't think it's a mystery, but we could let people weigh in. Stay tuned. We'll get to that coming up. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 northbound is moving at reduced speeds from 3300 south up to the North Interchange past the downtown area. Both directions of the 215 West Belt are also slow right now, heading toward I-80 with northbound progress especially stagnant from the 201 highway up to California Avenue. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or check them out online at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Ben, we love the good folks at Beehive. It is a local Utah company. We've been to see their operation up in Ogden, and it's so cool. And of course, the food. I've been using the crockpot meals for years. The food is delicious, and we're super excited to be a part of their new rollout of their new product, Flat Top Meals, Ben. Meals designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even the regular skillet. And of course, no chopping, no measuring, just thaw and cook.
Perfect for busy weeknights when it's time to cook and you just don't have a whole lot of time. You're getting home from work, you're heavy or you're hungry. You just think, oh man, I cannot stop by the grocery store, but you still want kind of that hands-on homemade experience. Beehive Meals does that for you. And like you said, it's made right here in Ogden now. It's so cool. They are local. And once you order, that's when the food is made. This is not sitting in a big freezer for months waiting for you. You order the food. It's probably delivered within 48 hours, and it's ready to throw on that griddle or skillet.
So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. It is time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. We have battling LeBron songs today, Ben. And honestly, this is me a little bit behind the times because usually I'm pretty up to date on goofy, stupid songs. But I missed a LeBron song about him being with the Lakers.
Okay.
What is it called, Christian? It's like Man with the Lakers. Man on the Lakers. As opposed to Man in the Mirror, the Michael Jackson.
Okay. Not Man on the
But
Run.
I missed this whole Man on the Lakers thing. And now somebody with Philly has recreated it, but with Sixers lyrics. So we'll listen to a little bit of the Lakers one, and then we'll listen to the Philly one.
Can't wait.
All right, here's the Lakers one.
His name is LeBron James, and he plays for LA. It would feel so good and make a big difference if I could see him play. As I go to my living room, don't know what I'm gonna do if I hear he ain't gonna play. 'Cause I made a bet or two that he's gonna shoot 10 threes, get 10 rees, and then the Lakers ain't gonna lose. And they got Luka, Don, A. Reeves, and then LeBron, the real big three. They gave up AD because they needed change. And you got to say his name. His name is LeBron James. I'm talking about the man on the Lakers.
Okay, all right.
That was so much better than I expected
So
it to be.
there you go, the Man on the Lakers.
It was really good.
Okay, so what's better, the Man on the Lakers or the Man on the Sixers? All right, you ready?
I can't wait.
Here we go.
His name is LeBron James, and he plays for Philly.
This one has two verses,
Why is it so
too.
slow?
And it would feel so good and make a big difference if I can go and see. As I go to my living room, don't know what I'ma do if I hear he ain't gonna play.
Okay, he's just stolen all the lyrics so far.
Pretty close.
That he's gonna shoot 10 threes, get 10 rees, and then the Sixers ain't gonna
I like the pacing of the original.
And they got JB, LeBron, and MB, the real big three.
Notice Maxey and Edgecombe not in
They
there.
gave up PG because they needed change. And you got to say his name. His name is LeBron James.
That's the best part.
I'm talking about the man on the Sixers. LeBron, I'm asking you to say his name. LeBron James. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look in the sky and say his name. Yeah. LeBron, 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 LeBron. LeBron is who we love, the best there ever was. It's time they are realized. Now that the king is gone and he's on a new team, what do we go watching on the TV screen? Lakers had Luka done, but if it's no LeBron, you won't see me. What don't
Well, shot of
you
Luka
see
there.
past all the Cavs and the Miami Heat? But out of all these other teams, the team they picked was Philly. I'm talking about the man on the Sixers.
All right. I like the first voice.
Well, the beat sounds very similar to mine. I mean, it's obviously it's a cover of Man in the Mirror.
But the best part about that one is like what we just heard. LeBron James.
Yeah, he's. Both of these are better than I expected. That is the modern miracle of what we have with technology. I can't help but think.
What kind of sick people would actually put
What
the
kind
time
of
into doing that?
weirdo people? The fact that I've now convinced myself in the last 24 hours that this LeBron to Philly thing's going to be a disaster. And how many teams are really happy about their LeBron experience? As we zoom out, as we get further removed from it.
Oh, I think Cleveland is.
Cleveland, no question.
Miami is.
Miami should be, though. Honestly,
It
there's
didn't
an
end well.
argument that they underachieved.
Yeah, but I still think they.
4 years, they made the finals all 4 years, and they lost to both to teams they should not have lost to.
No, they should have lost to those Spurs. That Spurs team was really good.
It was. I'm not sure it was as good as LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, et cetera, et cetera.
It was really good.
It was good.
But I put Dallas in that category. Sure, I agree with you. But I bet they're happy. I bet the Lakers are telling themselves they're happy, but they probably aren't.
One title, 8 years.
And a goofy title, like a almost hide behind it title, you know?
There's going to be a weird realization when we remember that LeBron won one title over the final 10 years of his career. That will kind of change the perspective of him. And will reestablish, again, as much as I hate this argument, that Michael is probably the greatest player who's ever lived. Even if LeBron James's resume is unimpeachable, Jordan's is just so pristine.
Say that stat again.
One title over the last 10 years.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's a black eye.
And it was a Mickey Mouse title.
But
so I don't even count it, really?
Yeah, there's an asterisk.
It'll be weird. It'll be weird how people view that.
Well, we know how LeBron will view it. Greatest of all time.
Single greatest title anyone's ever
According
won.
to LeBron.
Now, his title with Cleveland, beating the Warriors,
kind of,
is one of the great titles of all time.
No, I mean, it was a great comeback to come back from down 3-1. But, I mean, the circumstances surrounding that even made that one weird.
Mm-hmm.
With Draymond
Absolutely.
Green shenanigans and Steph Curry was hurt and all this stuff. But, yeah, sure.
But that's his last great title. And his greatest title, no question.
The man on the Sixers.
Well done to those people.
Really?
I like the Lakers one better.
All right.
But
stay tuned. Live at 5 next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees are in Texas to play Sugar Land. Tony Parks has the call at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Royals host Washington at America First Field. Listen to the game at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Thursday night, the Bees and Sugar Land play again at 6:30. Listen on 97.5 and 1280 the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for live local sports.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for Live at 5, brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com.
This song came out in 04, by the way.
Did it?
So no. Not the song.
Then it was a different Blink
different
song?
Anyways,
I'd
neither
have to
here nor
look it
there.
up.
Yeah. Not important.
Not important. Ben, this morning, PK was hanging out with Riley Jensen because DJ is off on vacation, I think. Actually, I have no idea what DJ is doing. Something very DJ-like.
Yep, something important.
What would a DJ vacation be? Something like definitely a Sports Hall of Fame type vacation.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
Cooperstown. Or
something like something
along those lines.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that? But Jay Hill came on with them this morning.
Good get.
And, Jay's awesome. He's a great interview. He's now the defensive coordinator in Michigan. Let's play a clip from Jay because they did talk to him about moving on to Michigan. And here's Jay Hill talking about bringing Witt's defense to Ann Arbor.
You spent
over a decade on Kyle Whittingham's staff. And then obviously you were the head coach at BYU, transitioned to BYU, made them one of the top defenses in the country over the past 3 years. If you think back on your career and on those transitions, what core defensive philosophy has traveled with you through every stop? And is there anything that you've had to change at Michigan, either as far as philosophy goes or personnel?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I watched Kyle when I was a player and a young coach call this defense. I watched Gary Anderson call it. I watched Kalani call it. Everybody puts their own flavor and flair on it. I got to call it at Weber State. And one thing that was cool about that is I could try new things and it might not work. And you know what? Probably nobody knew. And Weber State was so amazing for me because I could really pinpoint and hone in on what I wanted to become as a play caller, as a head coach, as just an assistant coach. I just had so much growth and development. So going back to the question, I believe you got to be able to stop the run. No matter what the offensive scheme is, because they're all different, you got to be able to stop the run. I believe in man coverage when you can do it. Now, I'm not just going to force man just to force it, but I do believe in man coverage because it makes quarterbacks throw tight windows. And if you do it properly with good technique, everybody should be covered. Beyond that, I believe in keeping quarterbacks on their toes and not knowing what's going on in the secondary. So I think we do a good job with disguises. And then I want to keep them on their toes by not knowing if we're in man or cover 2 or cover 3 or whether we're blitzing. So we tried to do a good job of disguising, a good job of mixing it up. So if you're asking me like what I believe in, keep quarterbacks guessing on what's going on, make sure you can play some man coverage, and you got to do things to stop the runs.
All right, so that was Jay talking about taking the Witt defense to Michigan, which I think is a great storyline and something that I will be following.
Absolutely.
Witt's defense at a big-time school.
A Big Ten school specifically.
At Michigan, I think is a huge storyline. I think whether Jay and Witt and Jason Beck succeed or fail, I think is a huge storyline. I think what Utah and BYU have done to replace those coaches, also a big storyline. I think that Michigan is a big storyline here this year. But, Ben, there was some controversy on the voicemails, and I'm curious. I want to get listeners' opinion. I want to know. We've got to program shows.
Yep.
We've got to talk about things. We have to find things that are interesting and talk about what our listeners want to talk or want to hear about. A grand misconception about sports radio. We don't talk about what we want to talk about.
Correct.
Hopefully we're talking about what listeners want to listen to. And sometimes we are better at that than others. But rest assured, this radio show is not here for us. It's here for the listeners.
Pulling back the curtain.
Point. Yeah.
Some of the things we talk about are probably not the things you and I are most specifically interested in. That doesn't mean we're not interested in. We like the job.
Sure.
We enjoy what we're talking about. But the storylines we care about or are more focused on may not be what most of the audience is interested in.
Well, I had a coworker once who said, "You got to talk."
The National Weather Service in Salt Lake City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Box Elder County in northern Utah, central Tuella County in northern Utah, until 5:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 4:43 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 18 miles east of Utah Test and Training Range north to near Dugway Proving Ground Test Range, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Dugway Proving Ground Test Range, Dell, Clive, Utah Test and Training Range North, Great Salt Lake south of the Causeway, Utah Test and Training Range South, Great Salt Lake north of the Causeway, Head Island, and Lakeside. This includes Interstate 80 in Utah between mile markers 41 and 75. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 5:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following counties in Utah: Box Elder and Tooele.
Wit and hate watch the Wolverines and hope that they lose every game. It's really easy to watch, though. It's really easy to talk about and care about.
Let's now hear from Randy, who also weighs in on the topic.
Morning, guys. Long-time listener to the program. Long-time BYU fan. But I was born in Columbus, Ohio. When I hear you guys start talking Michigan football, I reach up and hit the button on the radio and shut it off. I'm not going to sit here and listen to anything about Michigan football. So, have an enjoyable season. I'm out.
Hardcore.
Can't believe people are still ending phone calls with "I'm out." Speaking of things that are from like 30 years ago.
Uh-huh.
But now, maybe he's a special circumstance because obviously he's an Ohio State fan as well as a BYU fan.
Uh-huh.
So particularly doesn't like Michigan. But from a BYU standpoint, how Jay Hill does at Michigan is absolutely relevant because of the candidates to be a head coach at BYU someday, and I'm not predicting Kalani's demise by any means, but someday, Jay Hill is on that list. And
Did you say at Michigan or at BYU?
Or at BYU.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Also
if
at
I
Michigan.
said Michigan, but
Also
maybe
at Michigan,
also
yeah.
at Michigan. You know, how he performs is certainly relevant to BYU. And BYU's certain trajectory as a defense under Kalani was a lot of mediocrity until he hired Jay Hill, and the defense went to the next level. So now does that magic continue with our buddy K-pop going up? We're going to be golden. That is a big story. Can Kelly Papinga live up to the legacy that Jay Hill created at BYU, even though it was a short one? It was a very relevant one.
Of course.
Their rise in the Big 12 coincided with Jay Hill and his defense.
We had Mitch Harper on the show earlier, and he said there's a world where you can conceivably talk about Kalani finding his name into the same conversation as Lavelle. And Mitch says, I wouldn't have believed that, I can't remember what he said, 3 years ago. What happened 3 years ago? Jay Hill jumped from Weber State to BYU and changed everything. That doesn't mean Kalani's not a great coach. I'm a big Kalani believer. Jay, his arrival at BYU was immediately related to BYU's liftoff as a serious contender in the Big 12. Absolutely. So I'm totally with you.
So my question, I guess, to our listeners is...
Is that all of our voicemails?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for now. My question to our listeners is Michigan, is that a relevant topic? At Michigan.
But yes, I think I think it is. In fact, I think there's a real argument, contrary to Randy and
Braden,
that Witt and Michigan and Jay Hill might actually be the most interesting storyline in college football locally this year. I think there's a world where both BYU and Utah are good and not great, and are third and fourth place teams in the Big 12. I hope not. It'd be way more fun to talk about Utah and BYU being top 10 teams and competing for the college football playoff. It's just not guaranteed, and you're one injury away always. That because Witt can't get injured and lose his job, and Jay Hill is there, that ends up being a storyline that I actually think personally is more unique than another good, not great season from BYU or another good, not great season from Utah, even though Morgan Scalley taking over as a head coach is a huge deal. Papinga coming in as the defensive coordinator is a huge story. I do think there's a world where Witt being at Michigan is a more interesting story.
More interesting. Yeah. I mean,
it's certainly more nationally relevant.
Well, way more, but that's because it's Michigan.
But it's not like we're going to talk about it because it's nationally relevant. We're talking about it because it's Kyle Whittingham, who was the most important coach in our state over the last 20 years.
Well, we never saw Lavelle coach somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I never saw Frank Beamer coach somewhere else.
Never saw Jerry Sloan coach somewhere else.
Never, yeah. I mean, I think that makes it relevant. But
Jerry did technically before the Jazz, but sure.
Yeah, after. No, we're talking about these
after their legacies.
Coaches had these legacy runs, and then we just didn't see them coach anywhere else. I do think that it makes it relevant in and of itself. I mean, your legendary coach is somewhere else coaching right after he got done. And the fact that Utah ran Kyle Whittingham out, and maybe people will say that's a little extreme, but let's be honest. If you lowball the coach with a crappy contract that they're never going to take, that is just as good as asking them to leave. That's what El Cheapo did to Calabro.
Tiago Splitter.
Well, you can say that too.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Calabro. Yeah,
except
absolutely.
for Tiago Splitter is far from a
legend.
legend.
To the play-by-play voice of
Kevin Calabro, he said the offer that I received was
subprime.
They wanted him to leave, so they offered him a crappy deal that he could never accept.
It was untenable.
The details in that contract that they offered Kyle Whittingham were no coach would have taken those.
Correct.
They took away all of his power.
Correct.
They took away all of his authority to make decisions. They basically gave it to Morgan. They said he had to march up to the athletic director's office even to make the most basic of decisions. He was never going to take that.
Correct.
So running out the established guy only for him to take a better job right away, I find really interesting. And I guess whether fans will admit that it's interesting or not, maybe, is the question. But, to get that reaction, I guess the reason I found this segment interesting is because I'm surprised Jay, who's beloved by everybody.
Should be everybody. He did nothing but make everyone better he touched here.
Utah, Weber State, BYU. Even Utah State tried to hire him, a couple of times? I mean, a dude who came on this station weekly when he was the head coach at Weber State. I mean, we wanted to have him on as the head coach at Weber State because he's charismatic and everybody loves Jay Hill. For a good reason. He's a good coach and a good member of the community, person, all those things. I wouldn't expect somebody like Jay to generate that. Not that it was Jay hate by any means, but, we're done with these guys. You can't talk about Michigan. I don't know. I think it's compelling.
Not to argue with the opinions of Braden or Randy, because their
they're
opinions,
relevant.
and they're telling the truth.
That's why we're playing it.
That they are calling in to leave a voicemail because this is how they feel. I think that's totally fair. But from as you mentioned, we do have to program the show, and how much do we talk about things, and somebody who specifically has focused on the Utah Jazz, I can tell you, behind the scenes, I'll pull back the curtains and tell you the two biggest stories I've written about the Utah Jazz, I think, in the last 4 years, since the rebuild started, were Donovan Mitchell got engaged and Rudy Gobert's girlfriend or whatever, baby mama, split. Neither of those players has played for the Utah Jazz since 2022.
In quite some time, sure.
And the biggest stories about the Utah Jazz over the last 4 years, that includes 8 draft picks, 3 lottery picks, 4 lottery picks, and all this Lowry Markkanen becoming an all-star. Yeah, the all-star game being here. The biggest stories are Donovan Mitchell got engaged and Rudy Gobert's baby mama left, or Rudy broke up with her. Yeah, we're going to be paying attention to Kyle Whittingham. And when I say we, I don't mean Jake and I mean the state of Utah.
Well, here, all our call-ins, what they're kind of getting at. When Gary Anderson went from Wisconsin to Oregon State, and Scott Barnes was the athletic director at Oregon State, there were hosts on this station, including myself, that had relationships specifically with Gary Anderson. And Gary, being a Utah guy, and Gary likes us and likes doing radio, would come on even though he was the head coach at Oregon State. And so people started clowning us, calling us 1280 the Dam.
That's funny.
Yeah, or 1280 the Beef, which was super funny.
Very funny.
And you know what? Those listeners had a point. We love Gary. And Utah had an association with Oregon State. But it's not like Oregon State was USC or...
Correct.
It's not like Oregon State. They were even in a different division. So it's not even like they were entirely relevant.
Yeah.
So when we got criticized for that, I kind of thought, yeah, you probably have a point.
Yeah, it might be fair.
I mean, I don't know how much Oregon State content we really need to get out there because of a coach who coached at Utah and Utah State 2 stops before. I think this is different. I think this is different because of the way that it went down, the way that they left. Gary Anderson left Utah State for Wisconsin because he was the hot coach, not because Utah State ran him out.
Did Utah lose a running backs coach to USC?
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
No.
Did we ever talk about him?
Probably not.
It's not a story. That actually doesn't matter that much.
Well,
no, it matters internally. That matters with the minutia of Utah.
That coach wasn't a head coach. I think it's
no,
different.
exactly. That's exactly my point.
Right.
It's exactly my point. I don't think there's just this infatuation or lack of imagination of why you would talk about Gary Anderson at Wisconsin or at Oregon State, or why we would talk about Kyle Whittingham at Michigan, or why we would have talked about Kalani at Penn State,
Yeah.
or why we've talked about Mark Pope at Kentucky. Now, we haven't gone crazy about Mark Pope on Kentucky, but we followed it. We'd probably bring it up maybe once a week. When they were struggling, we talked about it more than that. It is an interesting storyline. That stuff does matter.
This was before you guys, but we talked about Urban in Florida a lot.
All the time.
In 2005.
Absolutely, I'm sure. And rightfully so.
Yeah.
So there will be some fans who don't want to hear Michigan. There are going to be people who that is a very sore subject because they either love or hate Kyle Whittingham. And I think that's totally understandable. I'm not here to dismiss anyone's opinion, but the idea that it's like not a relevant storyline is false.
I agree. But I'm curious to hear feedback. That's why I wanted to play that.
I'm glad they called in.
Yeah, I'm glad they called in too, and I'm sure that they're not the only people with that opinion. So if you want to weigh in, do the voicemail feature on the KSL Sports app. Download it, and it's pretty easy. You can record a message and send it right to Christian here in the control room. And we, of course, always encourage you to do so. We will have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a new crash now on northbound I-15 at the exits to I-80 and the 201 in South Salt Lake. It's been moved to the left, but backups are heavy and stretching well into Murray. Southbound, meanwhile, out of Murray, there's usual I-15 slowing heading down to Sandy and Draper. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved solved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL's looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with zero down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No, I don't. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, we got some feedback from our last segment on the Talk Snap. We were talking about, is Michigan relevant? Jay Hill was on the station this morning. But I thought it was a great interview, by the way. Go to KSLSports.com or wherever you get your podcasts, and you can give it a listen there if you want. I thought it was a great conversation. But Aaron tweets at us. And he says, you want feedback? Yes, we do. He says, don't talk Michigan football on Utah local sports radio. I don't hate Jay for leaving. I just don't have any investment into Michigan sports. I couldn't care less what he thinks or how he does when he's there. I don't know if I... Okay, Lloyd, or Aaron Lloyd, don't get me wrong. I believe you, but I kind of don't. I think you do. I don't think you have investment in Michigan. And I would guess that, well, Aaron could be a BYU or a Utah fan or whatever. You're not invested in Michigan. You're invested in Jay and Coach Witt and Coach Beck. Because it is a reflection on your programs. If it was some other random that got hired at Michigan, then no, I totally agree with you. Why would we be breaking down Michigan football on Utah local sports? I understand that logic. But Kyle Whittingham is Utah football, not Michigan football.
Right.
He is for now, but he's Utah football. And Utah's directly related to him being the coach at Michigan.
And he will be back at Utah, not as a coach, but he will be back in the fold.
At some point.
At some point.
I would guess.
Yeah.
And how that goes. If for no other reason, Ben, we in this market kind of hero worship our own. We think that we think that Jerry Sloan was the greatest basketball coach.
Well, we've just talked about the bizarre tenure that seemingly every coach gets in the state of Utah. There are exceptions, Ty Corbin, et cetera, but Quinn was like the second or third longest tenured coach.
Yeah.
In the NBA by the time he left.
We fall in love with our guys.
Yeah.
And we think they're geniuses.
Witt, Kalani, Lavelle, Ronnie Mack.
Doesn't part of you, and the proverbial you, wouldn't part of you love to have seen how Lavelle Edwards did coaching Detroit?
Yeah, how they did with the Lions.
Wouldn't part of you kind of want to see how it played out with Rick Majerus at USC?
Kalani at Penn State?
Or Kalani at Penn State. Part of you to see, is this coach that we fell in love with really a genius, or is it proximity?
Mm-hmm.
Is Coach Witt really a genius, or is he just here? And now he gets a chance to prove his whole thing at a different school, different location, different resources, all that. I'm curious to see how what Jay Hill talked about, Whittingham's defense, how that does in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
We've never seen it.
We haven't.
We've seen Ohio State carve it up in the Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Penn State run over it in the Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Utah shut down Michigan under Jim Harbaugh, and that defense really succeed.
Saw Northwestern beat Utah in a bowl game.
But what happens?
10-3.
What happens when that defense is that? I mean, will offend some people, I guess, but the highest level when it's playing against Ohio State. How was it Witt or was it Utah? Is that an easy way to break it down? Was it the coaching prowess of Kyle Whittingham, or is it something in the sauce at the University of Utah?
What happens when Witt has Bryce Underwood, the former number 1 overall recruit at his position at quarterback? Witt with a quarterback has always been the dream, and when he had Cam Rising, look at what he could do. He could get to the Rose Bowl in back-to-back years. Underwood should be way better than Cam Rising was. So what happens, now that you got a Witt defense with the type of offensive firepower that Witt wouldn't, resisted having at Utah?
All that stuff is interesting.
I'm totally with you.
But to the call-in and the Snap Talker here's point, I don't think it's Michigan we're talking about on Utah local sports radio. I think it's our local figures that happen to be in Michigan.
You and I are not going to be breaking down the offensive line at Michigan and how they played week to week.
No.
Or is that the weakness of the roster? You're not ever going to hear that. No, but you'll hear Kyle Whittingham. I do think what we are experiencing, though, is totally understandable, but this is, it's Yelp reviews. Generally, you go and you have a pretty good time at a restaurant. You're not going home and getting on Yelp and saying, yeah, it's good. That's like exactly what I expected. You either had a horrendous time and you're going to go on Yelp and be like, the server forgot about us. They overcharged us. They didn't bring the right food. The food was cooked wrong, whatever it was. That's when you're going to get on and leave a review for something. They totally messed up. I'm angry about it. That's why. So I think that's probably a little bit of what we're hearing. And by the way, that's not to say your opinion isn't justified. I think people get to be frustrated, hurt, whatever, not want to hear it. I do think that's part of it. I do think there are more people not calling in, not messaging us, who say yeah, of course I'm interested. It's Kyle Whittingham. It's Jay Hill. It's all these former Utah players.
Again, Aaron, who gave us the feedback, I actually think you are interested, Aaron. But I'm not going to tell you what to think, so maybe you're not. And you shared with us you're not. But I think deep down you are. I am. I'm interested to see how it goes. So we'll approach this topic with I don't know, we won't talk about it all the time, but we're certainly not going to ignore it.
Well, the pie in October is not going to be 25% Utes, 25% BYU, 25% Jazz, and 25% Michigan.
No. Oh, our topic pie.
Our topic pie.
The pie, the pizza place.
No, or Razzleberry. No, I'm not. No. our topic choice, no, Michigan is not going to get a quarter of the coverage that we talk about with our three other main teams here, or, bring in Utah State and bring in, I'm not trying to dismiss anybody here. I don't think anyone's expecting that.
But Witt's taking the podium tomorrow at Big Ten Media Days.
Yes.
There's not going to be a ton else to talk about. Yeah. So we probably might play a little bit of Witt.
I got to tell you, I'm curious to hear what he says.
And guys,
I really am.
Oh, if Witt, week 2, September 12th, Michigan plays Oklahoma. You beat Oklahoma, an SEC school, in Witt's first real game at Michigan? Huge story. Witt gets smoked by Oklahoma in his first real game?
Huge story.
It's a huge story. I just that part of it is a little bit unavoidable.
All right, we have a voicemail controversy, speaking of our voicemails.
Jeez.
And I've heard this, but you have not. So I'm curious to hear you weigh in on the controversy. We will get to that coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Your favorite road trip snack, but make it spicy. New fiery cheese curds from the Creamery are here. Stop in or order online. $1 from every bag will be donated to support wildfire relief efforts.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him make jokes and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
So hype songs could be Motley Crue's Kickstart My Heart and Ozzy Crazy Train. Come on, let's get it. By the way, this is Chris calling from Idaho.
This is for the Jake and Ben show. First, we all need to buckle up for the bear raid offense of BYU this year. Go Cougs! Second, Christian, I'm still waiting on that Minky I won a couple weeks ago. Third, you could have gone with Whatever It Takes or Natural by Imagine Dragons. Can't Hold Us by Macklemore also would have been a good one.
All very good selections. The first one was Chris, and then followed by Jake. We appreciate you not only listening, but leaving a voicemail. All very good.
Christian will deliver that Minky to you.
Personally. No travel distance is too far. We don't know where you live, Jake.
The further the better.
Yeah, I got a new car.
We hope it's Elko.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for leaving those. We do have a voicemail controversy. All right. Now, what is the name of this? Brett. All right. So here's the thing. Brett left this voicemail at what time?
In the morning?
3:41 in the morning.
Okay.
Now, is this legit or an act? Okay. Are you ready?
Let's hear it.
Go ahead, Christian.
Hello, everybody. This is just the time of the life with the Larry Carey show. We're talking to Bacon Jim. It's the greatest show other than the BJ and TK show. Scotch and Papa Roach. Whoa, wait a minute. Double mint, the pleasant of double mint gore. Man, I talked to Christian Tabernacle Choir. Cats in the wall, everybody. Here we go. We got Wrigley Double Mint Guru. Everybody have a Budweiser. Good night, friends. I love you.
It's the best call-in we've ever had. No question about it. I think it's real.
No, there's no way.
You think that's
fake?
fake?
That's so fake. And it does. I don't think it's our best call-in ever because I think it's he lays it on way too thick. And even kind of a nod to Harry Carey at the beginning. But the fact that it was submitted at 3:40 in the morning is interesting.
Okay, so walking through the logistics, where do you record that? He's screaming into his phone.
Uh-huh.
So you're talking about a person who's by themselves in a house. That does open up opportunities to engage in different activities, whatever they are, that you can't when you have kids at home, or you can't. So there is some already legitimacy to the idea that that is accessible, whether you think it's intoxication or just kind of your natural approach to life. You go at it a different way than most people do. I think that becomes more plausible that he's talking that loudly at 3:41 in the morning. That could what's the word I'm looking for? Reflect the behavior of the phone call.
Cats in the wall, everybody. Here we go.
Okay, can I tell you why?
There is enough linked to get. If you had recorded that at 11 in the morning, fake. Nobody is, if he's drinking, well, not nobody, but that's a lot of alcohol for 11 in the morning. That is where a lot of people find themselves at 3:40 in the morning.
Exactly. Well, 3:40. That's the only reason I'd even kind of consider it. But let me tell you why I am not.
Okay.
Have you ever heard? Well, you've seen the movie Leaving Las Vegas
Mhm.
with Nick Cage.
Mhm.
For those of you that aren't familiar, and he won an Oscar for this. he was an alcoholic, and the movie's about his alcoholism, basically.
Drinks himself to death.
He does, which is huge downer.
Uh-huh.
But Nick Cage talked about when he was preparing for the role, he spent some time studying alcoholics and all this sort of thing. And, he's probably overdone it a time or two himself.
Yeah.
But what he said was, and why the key to his acting performance is he realized that people who are, blackout drunk are trying to act sober.
Right.
They're trying to act sober, but they fail. So it's why it's kind of slower and they try to be precise.
Yes.
This, and if you, ever since I heard that, whenever I've talked to somebody who's overdone it, you can tell.
The worst drunk acting are the people trying to act drunk.
They are, yes, that's what I'm saying.
The best drunk acting are people trying to act sober.
Trying to act sober, but they can't.
Yes.
This strikes me as somebody who's trying to act drunk, not somebody who's drunk trying to act sober. Like, play the first little bit of it again. Maybe.
I have seen people.
Hello, everybody. This is just the time of their life with the Larry Carey show. We're talking to Bacon Jim.
It's just a little too precise of the misnaming. You know what I mean?
You're right. No, because I had the same thought too early on, and the longer we got into it, the more I started to believe it, that this is actually whatever is going on at 3:40 in the morning, that this is authentic and not an act. Because I had the same doubts, certainly. There are enough things there to me that make me believe that that's a real call, and I did love that call. But I get where you're coming from. And you're right, yes. If you've ever been to a restaurant, a wedding, I'll say wedding, because all of our listeners have been to a wedding.
Where someone
has overdone it.
Yeah.
Watch them walk to the bathroom. They try and walk in a straight line. They open the door to be polite to make sure no one thinks they're like, I'm totally cool.
Stumbling all over the place.
And they're a mess. But they're trying to act sober.
They're trying to keep it together.
Yeah.
Like if he would have misnamed our show Bacon Ben. Or
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Bacon Jen is a little too on the nose.
Too much.
You're right.
It's
Okay.
too much.
I'll listen to you. You're right.
It is funny. But if it's fake, it does ruin it for me a little bit. Either way, who was it, Brett?
Thanks for the call.
Well done, Brett. You know what?
Thanks for the voicemail.
We got a couple of laughs and a segment.
Had a good time.
Yes, we did. And a drop. We'll keep that Cats in the Wall.
Cats in the Wall, everybody. Here we go.
Yeah, we'll keep that.
We'll keep it.
So shout out to Brett. If it is legit, Brett, go to bed a little earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3:40 is late.
Save it for a Friday night, not a Tuesday.
Call it a night at midnight.
Yeah.
All right. 6 o'clock hours next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth